Wasabi. What's going on, y'all? How's everybody doing? Hopefully everyone's doing amazing. If you're not, well, that sucks. Hopefully you'll get better. If you don't, well, then still sucks, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you should just give up. Maybe that's what you should do. Just give up. No, I'm joking. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't do that. Especially not on my behalf. Because the last thing I need is somebody, oh, my son gave up listening to Amazing Lucas because he told him to give up and now he's dead. Uh Today is Disagreement Day. All right. Disagreement Day, we're playing Alan Wake. Alan Wake is very interesting. It's not like Alan Wake 1, I'll tell you that, that's for certain. So boy oh boy. Load it. So we're gonna have some calls, I assume. Some quick calls. And then get into Alan Wake. Alan Wake 2 on Twitch. If you don't follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitch. Cowardly Colin is back. For what? For what? What? I don't understand. Why do these mofos just... I don't understand, bro. These mofos have like hard-ons for me. I don't get it. I really genuinely don't get it. These mofos got like crazy hard-ons for me. And here's the thing. I've seen a bunch of reviews, and a lot of the reviews are like, that's a shit review. But I don't respond to... Oh, my God. You want to know what I saw? I saw the interview with Kinda Funny Games. God in heaven. The only thing Greg Miller didn't do was suck off Brian Nittenhard, bro. That's the only thing he didn't do. I'm watching this fucking review. I'm watching this interview. And I'm listening to Brian Nittenhard talk about the Haley mission. Like he just like discovered fucking gold. I'm like, bruh. This is why people like me exist. To create an equilibrium. This nigga, and then the black kid was like, yeah, that one really, I enjoyed that one the most. Nigga, what? Let me talk to you. Where are you from, bro? Where are your parents from? You can't be black American, bro. You gotta be from fucking Africa, bro. There ain't no way, bro. There ain't no way you gonna tell me you really enjoyed the Haley mission. I was like, yeah, it was really powerful and shit. Listen, I like it to the fact that, that they, get a new experience as far as you being deaf or how that sounds. And it's like, I didn't know deaf people could hear at all. I thought they were just deaf. I thought, you done. But apparently they can hear like muffles and sounds like that. But, they can't really hear what someone says. It just sounds like really hardcore muffled. I thought that was cool. However, I thought the minigame was absolute trash. And the issue is not you playing as Haley, right? The issue is not you playing as Mary Jane. The issue is not you playing as Miles in the first one. The issue is always, when it comes to a game, it always goes back to the gameplay. That's what it will always go back to, is the gameplay. The problem with the Haley mission is that the gameplay is trash. That's the problem. Whereas, like, I'm not even doing any crazy graffiti, signs or anything like that. It's just, shh. Haley's deaf. She's not fucking handicapped, okay? To that extent, I guess, are deaf people handicapped? Do they consider deaf people? Well, she's not physically handicapped, okay? I would say that. Like, so there's no reason for us to have this, like, fucking drooling, knuckle dragging, mini mission or mini fucking game where it's like, come on, bro. At least make the graffitiing fun, bro. That's all I'm saying. Make it fun. The reason I had an issue with it is because, like, yo, what is this? Like, I'm just doing shh. Bro, at the end of the day, it's still a game. I know you have, like, a story to tell, but you have to tell that story in a captivating way for the player. Because at the end of the day, there's someone behind the controls. There's someone playing it. I know you want to be like, hey, this is how deaf people hear, and this is, this is all about the city and the people there. But, bruh, I'm all about it. But if the way you tell that story is through trash gameplay, well, guess what? Now I hate Haley. That's what I hate. Now I hate Haley. It's the same thing with Mary Jane, where it's like, okay, well, in the first one, now I hate Mary Jane. Now you put a bad taste in my mouth about Mary Jane. You combine that with her shit writing, yeah. And then I have to do a video on the wokeness, but I also have to do a video on the Mary Jane. So people have been, adding me and sending me stuff about Mary Jane and how it was a writer. And listen, there is a heavy, heavy incel beta community around this game. I have never in my life come across such a beta incel group of coomers in my life, bro. Like in my fucking life. Like you can name any franchise. Never has there been so many coomers and freaking incels around the game. Like never, bro. Like never. And I'm just like, bruh, the reason why, Stan Lee and C. Ditko wrote comics was for them. It wasn't for kids, it was for them. That's a direct quote from Stan Lee. So I'm just like, bro, these fucking incels and coomers, look, it's a developer insert. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then they post another one where it was like a developer insert of what was it, Black Cat. Now, I'm not going to dismiss anyone. I'm like, yo, if that's what people are doing, then so be it. But the post that this fool put up was a Facebook post. That's what it was. It was a Facebook post. I'm like, are there any references? Are there any citations? Is there any sources? It's a Facebook post of the gamer saying, fun fact, Black Cat is based off of the developer. I'm like, first off, A, that's not true. And B, it reminds me of the meme of Dr. Manhattan. It's like, hey, where'd you get this from? And source is like, I made it up. There is so much misinformation, disinformation online. It is frightening, bro. And the problem is, it wouldn't be that bad if people weren't fucking stupid. The problem is, we have a fucking stupid populace. That's what we have. And it's funny because I just saw the South Park episode yesterday. And I thought that was interesting. That was something that I always talked about when it came to handyman and shit like that. But at the end of the day, I didn't agree with the South Park episode because I was like, yo, I can YouTube and Google how to fix how to fix the oven. And it's funny because Randy Marsh actually does it. He's just too lazy to do it. I'm just like, okay, what? But the funny part is that all the handymen, your jobs are going to be replaced too. I don't know what to tell you, because if you think AI is going to impact every industry except yours, you're goofy. I'm not going to pay these contractors millions of dollars to do some shit when I can get an AI to do it itself. They're going to create machinery that's going to be able to lay a foundation and do all of that. That's going to happen. It may take some time, but it's going to get there. I always find it funny how, people just have this like halo effect around them. They feel, hey, it's going to impact you, just not me. Best believe it's going to impact you. But I always thought it was funny. I'm just like, what's this thought of handymen are just going to be, these billionaires and millionaires? No, they're not. What are you talking about? As far as with everyone telling everything about online and YouTube, there are women who are DIYing their freaking garage and their cars and their houses and stuff like that. And you want to know what's funny? Because in every DIY video that I've seen of a woman, there's always a bunch of dudes who are like fucking little dick comments. Like, what? Where's your husband? Well, why is your boyfriend doing that? It's like, well, that's because she can do it. And it's so crazy to see these dudes, because here's the thing. A lot of these beta dudes, these incels, and there's grown men who are incels and betas, they think like they're like a one-trick pony, right? And as a man, you're never a one-trick pony, because there's a variety of a wealth of knowledge that you have to be, knowledgeable in. But you have these one-trick ponies who are like, well, I'm an electrician, or I'm a carpenter, or I'm a blacksmith, or I'm whatever it is. And they see like a woman doing it, which is typically, a no-no, and they lose their fucking shit. They lose their mind because they feel like they're being like, I guess, undermined, where it's like, well, it seems like anybody can do it. Because back in the day, you'd have a carpenter or a handyman. It's like, oh, wow, he really knows his stuff. But now it's like, well, motherfucker, it's pretty much just hammer and nail in many cases, okay? And certain practices that you have, that every industry has. As an animator, you have certain practices and formalities that you have to have before you get into animation. So it's like, now the mystery behind it all is now gone. If you want to build a shed, You can follow a YouTube tutorial with the help of AI and supplies, and you can build a shed. Back in the day, there was none of that. It was just like, it was very much secrets, trade secrets. And I've noticed that a lot of these dudes are like getting offended by it because they're feeling useless. Because it's like at the moment in time where, you're the one that builds a shed. Well, if your wife can build a shed, well, then you feel, if you don't have anything else to, claim to fame, then you're gonna feel useless. And it's really interesting seeing that. But nevertheless, back to these fucking coomers and shit like that of this community. I don't know what the deal is, bro. But there is like a hardcore coomer beta incel population around Spider-Man, or at least around this game. And I've never seen this before. I didn't see this on God of War. I didn't see this on I'm trying to think, even Starfield. I haven't seen this in any game. Any game. But they're like, the coomers come out to play, bro. Can Spider-Man come out to play? But it's just a bunch of coomers, bro. And they're just like, they're living in their parents' basement, right? They don't know what a woman looks like, close up, because they've never had that experience. And all they have is like online. That's their whole fucking life. And it's just like, I don't know, that's kind of fucking sad. That's kind of sad. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty fucking sad, bro. I'm just saying. You got no life experience, nothing, like no life experience, and all they have is just online talking shit about, I don't know, like a beloved classic. Like, they're like contrarians. They're like the true form of contrarians. Everyone loves Spider-Man too. They're like, fucking Spider-Man was shit. It was garbage. This was dumb. I hate it. Everyone loves, I don't know, everyone's excited for Wolverine, or everyone's excited, everyone loves, I don't know, Tears of the Kingdom. It's fucking shit. It's garbage, bro. It's shit. Garbage. And it's just like, what? Like, y'all need to get fucked. Y'all, honestly, it's not even money. Some of y'all just need some vagina. That's what some of y'all need. Some of y'all need some puss. Okay, some kitty cat. If some of y'all had some kitty cat, maybe y'all wouldn't be so uptight about like stupid, goofy shit. But I don't know, man. I hate kids already, but I really can't stand these new fucking kids, bro. These new kids, I'm like, do you understand? I will fuck you up in real life. Like, do you understand that? Like, if you said some of the wild shit that you said online to me in my face, I would smack the fucking dog shit out of you and go tell your dad to come so I can smack the dog shit out of your dad. Like, what are you gonna do? Call the police? Sue me? Go for it. I got bail money. And I'd come right out of jail and smack the dog shit out of you again. You would have to file a restraining order on me. Like, I don't think y'all niggas even understand. That's the crazy part. Like, I don't give a fuck about your little ass self that you fucking, I don't know, 18, 19. I will beat your ass up. Like, I don't get it. I'm not from that school. I'm not from that school of, it's just a joke. No, there's a difference between a joke. A joke is we both laugh. You being disrespectful is you laughing. That disrespect, that don't fly, pimpin'. You get your ass handed to you for that. Okay, I've seen mofos get the ass handed to them just for looking at a nigga wrong way, much less speaking words. So I don't know what the fuck is wrong with y'all. But I'm just saying, if any of these kids who say the stupid shit online, don't ever come to me at a convention. If you see me at a convention, don't come to me, bro, because I will smack the dog shit. I will do that. I will. Best believe you won't have anyone to tell, because I'll hit you up in the fucking bathroom where there are no cameras. Okay? You talking to the wrong one. Some of you niggas, y'all don't know who the fuck y'all talking to. I know I have a nice demeanor and I'm happy, and I have a higher octave online because it makes it more approachable, right? It's more palatable for the masses. But don't get it fucking twisted, fam. I will take your ass in the fucking alley and beat the dog shit out of you. And then walk around thinking, I don't know what happened to him, and have an alibi. Tell the homie, yo, I was with him, officer, the whole entire time. What do you say? Yeah, he was with me. We were playing on our phone right now, showing each other. You best watch your fucking self, bro. That's all I'm saying. You best watch your fucking self. I'm playing with the wrong ones. I don't know what that. I know you niggas grew up online. I didn't grow up online, bro. A lot of these other niggas are online aren't from online. That's the difference. Some of you niggas only know online. Like, that's your life is online. Like you had the internet, you would say stupid shit in comments and stuff like that. That wasn't my life. Okay? So there's a difference between how we behave online and how we behave in real life. Some of you niggas got like comb overs at like fucking 16. How the fuck you got a comb over at 16? I understand. Like, goddamn, bro. I'm just saying, bro, don't all that funny, cute shit you do online, keep that shit online. Because if I see you in real life and I recognize you and I have a good face, I'm going to approach. Okay? I already tried to hit up, what's his name? What the fucking, the black coon who's a libertarian. I forgot his name, with his coon comics. I already hit him up. I was like, listen, nigga, let's get this fight started. We'll have Maj Sheree set up the announcer. This nigga backed out. I'm not about that fuck shit, bro. I'm really not. Now, don't get me wrong. I have shit, to lose. But if we're going to do it legally, absolutely, I will do it legally. I will legally beat your fucking ass, okay? Depending on the state, and I know my state laws, so I know what I can legally do and claim self-defense. Don't fuck with your boy, okay? Don't fuck with other dudes either. Just mind yours. Some of y'all don't understand. I've seen a setup, bro. I've seen a nigga accidentally bump into somebody or some shit just so he can make you upset to where you put hands on him, just so he can lay hands on you. So I'm just saying, y'all best calm yourself, bro. Just fucking calm yourself. Don't ever go into a state that you don't know the laws in, bro. Or at least you have a homie who's in the police, LAPD, Sheriff's Department, fucking CHP, something. But I'm just saying, bro, don't let me see you over here in one of these fucking conventions. Because this LA is where it mainly happens. In Cali, mainly where it happens. Unless you want to go to San Diego Comic-Con. But guess where San Diego Comic-Con is, bitch? Yeah. So let me catch you slipping, bro. Let me catch you slipping, bro. See you go to I'm the type of nigga that will plot you out in the bathroom, bro. Wait for you to go to the bathroom. Have the homie say, yo, it's out of order. And beat your fucking ass, fam. And have you scared the entire fucking time. And you too much of a bitch to tell anybody because you don't want to seem like a bitch. I'm that dude. I'm dead ass that dude. I really am. Okay? God is my witness. I have been recovering. Okay? I've been reading the Bible. But I'm that dude, bro. Most definitely. I got all the time in the world, bro. I will wait and wait and wait for the perfect moment and then fucking strike. I will fucking scan the area, find out where the cameras are, who's fucking security, right? Befriend security, so these niggas will be like, oh, this nigga's the homie. And whoop that motherfucking ass. I'm just letting you know, bro. I'm just letting you know. And don't tell me you fucking near me, bro. Don't tell me you near me like we in the same city or some shit. Anyways, I'm just letting y'all know, bro. Because some of these mofos be talking out of their fucking neck. And I'm like, nigga, this online shit ain't real, bro. I know this isn't real. I think it's funny, right? So when I do like little internet beefs, I understand this little internet beefs. But if y'all keep knocking on a door, somebody's gonna answer. I'm just saying, somebody's gonna answer. So I understand if you're a hermit, right? For the hermits that I feel like the majority of these mofos online are hermits. They don't get out. They have no conversation skills. Like this is their life. Okay, they love their little Discord and go on Reddit and like that's it. And they tell mom to feed them Hot Pockets. That's cool, bro. That's cool. Stay in your house, bro. Stay in your house where you're safe. Because outside, there's a real life with real life consequences for running that fucking mouth. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Anyways, that's to no one in general. That's just to everyone and anyone, bro. Because I'm not the only one like that. I'm just saying, I'm not the only one like that. But I'm a new man. I'm a God-fearing man. But I just wanted to make that perfectly clear. So if I announce I'm going to like a con or something or anime con, and you think you're gonna be doing one of here's the crazy thing where people are like doing these troll pranks and recording it. I don't care about the camera, bro. Because some of y'all go borderline, and given the laws, I can definitely fear for my life. They'll be like, hey, I thought he was going to attack me, or hey, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, bro. And as long as my reaction is not too egregious, Yeah, bro. You can press charges, but you're not gonna have the money to go full through with the lawsuit. That's what some of you other niggas don't understand. All these mofos are talking about, I'm gonna sue you. You're not gonna do it, bro. It's too expensive to sue. Okay? It's too expensive to sue. You're gonna be paying more upfront costs, even get the lawsuit done, than you would if they ruled in your favor. So I don't even listen to mofos who are talking about, I'm gonna sue you. The worst you can do is fucking call the police. And guess what? All you have is circumstantial evidence. Bro, what we talking about? I got a witness, you got a witness. There's no camera. What you gonna do? Nothing. Y'all need to think, bro. Think. That's all I'm saying. Think. Now, if you're not from certain area, this doesn't even mean anything to you. I'm talking Japanese. But real ones know. Real ones know what I'm saying. They absolutely know. Okay, so I'm just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Bro. I am so peaceful. I don't look for the smoke unless, it's disagreement day, which is, that's when, okay, smoke is mutual. Oh, you want smoke? I want smoke. Fine. But other than that, bro, I'm so chill, bro. I'm so chill. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Life is difficult as it is. I don't need your fuck shit to go along with it. So, I'm just saying, bro. It's just, y'all just, I don't know what's going on in these schools, these high schools, these public schools, whatever's going on, but please be careful, bro, because not everyone's going to allow you to say anything that comes to the top of your mind. Okay, I know in this time of day, everyone's, hey, you have a voice, okay? You have a voice. You don't have a fucking voice with me. That's not how that works, bro. That's just not how that works. And if you want to have that voice, take that shit somewhere else. Okay? Take it somewhere else. I just don't know what's wrong with some of y'all. I really don't. I really don't. I don't know if it's your parents, your mommy, your daddy who's not there, who's not present. I don't know. But I'm the type of person that I won't beat your ass. I'll embarrass your father. That's who I am. Okay? I'll say, where's your dad? And I'll make a ruckus to the point where your father or your parental figure or guardian has to come. And then I'll talk to them. And then I'll fucking intimidate their ass. Okay? That's the type of person I am, bro. So unless your daddy or mama knows MMA or jiu-jitsu or is a federal agent or some shit or has some pull, you may want to calm down. You may want to calm down. Okay? You may want to calm down. That's the crazy part. Anyways. Anyways. We have disagreement day today. What am I missing? What happened? What someone was asking me the NBA with something 3 with Ice Cube's they were trying to sabotage his team. Bro, what else is new? I love to look into that. Let's hear the first call of the day. 929, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
My brother, how's it going, man? How's everything tonight, man?
I'm still alive, man. I'm hanging in there.
That's what's up, bro. I don't want no smoke with you, gang.
Bro, this is the time for smoke. This is the disagreement day. I'm just saying,
no.
just some people, some people just they just wild out. It's like, you need to calm down.
I respect it, brother. I'm saying I'm gonna disagree with you, but
Go
I don't
for it.
want no like.
Nah, you good, bro. You good. Don't even worry.
I want to say this, man. The work that you've been doing, though, I respect it, man. Because at first, I was watching your videos. My fault. I'm not trying to take too much of your time, but
no, you good.
At first, I was watching some of your vids, about Spider-Man 2, and I felt like you was coming off a little bit complaining. But then after, like actually watching your videos, you actually do got some good criticisms. So like, so I agree with a lot of things. Like I've seen your spoiler review. I'm not gonna lie, I respect it, but you can't deny that. In my opinion, this game is probably the best. I mean, I can't cap. I haven't played Web of Shadows though, and I've seen gameplay of Web of Shadows. That should look amazing. I ain't gonna lie, but in my opinion, I still think this is the best Spider-Man game they've made. Even though I agree with your criticisms though, like it has a lot of problems. Like, all right? So first question: do you think this game is better than the first one?
In what regards?
So the story is obviously better than the first one.
No, story is absolute shit.
the first Spider-Man,
The second
Spider-Man.
one. You mean? Oh, I thought you said the story was better in the second one.
No. The story's better than the first one.
Yeah.
The story's better than the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna agree with you on that.
Yes.
But overall, I think the second game is still a better game, gameplay wise, because I'm actually replaying the first one right now, and
Mm-hmm.
I actually see the growth. You can see the growth in the gameplay, in the way it feels, the combat. It's a lot of, you can't lie. Like Insomniac, they're getting better. You can see that they're getting better. The only
No, I
thing
don't
that I feel
disagree.
like
Yeah, I agree. It's better
yeah,
that they've made
yeah,
improvements.
they've made improvements, right? The combat is good. So when it comes to the symbiote, I'm not gonna lie. The only thing I did not like was the finishers. They should have added way more symbiotic finishers. I feel like
Well, there
everything was
really
good.
weren't any symbiote finishers besides
Exactly. There's
him
only two.
grabbing and throwing you down on the ground. That was it.
The ones that they showed in the gameplay trailer. So I agree with you on that. So they only put in two. They should have put in way more. I feel like
And
all of
those
the finishers.
rarely trigger.
Exactly. So the abilities are good. The abilities, I fuck with the abilities. I feel like they didn't need to change the regular square animations. You know, when you just tap square, they didn't need to change that. They just what they needed to do was like put more umph into it. You know how when you parry, right, and then you press square and you see like it has more of an effect. It should have been like that regular, like without parrying. You know what I'm talking about, right?
When
You
it
know what I
has more
mean?
of an
Like when you
effect, no, I
parry.
don't get. I don't get what you're talking about.
So like you see when you parry, right, and then you press square and then you do regular attacks, right? You see
Hmm.
how it I don't know if you've noticed it, but it changes. Like it feels like it's more aggressive. It was with both characters. Well, probably right. So basically what I'm saying is the regular attacks didn't need to change, it just needed to feel more aggressive. The only thing is they needed to add more finishers. That's one thing that they should have added. In my opinion though, like the symbiote surge was good. Like the symbiote surge, the rage mode, I fuck with the rage mode, especially when you first get the symbiote. The rage mode is crazy. But they just fucked up on the symbiote. Like they should have I don't know, man. The attack should have been more aggressive. Like I ain't gonna lie. So that's one. So I agree with you on that. The only thing that I disagree with you is you said that the symbiote story was trash. Like the symbiote part of the story was trash.
Yes.
And so I remember you said you was like, oh, that you didn't like how basically you said that Peter there was no need for him to take off the symbiote or something like that. What was it that you said?
They showed no real urgency of the symbiote really impacting him.
Okay, I got you. I feel that, I feel that. But I'm not gonna lie, they kind of did though. Like when you think about it, so I
What's
played
the
it again,
worst that
right?
he
I
did while in the symbiote suit?
bro, he was asleep and the symbiote took control of him.
So then it
I'm not
wasn't
gonna
him
lie, that's
then. I
crazy.
said, what's the worst that he did, not the symbiote.
Yeah, but but that is already bad in itself because the symbiote's controlling him. Don't you agree?
Sure,
Like that shit is
the
already
symbiote's not necessarily controlling him. He's using his body as a as a puppet.
as a host, right?
Yeah, but that's not him though. I said, what did he do consciously? I'm not gonna
Okay,
blame.
so
I'm not gonna
what else?
blame him
All
for
right.
what the symbiote did. And furthermore, he did. Nobody even told him what he did. So I really can't
Yeah.
blame him. Mary Jane didn't
How
tell
about
him. Miles
how
didn't
about
tell
the
him.
time? Yeah. How about the time when Connors was about to take off the suit from him? He said he was like, "Hey, we're gonna destroy it," and then he was like, "Wait, destroy us?" That's one part
I
where I
said,
feel
what's
like
the worst that
that was
he did?
all right. The worst that he
In
did.
that
Let me
point,
think.
all
Let me
he
think.
did there was what? Destroy his phone.
Destroy his phone. All right. I feel that. I feel that. Let me think of the worst thing. The worst thing. Ah, he was about to kill Craven actually. If Miles
Craven
didn't come
wanted to
stop him,
die though.
yeah, Craven wanted to die, but you know Peter's not like that, bro. You know Peter's
I
like
hear
he's
you,
a
but
hero,
I
bro.
mean, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna cry over somebody who's gonna kill somebody who wants to die, who's been begging for it.
Yeah, I feel you. All right, I feel you on that. All right. So what was the other? So all right, I agree with you on the MJ segments. I feel like that MJ shit was dumb as hell. Like she's basically OP as fuck. She defeated the fucking Hulk. I don't know the symbiote Hulk like easily. And then like when you're playing as Miles, specifically Miles, because you know he got the Venom powers. Even Peter with the symbiote powers, like it takes mad long to defeat them. Like I'm not gonna lie, MJ was dumb. I feel like that part of the story was just dumb as hell.
I hear you. I still want to know what did Peter do that was so
Peter, all right,
bad
Peter,
in the
all
symbiote
right, all
suit?
right. I feel like just you could tell like it was getting to him though. That's the thing. Like he didn't do
I
crazy.
don't
We
disagree
seen
with
worse.
you, but
We
the
seen
only way
worse.
I could tell is because he was just being a little more. He was being more masculine. That's how it was getting to him.
He was being more masculine,
Dead
bro.
ass. That's what
What?
he was being. He was being more masculine. They've managed to create him to be
Yeah.
a fucking cuck in this game, unfortunately. Because the reason why MJ even writes an article is because Peter pushes back at her, right? Because MJ was like,
Hmm.
"You destroyed the museum," and he's like, "Well, what'd you want me to do? Did you want me to just let him rampage around the street?" Yeah,
Hmm.
other Peter would have been like, "You know what, MJ? I'm sorry. You're right. I shouldn't have done that." Yeah, so I actually preferred him with the symbiote suit because he was growing a spine and his balls were appearing.
Yeah, but I mean, Peter was.
Like even
I
with
don't know, man.
Miles's mom, right? Miles's mom was like, "Hey, you better call me. Don't let this happen again." He was like, "Yes, ma'am." Like, bitch, who are you? I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. I'm not your son. I'm a grown ass man.
I agree. I agree. I mean, maybe he was just trying to be respectful to the lady.
Yeah,
You feel me? But I
she
mean,
wasn't being respectful to him. She was talking to him
she
like
wasn't. She
he
wasn't
was
at all.
like her son or something like that.
Yeah.
So
I don't
no,
know. I don't see the
I
story again.
very much liked symbiote Peter, and there's nothing that he did that made me dislike him.
Hmm. True.
So
True.
I'm
True.
still
True.
waiting as
So
far as
like,
what was the worst thing that he did.
nah, because I'm thinking about it. Because I'm actually maybe you have a point. Like I said, this is why I'm not here to disagree. I'm just here like to discuss more. Like maybe because the thing is, so like I only beat the story once. So maybe I gotta play it again for real. Maybe I gotta really play it again. So I only beat the story once. I'm gonna beat it again, and then I might come back. I don't
Go
know. You
for
want
it
to do
because
it next
even
week?
with the symbiote, what is he doing half of the game?
Half for the game. So with the symbiote, you could tell he's being more aggressive
But half of
throughout
the
the
but what
story.
is he doing? Half of the
Man,
game,
let me
he
think.
is
Let me think.
trying
Let me
to
think. Let me think.
he's he's
Let me think.
chasing the lizard, is he not?
Yeah, he's chasing the lizard.
Now is he
He's
chasing the
chasing the.
lizard for him or is he chasing the lizard for Harry?
He's definitely chasing it for Harry.
He's
I ain't
chasing it
gonna
for
lie.
Harry. In addition to that, he's upset, right? When he's fighting the Craven's men, what is he saying? Connors doesn't deserve this. Leave Connors alone. So it's not like
Yep.
he's being selfish
Yep.
with it. He's using the symbiote to help the city.
Hmm. You know what? Maybe you got a point. Maybe you got a point. Maybe you got a point. I gotta play it again, man. I don't
I'm
know.
just saying
I just
it'd
feel
be
like
different if he was awake during the time that he was chasing MJ. And I'd be like, "Oh, damn, that's crazy."
oh yeah, this is what I was gonna say too. So like, couldn't it be that? So I agree that Peter was kind of a little bit more emotional in this game, as apart from the first, right? Because the first he fights the Sinister Six, right, and he's like more, he's being a man about it. Like in this game, I do agree that he's being more emotional, but wouldn't it be because his aunt May died? Like, wouldn't you think? Like, what do you say to that? I'm not saying this. Just might just a suggest like an opinion, like
I
because
mean, I don't
that's kind
like
of crazy.
doing stuff like this because this just you can rationalize anything.
Hmm. Yeah, true, true, true. Yeah, but his own May though, like I mean, because it's a difference with Uncle Ben, right? So like Uncle Ben, he died as well. He Spider Man wasn't even really Spider Man. He was, he was just coming into his power. So it's a difference. Like he couldn't. I mean, he could have still did something about it, but it's like on May, like being a. Imagine you being a prime Spider Man. Imagine just you being Spider Man, right? A prime Spider Man. You wouldn't think like what's up. Like I wouldn't let my mom die. Hell no, I'm too nice with this shit, bro. I'm Spider Man. I've been 8 years Spider Man, bro. And then it happens. You feel me? That's basically his mom at that point, like on May. So that's what I was thinking because it explained it in the end,
Him
right?
letting Aunt May
When
die had nothing to do with his powers, though. It had to do with his
no, but it explained
responsibility.
it. But no, it kind of explains with the him being like he's kind of grieving because like in the end, right? When Miles and Mr. Negative go into his subconscious,
Mm-hmm.
when he still had the symbiote in him, you could see that the whole that's what they was trying to explain. The whole reason was because he's still grieving, subtly, like he's still grieving Aunt May's death. You remember when they saw him, still crying or whatever,
Uh huh.
like kneeling. Yeah, that point, like maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's why he was a little bit more. He was a little bit whiny though. I agree with you on that. But
So wouldn't that,
maybe
as
I'm
far as
just
he
saying
felt
maybe
that way, wouldn't that make the symbiote? Wouldn't that make him even more aggressive?
exactly. Nah, you're right. I feel like I don't know, man. I feel like this game was just too short. I feel like I don't know. Sometimes I think that
It
Insomniac
wasn't too
like
short. It was just poorly fucking told.
it. Not even that, but not even that. I feel like Insomniac is they have too many games on their hands, bro. Like I don't get how they could make. They basically made
Insomniac,
Batman on
that's
purpose.
not the issue because they're broken up into teams, so it's not going to be the whole team
Ah,
on the same game. They break up, so there's a
oh,
different
okay, I didn't
team
know that.
on Wolverine and there's a different team on Spider-Man.
Oh shit. So that's how
Yeah,
they can pump out that many games.
yeah.
Cause
After
they
they
pump
were
out
bought by Sony, yeah, they definitely had more people that came on to the department.
so that's not the issue then. So what could it be then? Because I don't get how they kind of. I feel like I kind of
It,
do
I
agree
don't
that
think
kind of
I
rushed it.
don't I don't think there's anything it
Kind of
could
rushed
be.
it.
It's just people just making poor decisions. Like listening to them interview Brian Indahar about the Haley mission, he just really is sold about that, and the people on the team, they really enjoyed it. They're like, yeah, this is awesome, this is great, let's do it. So I just think it just has to do with dumb people being hired.
Mm,
That's all,
very
because I
true.
don't know how you can look at this story and the gameplay, be like, yeah, this is great. You want to know what this needs more of? Mary Jane missions.
Nah, hell no.
I don't
That's
know what to
yeah.
tell you. I don't know how we have more Mary Jane missions than we do Venom. That's like
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know what to
one thing
tell
I
you.
agree. Like they should have. I don't know. They should have went more like in depth with Venom. Like I don't know. Maybe they're gonna save it for a DLC too. So maybe that's why they did it. I don't know, but I feel like they
I
should have
just
went
don't know
harder
how
with
you
Venom.
do Venom with the DLC.
True,
Unless, like I
true.
said, the
Like,
Venom symbiote, but from what I saw, the Venom symbiote seems to be done, game over.
hmm yeah,
So
right.
I don't know. I think they wasted a lot of characters. And the problem is that everyone who's interviewing these people are blowing smoke up their butt. You have people who are saying that the game's a masterpiece and shit like that. It's 10 out of 10. Like,
Nah, I don't think it's a masterpiece.
these
I
people
definitely
are
say no.
fucking delusional. They're retarded.
Nah. That's wild. I'm not gonna lie. It's not a masterpiece, but it is, in my opinion. I mean, for me, because I haven't
I
played like
think it's
Chat about
way
it. But
better than Spider-Man 1, 100%.
yeah, it's better than Spider-Man One. We could
And
see
as
like you
far
can
as
see the
but as
growth
far
in the
as
game.
gameplay, and that's it though. And even
That's
there,
it
it's
though.
like
That's it.
it's tough because the side missions aren't really fun. There,
Are
there's
super
no new
repetitive.
game plus. There's no
Uh
night
huh.
and day cycle. So I mean, it wins by like a 0 0 point. That's how it's
Yeah.
better than Spider-Man.
Like
Spider-Man
I
One.
rank like what I rank Spider-Man One is like an 8, and I rank this game like an 8.5, maybe like an 8.3. Just because of the gameplay. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Like I
the
think that's
it's
fair
it's
play.
a very marginal success, I would say,
Hmm
in comparison.
Yeah.
And that's because
But
there
you
was
know
so
what?
much
They're
to
making a
improve on
third
in
game.
Spider-Man 1.
Yeah. They're making a third game though, so they're making a part three. So I feel like maybe they're just
I'm sure there
saving
are. I just
all
feel
the
like they're starting late, right? I feel like this game should have been Spider-Man 1.
right, right. Nah, yeah, I agree with you. I have no disagreements with you. Yeah,
So,
but I mean that's all. That's all I got. That's all I got, man. That's all I got.
all right,
Yeah,
man.
man.
Well, I appreciate the call. Take care and stay safe. Yeah, I feel like this is the game we should have gotten. That was Spider-Man 1. Um, and if you listen to Brian Inhart, he was like, Miles Morales is Spider-Man 2 to him. I'm just like, what, bruh? What? How is Miles Morales Spider-Man 2 to you? I just, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on over there. I really don't know what's going on over there. 636, you're on the line. What's a disagreement and tell me why?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Nothing much. Still alive.
Yeah, I feel that. Feel that. All right. So my question, I think, comes from how you feel. How do you feel about Miles? Because I think that's where I
I don't
disagree.
feel
I listened
anything
to your
about
nitpick.
Miles. I mean,
Mm,
I think that's great that he's like learned to forgive Martin Lee, but other than that, I'm not interested in him. There's nothing interesting about
mm.
him. To me, I'm like his essay. I don't give a damn about his essay. Like, what are we talking about? Like,
Yeah,
I don't get that plot
I
device.
feel that.
I just don't really, I don't really care. I don't care about Haley. Like, I don't know
Mm.
Haley. Genki, I don't know very much about Genki, so I don't know. He just seems very undercooked in this game.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was gonna say a bit of a controversial thing. I think Miles shouldn't have been in this game, or at least he shouldn't have been as strong of a character or as central of a plot point as it should be. Because like I think I remember you saying one time like we had one Spider-Man game with Peter, and
Yeah.
then Miles Morales as the short DLC, and then now we have Peter's gone, well Miles is gonna be the new guy, so it's like what's it's like in my opinion Miles should have been out of this game. It should have been Peter's game with focus on Peter, have Miles be around or
I
have
mean,
him
it
offer
very much
knowledge or
is
something.
Peter's game. Because
Yeah,
Miles really isn't. He's not really that there in the game.
true. Like I feel story wise it's not his game, but like when you look at like the content, like you look at the amount of I remember when I was going through like looking at the suits with like Miles, like for example, like Peter has his 7 MCU suits or whatever, 4 different variations of the same shit,
Hmm.
and Miles is getting he gets 4 Spider-Verse suits, he gets the Wolverine, he gets the Black Panther, he gets 2 different symbiote variants, and it's like who are you really catering to? And I know some people
I
playing
don't
the
know
game are like, oh yeah,
if Miles has more suits than Peter though.
well not more suits. I think it's just kind of to me it was kind of the effort, like the effort level, like um who it's who they put more effort into as a character. And to me, when I was playing, I was like, it kind of felt like Miles was getting a very big push to kind of be up there with Peter, and that it's fair because they want to have them be both viable. Um, I don't know. It just feels like a lot of effort went into Miles as a character, and not as much went into Peter. And that's just my opinion as I was playing.
But why do you believe that?
I don't,
Because I would disagree. Because
hmm.
what did you feel about Miles after the game? Because I
I
didn't feel
felt
anything
that
special about Miles. I was just like, okay, cool.
yeah, I mean, it's like that whole like last section where it was like Miles is doing the whole like, oh, he's like, oh, I wanted this new spin on stuff, and I'm just like, okay, cool, and then like his fight with Venom is kind of, it just didn't feel as impactful, but it's still, I don't know, I felt like halfway through the game, um, it's like I'm comparing abilities between like Peter and Miles, and it's like I don't know, I feel like a lot of situations Miles gets a lot of he gets a lot of side content very quickly, I think, because like what there was the flame for Peter, and then Miles had the Mysterio challenges, the whole like following the Harlem, BIPOC thing, the Brooklyn Academy stuff. I don't know, he had that Haley side mission, which wasn't really his mission, but I feel like a lot of stuff was for Miles. So like at the end of the game, I was like, yeah, it was, I played both of them, but I don't know. I felt like I was spending a lot of my time. I had to feel like I actively went out of my way to play as Peter. I guess I could put it that way.
What do you mean actively go out of your way to play as Peter? I don't understand.
Uh, I guess I'm trying to put it as for some of the side content, like doing
Does
side
Miles
content.
have
I
more
was like,
side missions than Peter?
I didn't do a count. Um, I think he has more personalized side missions as Miles rather than Peter. I think Miles has more personalized side missions for him than Peter has for him. And maybe that's because, halfway through the game you lose access to them, so maybe that's how they balance it out.
I'm not sure.
Not sure.
I'd have to look into that. I don't know why Miles would have
Yeah,
more side missions than Peter, but
yeah. I played through it I played through it in a couple days, flattened it, and so that was my initial kind of read on Miles because I don't know. As Miles as a character as a whole, I'm not too sold on him. Um, and that's just me. So some people really like him. Some people wanted him to be more in the game, but like to me, Spider-Man is Peter Parker, and Miles Morales is he has become a better character after all these years. But I was reading when he first came out, and I was like, he's all right. But in my mind, like Stanley created Spider-Man to be a to be seen by anybody, right? He made this superhero who was covered head to toe. He's like, anyone can see him. And
Mm-hmm.
then he kind of got degraded. In my opinion, it feels like Peter got degraded into, he's the white Spider-Man, because now we have the black Spider-Man as Miles, or a lot of people see Miles as the black Spider-Man, or then you start getting all these different subsets, and it's like people like Miles because, or people like Spider-Man because he's Spider-Man, not because of what color he is under his mask. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think it's been a lot of individuals who have tried to make it that way.
Mm,
I think
yeah,
people
I see
create
what you're
characters and then other people try to politicize them for their reasons.
saying. I mean, Miles was created, to be like, oh, let's get a more modern take for Spider-Man, which here and there. Uh, but I do feel like I feel like he can be done very well. Like when I played through Miles Morales, I enjoyed that game. I enjoyed him in his solo game. I'm like, I feel like Miles really works well. I've enjoyed obviously Spider-Verse movies. I feel like he works well when he's doing his own thing without kind of creeping on like Peter's kind of whole Spider-Man thing. I feel like he does very well when he's on his own, but when he's with Peter, it's a very delicate balance because there is that kind of political weight of people wanting to push him to either meet their agenda or meet their message. So
I mean, there's nothing we can do about those people. They're just going to do what they're going to do.
true, true. Yeah. So that was my big thing. I just felt like I guess my disagreement was I felt Miles was catered to in this game a lot, or at least they tried to put Miles and Peter, or Miles. They put Miles and MJ up very high, and I feel like they propped them up and kind of, like you're saying, pussified Peter.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the thought, bud.
No problem, man. Take care and stay safe. Um, I don't see as far as Miles being propped up. As far as see is Peter being nerfed, but that doesn't mean that Miles has been, that doesn't make Miles stronger or better or anything like that, even though he is in the comics. Um, I don't think that's the case. I think if Peter wasn't nerfed, I don't think people would be complaining about Miles. I think what makes, because Miles isn't anything new. He's not doing anything special that he didn't do in his first game, or so I think it feels that way due to Peter seemingly being nerfed. That's all. But as far as Miles, well, they made Miles. They didn't make Miles anything. Miles has been what Miles has been since the first game, and that has been just an assistant to Peter. Uh, that's what I got of it, because I didn't really. I liked Miles in his own game, and this he just seemed meh. It was like, okay, all right. 737, you're on the line. What's the disagreement, and tell me why?
Web wings.
What about web wings?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hate the web wings.
Why do you hate the web wings?
Hello.
Yeah.
So like you know how like you're like trying to cross the river with the web wings,
Mm-hmm.
and you like pull or you do the right stick up so that like it can lift you up.
What?
So like for me when I would cross the river with the web wings, like it would take me straight down to the water. Like it wouldn't like lift me up. It would like just go like plummet me straight down. Hated that shit.
Okay. Is there any other reason you hated the web wings?
So like on the first game when you would dive, you would press triangle.
Mm-hmm.
So like I tried like in this new game, like when you would try to dive, like the web wings would like somehow get in the way, like lift you back up.
You're either trolling or actually have a mental disability.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that you're either trolling, meaning you're just calling for shits and giggles, or you're actually mentally possibly retarded.
Oh shit, damn. I wasn't even trolling.
Okay. Well, then it may be the latter. So I would get that checked out. You take care. fuck were you talking about? The web wings lifted me back up. Nigga, the web wings. What? Stop playing on the phone before I call your mom. And I got her number in my phone, too. 704, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? And tell me why.
Hey, what's up, Lucas? It's BK, man. I hope you're doing well. I wanted to call in and say that my disagreement is I feel like you were just a little bit maybe too kind to the game. I feel like this game was overhyped and way underdelivered. I'm like severely disappointed. I would say the game was too short. I 100% completed the game in 13 hours, and they said Insomniac said that the game would take about 30 hours to 100% complete, and I did it in less than half that. So that for me was a major letdown. The story was a letdown.
Do you think that
I mean,
you're the standard as far as completing the game?
oh, maybe not. I mean, we've had this conversation before. The first time that I called in, I told you I beat the first game in like 6 hours, and I beat Miles Morales in like 3. But I don't think I'm the standard, but 13 hours for somebody like me is still disappointing. And anybody in the chat, because I see people going crazy in the chat right now, anybody that doesn't believe me, I'm happy to send screenshots. I have screenshots proving that I 100% completed the game in 13 hours. And my PSN name is the same name that I use here on YouTube, BK Lone One. You could feel free to send me a message and I'll send you the screenshots. But yeah, I'm severely disappointed. And yesterday somebody called in, Lucas. I wanted to let you know that you were right about that. Yesterday somebody called in and said that Doctor Strange, this was the first time that he was mentioned. Nah, he was mentioned in the first game. His house is a landmark in the first game.
Well, he
The
says, always feel like there's
landmark.
something strange going on there. So I'm not sure if he actually knew him or if that was like that was obviously a play on words. But I don't know if that was a play on words for us to know or for Spider-Man to know.
Got you. Also, I wanted to ask you, did you pick up on the part with Genki where he was talking about how he got the Rand scholarship?
No, I didn't.
You know who Danny Rand is, right?
Who's Danny Rand?
Iron Fist.
Oh, yeah. I didn't watch any of Iron
So
Fist.
Okay. I had talked to you before about how I felt like Insomniac was building to New Avengers because they're doing Wolverine, and now they're mentioning Iron Fist. I feel like that's really the way that they're going, that they're going to have Spider-Man join the Avengers, and Miles Morales is going to be more of the main focus.
Spider-Man joined the Avengers? That's pretty intense.
Yep. Yeah. I feel like an Insomniac Avengers game would be crazy. I feel like it would be a lot better than what, Square Enix put out. I feel like that would be something that they could build to, especially with all the villains running around. Did you catch the King in Black reference?
The what?
The King in Black reference?
Mm-mm.
The King in Black, Null, is the king of the symbiotes, and all the symbiotes in the game had the little King in Black marking on their forehead, that little swirl.
Mm-hmm.
That was a reference a lot of people I saw didn't pick up on either. So I don't think they'll
Yeah, but what
do
is...
King in Black because
Yeah.
he's a cosmic level threat. He kills.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I think it was just a nod to it. I don't think they're actually, doing that storyline.
Yeah, I don't think they're actually gonna do it, but they might do something with Carnage. He might be one of the main focuses for the next game. I wouldn't be surprised if the next game is like a new Sinister Six with Carnage, Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus. Maybe Kraven's daughter.
Kraven's daughter.
Assuming she survived.
I think she may be. It's her and I think the youngest son possibly that only survived. Wait, no, the family all died at the end of the missions.
They think that they all died, but we don't know for sure. We don't have confirmation that his daughter actually died.
Okay.
He was just like, we'll see if you survive, the rest of my guards or whatever the case, and then he hung up on her. But we don't know that they actually like succeeded in killing her.
I thought that Spider-Man says that they were all dead.
I don't think there was any confirmation though. I think they assumed that they were all dead, but I don't think there was any confirmation that she was actually dead.
Okay.
But that definitely is a loose plot thread, and hopefully she survived because I think she's even crazier than her daddy. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Excuse me, sorry.
I felt like you were fair to the you were really fair to the game. Honestly, I feel like everybody's been really fair to this game, and I feel like this is another cyberpunk situation where this game was so over.
Cyberpunk situation?
Yeah, because that game was super hype. Everybody was super hyped for that game, and it was a major letdown. All the glitches and everything, major letdown.
Okay.
So
without the
I think
glitches,
it's
what
a
would you
shame.
give it?
What, Cyberpunk or Spider-Man?
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man, I mean, it was okay, man. It's a solid, it's average. It's a solid 7 out of 10. I'm not giving it a 9 like everybody else. I'm not gonna say it's a perfect game. Like it let me down. Like I said, I 100% completed it in 13 hours, and I knew it was gonna be short, but I didn't think it was gonna be that short.
Besides the length, what do you think they could have? What did you want to see?
I would have liked to see more development from Peter. I feel like I didn't get enough of him. I felt like they made Miles some of the focus, and I felt like it should have been more about Peter. I like a lot of the human moments, like the mission with Howard and like the grandpa with the Alzheimer's that got lost in the park. I thought that was pretty cool. I feel like they could have done maybe more human elements like that to kind of build up, Peter a little bit more. I felt like the anti-venom suit should be way more OP than the regular, symbiote suit, because that's the way it is in the comics. So why not do that in the game? The anti-venom suit is supposed to be able to kill symbiotes easily and cure diseases and all types of shit, and we don't really see that in the game. It's more like a repaint of the symbiote suit.
Okay.
So yeah, it's unfortunate. It was just disappointing to me overall. But hopefully we'll get some DLCs that will make up for that. Hopefully we'll get a Venom DLC. I know you said that you think that the symbiote's dead, but I wanted to let you know in the comics they do explain that the symbiote leaves a piece of itself behind, and they even said this in the game. So technically speaking, there's a piece of it still inside Harry that could wake up at some point. So they could do a DLC in the future.
Yeah, I
or
just
even
don't
give
want
him
to. I just don't want
spin-off.
any more Harry.
I hear you. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to stay with Harry. It could go to Eddie Brock at some point. But it would be cool to get Venom again.
Oh, I agree.
But anyway, I'll let you go, man. Take it easy.
All right, man. Take care. Hearing a lot of people saying that Miles took over, and I just didn't get that. Played it twice. I still don't get that Miles took over. Like, I just don't get that. Like, what new do we know about Miles? Like, what was his character development? I think the development we had was him, like, saying, I can't forgive you to Martin Lee, but I don't want to, I don't want to hate you. Like, that was it. That was resolved. I just don't understand why people keep on bringing up Miles. I don't think the issue people have is with Miles. I think the issue people have is with Peter. That's what that is. That's what it seems like, at least. 847, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
Yo, Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's going on, man? Hey, I just wanted to say that I do love your videos. Um, but yeah, I did have one disagreement with you as far as like MJ goes. Like you said how MJ is like less likable in this game. And I disagree with that. I think she's far more likable in this game than at least in Spider-Man 1, personally speaking.
And why do you say that?
Because man, like, dude, in Spider-Man 1, she was much more bratty and like she kind of put a lot of bullshit on Peter's end, like making it seem like he was wrong for trying to be like saving her in certain situations. Like she's a human. Like she can die. These type of situations are more tailored for Spider-Man. So like for her to be mad at her for sorry, for her to be mad at Peter for trying to save her, that just doesn't make any sense. But like in part two, she was much more accepting of like Peter's help and stuff like that, and like the only because you said something about her like
When did
writing an
Peter help her?
article. So Peter helped when she was trying to go save what's his name, Dr. Connors. So Peter and Harry both came and basically saved them.
I'm
So
trying
I
to
mean,
think.
but
Oh, after
regardless of
she
that,
like infiltrated the base of a bunch of super soldiers or whatnot.
right, right. I mean, regardless of whether or not she was able to do that on her own, Peter still did come for help. But I'm not even talking about that. I'm just saying, in general, she was more of a bratty person in part one, which made kind of no sense. But in part two, she was much more like, I should say, likable in the sense that, you know, she was much more willing to accept Peter's help. She understood that, hey, Peter is Spider-Man, and sometimes I'm actually going to need his help. So, I mean, that was just one situation where Peter did come and help her was the whole when she infiltrated the base and tried to save what's his name, Connors. Actually, she was even trying to call him while she was inside their van, but her phone fell. So it looked like she was actually trying to let Peter know where she was going and that she was on their trail. So but before she wouldn't do that. She would go behind his back and try to do things without Peter even knowing, which didn't make any sense to me because she's a human and she can die. So I did like that
Sure, I think it was more of a
growth.
team effort. Yeah.
Right, right. Yeah, yeah. It's definitely more of a team effort. But what I'm saying is before she wasn't even trying to be part of a team. It looked like she was trying to like hog the glory for herself,
Mm-hmm.
so to speak. Like she's out there. You're not a superhuman. You're not a superhero at all. You're like you're uh you're a I mean, I'm not even gonna put gender into it, but you're a human being. Like you're going against people with guns. You can die in these type of situations. At the very least, let Peter know, hey, because she went to the in part one where she went to the city hall, like you could at least let Peter know, like, hey, Peter, I'm going here. I have a lead on this place, blah, blah, blah. She didn't do any of those things. So that kind of made her unlikable to me that she's putting herself in harmful situations. And then, in the case that something goes wrong, like how are you going to get mad at Peter finding out that you're in a harmful situation and trying to come out there and save you? Like that's just stupid. Like when she infiltrated the Sable base and she was trying to get information from that guy, I forgot what his name is, the tech dude or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And Peter, he's just looking at it like, hey, this girl's in a Sable base. I don't know whether or not she's in trouble or whether or not she infiltrated it or whether she got kidnapped. All I know is I hear MJ and this is a dangerous place. I'm trying to save you. And she would get mad at that.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, that was just like really stupid on her end. I didn't like that. So, as far as like how she is in this game, and I know you had a gripe with her writing that story and publishing it about Peter, but the way I look at it, You remember when Peter was fighting Scream and she was choking him out, and what did he say? He was like, "You're MJ, you want the truth." So like MJ's always gonna write about the truth regardless.
But that
And
wasn't the
and
truth. That's why he was so upset.
but it was she wasn't talking about Spider-Man, right? She was talking about the black symbiote, the black suit. That was
She
what
was
the
talking
article
about
was about.
Spider-Man and his new threads, whatnot.
No, she was talking about the black suit. I mean, well, she
He
was talking
is the
about
black suit
Spider-Man,
because
but
that's what he was wearing.
right, but so basically she was talking about Spider-Man, right? But she was talking about how Spider-Man wasn't himself anymore, and that was the truth. Peter wasn't himself at that time.
Peter
At
was
the
doing
time that the
everything. He didn't do anything different.
No, I'm talking, but this is what I'm talking about, Lucas. She was writing about the situation that she wrote about was that night before was when Peter went on, well, not Peter, but the symbiote went on a rampage.
What she
That was
wrote
what
was
she wrote
talking
about.
about she when she said she found her muse was regarding the lizard because she thinks he could have handled it differently.
The so you're talking about the article that Peter got mad at?
Yes.
The article that Peter got mad at was because MJ wrote about Black Suit Spider-Man in an unflattering light.
He hadn't done anything.
Peter hadn't, but the black suit controlling him the night before when he was asleep,
She didn't put
that
that
was
in the
what
article.
that was that was what basically what the whole article was about.
Then she's a cunt then. Because she knew that
But that
Peter was asleep and she decided not to tell him.
right, but at the same time you got to understand her state of mind. She might have been afraid to, she usually lets Peter read her articles before she publishes them, but the way Peter's acting or the way
Why would you
she
have him read
perceives
an
it.
article with her? She had no intention of having him read that article. Why on
Right,
earth
but that
would you put an article of you dogging out your dude, right, and expected him to give you some what constructive feedback?
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. She didn't want to do it because she might have been afraid of how Peter was acting. She might have looked
What
at
do you
him in a
mean she didn't
different
want to
light.
do
Like,
it? She came when Peter comes back. He says he's tired, and she wanted him to look at the article.
right, yeah, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, that makes sense. But I thought the article was about her entire experience with him, even the
The
night
article was just
before.
a hit piece on him. That's all it was, even though he didn't do anything. She didn't like how he handled the lizard, but there was literally nothing else he could have done with the lizard to mitigate any damage. But she didn't like that he pushed back to her.
Right, that's crazy. I thought the article included the night before.
No, no, it had to do with as far as the lizard. She was just a complete bitch.
Yeah, well,
She's a controlling individual. She's not a team
right.
player. I don't consider her a team player. Just because you do something every once in a while, I don't consider that. I think she's an evil person who treats Peter like trash.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you're correct about what the article had in it, so she didn't if she didn't edit the article to include what had happened the night before, then yeah, if she had just published
But
that
that would be
article
even
about
worse
what
to include what happened the night before. Because you
so
know damn well that wasn't Peter. And you didn't
right,
even give him a chance. You didn't
but
even
she
tell him. Even if you had written the article, at least tell him
right.
afterwards, like, yo, do you know what you did? You tried to kill me, yada, yada, yada.
Right, right. But see, no, I wouldn't say that she's a bitch for including that, as long as she lets the viewer, or sorry, the reader know that the black suit Spider-Man was not acting in a way that he normally does. He wasn't himself, which is what I thought that she did with that article.
Yes, you can say that, but that had nothing to do with the night before. And had nothing to do with Black Suit Spider-Man. It had to do with the symbiote.
Right.
Because Black
Right.
Suit
If it had nothing
Spider-Man
to
is
do with the
Peter.
night before, then yeah, yeah, then most definitely. Like if it was just the article about the lizard, then yeah, that's kind of bullshit. That's kind of because I really don't see. I do agree with you in terms of like Black Suit Spider-Man. I'm not talking about evolved symbiote. I'm talking about Black Suit, right? I do agree that Black Suit Spider-Man, for the most part, he didn't really do much of anything wrong, right? Like Black Suit Spider-Man was, he I guess he enjoyed the vigors of the suit a little bit more. Like it made him stronger, made him better, which there's nothing wrong with that. I do, however, not like the fact that he wasn't very hasty to try and get the suit back to Harry. Like I know you disagree with that, but like you're saying that the black suit made Spider-Man a better Spider-Man. I mean, but Spider-Man's been doing this. He's been being Spider-Man for years now without the black suit, and you know that the black suit is the only thing that's keeping Harry alive. You can find different ways to be a better Spider-Man, because at the end of the day, Peter Parker's a genius.
Yeah, and he
He
can
can be a
find
better
different ways to
Spider-Man.
cure his illness.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They were trying to get Connors, which was the whole point of getting the lizard, right? They were trying to get Connors the cure so that he can help Harry and like stabilize him and keep him alive. But the thing is, we don't know that Connors knew a cure for Harry. What we do know is that the black suit would be a cure for, or not necessarily a cure. The black suit can keep Harry alive. Connors keeping Harry alive is not something that we know that he can do for sure. So that's why I
The
think
black
that
suit
Peter
isn't going
was
to do
being.
anything. That's why that whole plot point was redundant. It didn't matter
But the
if
black
he
suit,
brought
yeah,
this black suit back or not, because Dr. Connors wanted to destroy it.
right. Dr. Connors wanted to destroy the suit. So that's another reason why it's like, wait, why do you want to save Connors when Connors is trying to destroy the thing that would keep Harry
Well, the
alive?
reason why he didn't know that prior to saving Connors.
Right. Right. But see, what I'm saying, Lucas, is that him saving Connors can also be interpreted as a selfish reason as well, because he wanted to keep the suit for himself and have Connors find another way to keep Harry alive.
That had
When
nothing to
in
do with it. His whole motive, up until the point, like later on, where he finds out that Connors wants to destroy it, was to help Harry. He says it multiple times. Like, as soon as I get this antidote, the suit is going to be right in your hands, buddy. So it wasn't selfish at all. Even when he's as
right,
far as being upset with the Craven's men, he's like, "Yo, how could you do this to Connors? Connors doesn't deserve this."
right. No, my gripe isn't even with like Craven's men and whatnot. Yeah, obviously he was trying to save Connors, because obviously he deserves he believes that Connors deserved to be saved, and he didn't deserve to the things that happened to him by Craven, right? But at the same time, so you're saying that he wasn't trying to save Connors for Harry's benefit?
No, he was trying to save Connors for Harry's benefit.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that was Peter's ulterior motive to saving Connors. Obviously, he wanted to save Connors because Connors needed to be saved, but he also knew if he saved Connors that he would be able to keep the black suit because Connors would come up with a way for Harry to stay alive,
No,
right?
there's nothing to suggest that. That maybe you believe in that, but there's nothing in the game that suggests that's his ulterior motive.
What suggests that is that he said that once he saves Connors, he's going to give him the black suit, but he didn't do that.
Do you know why he didn't do that?
Yeah, he didn't do that because he enjoyed the use of the black
No,
suit.
he didn't do that because Connors, upon saving Connors, Connors says that, "Hey, I need to destroy it."
Right. So Connors says I need to destroy it, right? So if Connors is saying I need to destroy the suit, then why isn't Peter just leaving Connors alone and trying to figure out a way to get Harry the suit now?
Why would he want to give Harry the suit if Connors just said he needs to destroy it, that it's an alien symbiote?
Right. So Connors wanted to destroy the symbiote, but Peter was trying to get the suit back to Harry, right? But then
You're
all of
getting
a
your
sudden,
timelines mixed up, right? So Peter wanted to get the suit back to Harry. That's the whole reason for
right,
him finding Dr. Connors.
initially,
Upon
right? That
yes,
was the whole point.
upon him finding Dr. Connors says, "Hey,
Right,
you have an alien. We need to destroy it." He then says,
right,
"No." That's the end of that.
right,
So it doesn't matter about Harry, because even if he does give the suit back to Connors, he's going to destroy it, and it's not going to benefit
right.
Harry.
Right, but so that's my point. So he meets Connors. Connors says, "Hey, the thing on you is an alien. We need to destroy it. Cool. Peter's not cool with that. But now, at the end of that whole situation, why is it that Peter isn't trying another way to get the suit back to Harry now?
Why would he give the suit back to Harry? I don't understand. Why would he do that?
Because Harry is dying in the suit.
So wait. If he knows that the suit is an alien symbiote and Connors wants to destroy it, that it's not good. It's not a good thing. Why would he then not give that not good thing to Harry?
Then why would he want to keep it on him then? So
that's the whole point, because he likes the power of the symbiote despite the consequences that come with it.
And that's my point. And that's
so why would he put that on Harry? Why would he put that on Harry? I don't understand.
Because it's keeping Harry alive.
It's not going to keep Harry alive. As we can see, it turns him to the Venom.
Yeah, but it still kept him alive. And at that point, he didn't know that it would turn him into Venom.
They do. Connor says that it bonds at a subcellular level.
Lucas, I'm trying to get the point across to you. This is what I'm saying. He chose the power of the symbiote and how it made him feel versus saving his best friend's life.
Listen, my guy. It has nothing to do with saving his life, right? The only person who would be able to give it to Peter, to give it to Harry, was Dr. Connors. Yes?
Right.
Yes, right?
Well, Dr. Connors might have known a way to get it off. Yeah.
Dr. Connors was the only person to get it off. He was the only person.
Right.
Dr. Connors is no longer a viable option.
Right.
So there was nothing Peter could do.
It's still a viable option. You know why? Because he could have got Dr. Connors to get the suit off of him, and once the suit was off of him, then he could have given it back to Harry. Even though Dr. Connors.
What are you talking about? Giving it back to the doctor? What are you, you're talking foolishness, bro. This is the reason why you're talking foolishness, because you're saying he's going to go to Dr. Connors. Dr. Connors is going to get the suit off of him. He's going to jack it from Dr. Connors and give it to Harry, even though he knows that the suit is harmful.
I mean, but until the time that they can find a cure for him.
What do you mean until the time you can find a cure? Dr. Connors says it's bonding with you. The longer you have it on, it has a stronger bond.
Right, understandable, yeah, but so then why is it okay for him to keep it for himself because of the power versus him getting it to his friend who is dying? What's more important?
I'm not saying it's okay for him to keep it for himself, but there was nothing else to do. Why would I give it up? It's helping me become a better Spider-Man. It's the reason why Dr. Connors is even Dr. Connors.
Yeah, so that's just. I don't know. I guess that's just the part where I disagree, is because I don't think that Peter, should. If Peter's going to keep it for himself for the power, then that's a selfish reason to keep it.
It's not a selfish reason because it's making him a better Spider-Man, and him being a better Spider-Man helps everyone.
Yeah, but he's thinking that it makes him a better Spider-Man.
It does make him a better Spider-Man. He credits the suit for the only reason he was able to stop Dr. Connors to begin with.
I mean, but who's to say that he wasn't able to stop Dr. Connors as regular Spider-Man?
The game. I don't know what to tell you. Peter says that.
But that's what I'm saying. That the gameplay, just because you control Peter as Black Suit Spider-Man and stop Dr. Connors, the Lizard, while you're wearing the black suit, doesn't mean that Peter wouldn't have been able to do it himself as regular Spider-Man.
Yes, it does, because that's exactly what Peter says.
Yeah, but that's the symbiote talking. That's not.
I don't know. What do we have this from? Based off of what?
Because Peter was in the symbiote when he said that. And
therefore, what? So therefore, anything Peter says, it's the symbiote talking?
We know that the symbiote has influence on Peter.
The influence didn't come later on to the game.
I disagree. I think that Peter, while he was wearing the black suit, the black suit still had some influence on him.
Okay, so whatever influence that is, neither of us know. All I can go off as far as what the game says, right? Peter says the only way I could have stopped him was thanks to the symbiote.
Right, but and you're saying he said that.
He even talks about how he wishes he had the symbiote's power later on in the game when he no longer has it. He's like, I wish I had the symbiote's strength right about now.
Right. So, but that's what I'm saying.
So clearly, the symbiote was assisting him in stopping Dr. Connors.
I mean, but he could have that. But
I understand you're saying he could have. I'm just saying there's nothing for you. You're just pulling that out of your ass. That's all you're doing.
But see, this is what I'm saying, Lucas. What you just said that we don't know. It's neither here nor there
No,
where
we
the
do
influence
know
comes
because
from,
the
right?
reason why I'm saying this, I'm using the game. Peter says it multiple times.
Right, but again, like you said, Peter says it multiple times, but we don't know when it's the suit
He says
influencing him
it
and when it's
while with the
actually
symbiote
Peter.
suit, and he says it without the symbiote suit.
Right. When he was without the symbiote suit, he only said he misses the strength.
That is
That's
correct.
all
What
he
do you
said.
think helped him, assisted him in as far as defeating the lizard? What kind words? Banter? What are you talking
But
about?
he didn't only get strength from the suit though. Peter's senses were better. Peter's agility was better. He said it made him a better Spider-Man. He didn't say
By
it
all
made him a
means, the reason why it
stronger.
made him a better Spider-Man
Right.
because he was able to do more.
Right, but see, you're talking about. See, your point was Peter said that he misses the strength of the the black suit, but that's not the only thing that the black suit augmented for Peter.
The
It
only thing
augmented many
I
things.
understand, I'm not going off the comics. I'm going off the game. There's nothing in the game suggests that the suit augmented his spider sense. It doesn't show it in gameplay and doesn't show it in the story or the narrative. This is just you making up stuff.
But it did give him a slew of different moves that have nothing to do with
The
strength.
slew of different moves that it gave him were all power. It was all strength based.
Not necessarily.
What move did we get in the game
strike?
that had any augmentation of the spider sense?
Oh, okay. Spider sense aside, agility. It
What are you
definitely
talking
augmented.
about? We didn't get what agility? Where does it say that in the game?
I'm trying to tell you the symbiote strike is an agile move. The move where he turns into goo and then he flies down to his enemy and throws them up into the air.
You should stretch
That's
before
not a
you reach
strength
this
move.
hard, bro. You should stretch before you reach this hard. Okay?
That's not a
You're
strength
talking
move.
about
You're
the
trying to tell me
symbiote
that-
strike
you're
is
trying to
giving
tell
him
me that's a strength?
agility. By all
That is an agile move.
Okay,
What other?
Bro, he's
what move
Spider-Man.
is more-
He's agile at standard basis, you dumb fuck. What are you
Right.
talking about?
He's definitely yes. You're right. He is.
Get off the phone, bro. Get off the phone. You're getting me upset because you sound like a fucking retard. It makes him agile. It makes Spider-Man agile? What are you talking about, bro? I can't listen to this tard anymore, bro. Yeah, bro, it's affecting him. Lord in heaven. Goodness gracious. Yes, because he used that move to defeat the lizard, bro. Goodness, Lord in heaven. These mofos be coming up with their own storylines and be reading into stuff where it's like, where does that come from? Well, the agile, or maybe it's just a cool looking move. Did you ever think about that? Maybe Insomniac is like, hey, that's a cool move. How about we do that? These mofos be like, well, if you look at the tendrils mean that it's more agile. Because he's more agile, that means he was able to lift more strength. Y'all be reading into it. Y'all need to chill, bro. Y'all need to chill, bro. Just chill for a second, okay? That level of reach is insane, bro. Nah, the caller had a good point. Then you're a fucking retard, King. And you should go kiss your boyfriend, okay? Because if you think that's a good point, I don't know what to tell you. You're just fundamentally just stupid, okay? Because the costume, as far as the symbiote, definitely helped him as far as defeat Dr. Connors. He says it while in the symbiote, and he says it without the symbiote. What are we talking about? Him talking about it changed his spider sense. Where'd you get that from? Well, we'll leave that alone. It changes agility. You're just reaching, bro. You're just reaching for fucking grasping for straws. Okay? That's all you're doing, bro. You could say it made his webs more sticky. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Lord in heaven. Y'all mofos sound retarded, bro. And if you retarded, then just say so. If you think he had a great point, then you're stupid. Get out of the chat. Bye. You're banned. Bye. Just like that. Because he didn't have a good point. Anyone who thinks he has a good point, your IQ is it's below room temperature. And I don't want your retardation infecting the chat. This man was going all over the place. He was reaching. When you forego a point that you originally had and go to another one, you're fucking reaching. You're searching for something. You're grasping for straws. It augmented his spider sense. What? He was lying. He was lying when he said that. It was the symbiote. But he said that when he didn't have the symbiote. Well, bro, just be quiet, bro. You don't have a point. Stop it. You're reaching. Just goodness fucking gracious, bro. What is wrong with y'all, bro? Black Air Force, I will fucking time you out for fucking eternity, bro. For fucking eternity, bro. You will have 20 personalities by the time I'm done. Not just the 5 you have right now. 678, you're on the line. What's a disagreement and tell me why?
How's your day going, sir?
Jesus Christ. Hold up. Before we have your 5-hour long discussion, let me get a few calls in. Lord in heaven. I need to flag that number. That's what I need to do. I need to flag that number. Just nonsense. I can't go from nonsense to that. I need a Lord in heaven. 316, you're on the line.
Hello, Lucas. First of all, I want to say I enjoyed your playthrough of Spider-Man. I also enjoyed to play the game myself. And I watched both of your reviews. I agree with a lot of stuff. One thing I sort of miss myself, I feel that one thing they missed out on is the city itself is not really immersive. Like, the only real missions that you get within the city are the pictures you take, then you have something happening in the city. But other than that, you're just sort of flying over it. And sometimes you web string to it, but there's nobody in the windows. There's nothing to really interact with the city other than maybe the crimes, but the crimes are repetitive and stale. That's something that I really, really didn't like about the game. Another thing I want to mention is the people say it's impressive that you can switch between Miles and Peter in an instant.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really find it that impressive because I think you could do that in GTA 5 like 10 years ago between the 3 characters. That was almost instant. That took like 3 or 4 seconds. So I don't really care about that. And the fast travel, it's really cool, but it's sort of gimmicky because it also takes away from the traversal, which is the main sell of the game, I think.
Well, I don't
And
think it takes away because no one's forcing you to do it.
That's true. Okay, so that's true. And the final thing I want to say is, and that's my actual small disagreement, but I kind of like the Miles suit, the last one.
Stop it, bro. You're lying.
Really
you're lying to yourself.
I really do. Like, my favorite one is the one with the cat in the backpack. But
okay, yeah. There's no way you like his final suit.
I do.
Oh my god, bro.
Maybe if they could have taken away that his hair sticks out, like that's probably maybe I should have done that differently, and maybe the shoes a little bit. But I like the middle part a lot. That's just
god awful. What is it, like pink and blue?
Yeah, looks like plastic as well, but I like it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. To each their
All
own.
Right, I'll let you to it.
All right, bro. Appreciate the call. Lord in heaven. You don't like his final suit? CLS, stop trolling, bro. There is no way in God's green earth you like his final suit. That thing is god awful, bro. What are we talking about? Y'all are taking the piss, bro. Just stop it. That is the ugliest shit I've seen in my life. That's the ugliest shit I've seen in my life. I don't know what is wrong with y'all, bro. What is wrong with y'all? Peter's tricks? Yeah, Peter's tricks are the same. Miles, one thing I don't like is Miles has more tricks than Peter. Well, I won't say more tricks, but his tricks are different than no, he has more tricks because Peter has the same trick for 3 of his moves. 216, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
Hi.
My disagreement was with your opinion about Peter Parker being a little bit too whiny.
Mm-hmm.
I understand what you're coming from. He was, but all the parts that he was, what you would say he was whining, was in situations where a normal person would be emotional, and it would be warranted for him to be worked up. You know what I'm talking about?
I mean, I hear you, but that just wasn't shown to be the case for anyone else in the story. Because
Yeah, but
Mary Jane goes through a lot, right? Miles goes through a lot. Even Harry goes through a lot. And neither of them are really whiny. Even when Harry's on like his deathbed, he's just saying, "Hey, Pete, I really wish if you could bring the suit back."
true. He was trying to be a little bit funny with him, trying to be just good hearted, but
Yeah,
yet
but
again, Peter was the one with the symbiote. Peter was the one with the anger getting fluctuated and his emotions going
but we
out
didn't
of
see
whack.
any anger. We just, I mean, for the most part, we heard it. We when he's for Dr. Connors, but he really doesn't forcefully show any actual anger.
When Miles was kidnapped and he was beating down the Craven hitmen and then started fighting Craven.
That is true. He was upset at Craven for there.
Yeah. So, and I don't care about Mary Jane, but when he was not chasing her, I'm not talking about that when he was sleeping, but when he was arguing with her, when he was with Harry, when he was arguing with her, he was telling her like, "You're not the hero, I am."
But he's right.
I'm not saying he's not right. I'm just saying that's something that he wouldn't normally do because his
But I think
emotions
that
was
goes to
always
show how
there.
much of a whiny bitch he is, though. Because he gets a spine when he gets the symbiote suit. He actually starts acting like a man when he gets the symbiote suit.
You talk about when it comes to MJ, him and
When
her
it comes to
interactions with each
everything,
other.
honestly. Because after,
I
I mean,
mean,
even when he's having the suit, I mean, after he takes off the suit, he's just constantly, "I'm sorry, I'm. Especially in the image in the scream section, Lord, everyone just
all
punks
right,
him. That's why I liked
all
him
right,
with the suit because he wasn't taking that anymore. He was like, "Listen, we'll find him." He was stern, right, but not disrespectful.
true. He was being more stern with him, with MJ and with everyone else. But also, what I was trying to say was, shit, you made me lose my thought. When he was talking to Rio Morales, and she was like, "I was trying to call you to find out where my son was," and he was like, "I said I would find him." He ain't know where the heck Miles was.
But that's not the point. The point is, he said he will find him. That's all you need to know. Obviously, he doesn't know where he is, or he would tell her.
True. Okay. I do agree with you on the screen part when he was trying to apologize to MJ and blah blah blah, but that was just more or less to try to get her out of the symbiote, not trying to
But there wasn't even
wow
to
her.
anything to apologize for because he knew it wasn't MJ saying that. Although
True, but
I
it
think that was
even
MJ saying that because I think her character is trash.
a part of it was MJ saying it, but what I was trying to say was when he was trying to he wasn't trying to piss her off even more. Like he knows the influence of the symbiote. If he kept antagonizing her, she would listen to it a little bit more.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't disagree with that.
Hmm. But also, I do agree that there's some things with like when you say he was nerfed, he wasn't nerfed that bigly, but there are some things where he could have just saved himself. Like they purposely put him in a situation where, like in the beginning with the Sandman fight, when he was getting pulled down by the sand, I was like, why don't you just use your arms right now?
Why don't you use your
Work
your
yourself
your
out.
freaking your web shooters and shoot a web and save yourself instead of reaching out?
Exactly. Or when the roller coaster. when the tracks was going down and the other roller coaster was pushing on him, I was like, why don't you just use your extra 4 arms that you made, hold the web so you can keep those roller coasters from falling.
Yeah,
But
I don't even know. Does he ever use those 4 arms canically in any of the what do you call it? In any of the cutscenes? I'm trying to think. I don't remember seeing them. Like any of the
no,
cutscenes he's in. Do you remember him using his 4 arms?
no, I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I
No,
just
he has not used it.
he uses it to fight Sandman. That's right. In the very beginning, he uses it to fight Sandman. A move that we never see again. which is fine. I get it. They just use that move to take down a big boss. But yeah, he does use him in the beginning to fight Sandman. Then we never see him ever again.
Not in the cutscenes, no.
Yeah.
And in some parts, he could have just used them. Like when, again, with Cletus Cassidy, when he was trapped and pinned by that one train car, I was like, dude, there's no way you can push that off yourself.
Yeah. Like I said, they nerfed him. That's what I'm saying. I say they nerfed him in that, but then also with him being stabbed. I'm just like, I'm sorry, that stab would not have just killed Spider-Man. Especially not this Spider-Man, given what they've shown us. He's been stabbed before. He got stabbed by Scorpion.
True. But this, with Craven's knife, it was also shown to be one stronger than Scorpion's tail and two a bit longer.
Wait, where was it shown to be stronger than Scorpion's tail?
When Scorpion stabbed Craven in the arm, he used that knife to cut the tip of his tail.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strong knife, but I don't know how durable his tail is.
Durable enough to stab Spider-Man, I guess.
I mean, any knife can stab Spider-Man. He does have human skin. He just has faster reflexes.
Yes, he does have a little.
I just don't. I think he would have had more time, bro. If he can be freaking stomped out by the Sinister Six, and wake up with broken bones and still be able to save the city, I think a stab wound.
That part, that's what I wanted to bring up. When that happened at the end of that country, that said at the bottom of the right, 2 days later, he didn't get right back up at that same night.
Yeah, but he also wasn't dead though.
A beat down is a bit different from getting stabbed.
Bruh, he got stabbed by Scorpion's stinger.
He got stabbed in the back by Scorpion's tail. It wasn't even that long of a stab wound.
I don't know how much of the tail went in, but he still got stabbed. In addition, it was a toxin. Toxus. What am I thinking of? Not toxic. Yeah, it was toxic, excuse me. Because we saw that the first time that he got stabbed by it.
Yes, that is true. He had to cure himself before he died from the poison. You're right.
So I get that he would be hurt. No doubt, best believe. But instant death? Nah, I don't think so. I think if they wanted to give him the symbiote suit, there was better ways to do it.
Okay, I can't defute that. That's okay. But that's about it then. Thank you for your time.
No problem, my guy. You take care and stay safe. Yeah, I just think it was sloppy writing. As simple as that. I don't know how anyone can be like, this game is freaking, 10 out of 10. Like, you're out of your freaking mind if you think this is 10 out of 10. You're out of your mind. The only way someone can say that if they just like, well, it's okay. That's the only way someone can say that. There's no way. And that sloppy writing has an impact on the game and your experience, especially with the gameplay. Because it's like, bro, what? What's going on here? 442, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
I disagree with your thoughts on Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 is better than Spider-Man 2. That's just really about it.
Spider-Man 2 is better than Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah,
How does that make sense to you?
because it's just better.
Do you hear what you just said? Or I don't understand. Do you think stupidity is funny? I don't like what? I guess he thinks sounding ignorant as fuck is humorous to people. No, it's not. I don't think your father would be proud of you. If I were to send your father that clip, I don't think he'd be like, "That's my boy." No. He'd be very upset, be like, "What the hell is going on with this? The money I spent for for tuition. I told you we should have just gone to Hawaii. The boy's a failure. You wouldn't listen to me." Fucking morons. Goodness gracious. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems that they're not having the people on the team, some of them are screwing up the game. That's what it seems like. It seems like some of them are screwing up the game. I don't know who specifically, but some people on the team are screwing up the game, bro. I don't know who thought that was good writing. I just don't understand. Like the writing is just absolute shite. Absolute shite. With all the improvements that they've made in, gameplay wise, I just don't see. I think this could have been such a great freaking game. It could have been, honestly, it could have been better than Spider-Man 2. I don't think this game is better than Spider-Man 2 on the PS2. I just don't think it is. I think the story really holds it back that much. That's what I'm gonna say. I think it holds it back that much, bro. Just that much. It honestly reminds me. What you want to know? What this reminds me? It reminds me of Web of Shadows. Because as much as you may love Web of Shadows, that voice actor just tanked the game. He tanked the game, bro. He tanked the game. 787, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Hey, can you hear me, Lucas?
Yep.
Awesome, man. Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm still alive.
Still alive. I hear you, bro. Hey, well, I'm disagreeing with you only with I guess your rating for the game. I believe it was, you gave it an 8, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I can give it an 8.
Give it an 8? Okay.
I wouldn't be
mean,
upset if
bro,
someone gives it a 7.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, bro, man, with the story and other reviews that I've seen, I mean, it was, I gave it an 8 as well. But, bro, I went to a 6.
What? Wait, you skipped 7 and went to 6? How, Sway?
Yeah. Well, you know what? You remember the late brother, Kevin Samuels?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he used to say that he doesn't say 7 because most people say, 7. So he would just say you're either a 6 or an 8. And so, well.
Why? I don't understand. How does that make any sense?
Well, I guess a 7 is what most people would settle with, is what I'm trying to say.
But if it's a 7, why not just say it's a 7?
Well, that's true. That's true. I just say that if I think more about it, I just give it a 6. But that does make sense. It's just something that.
Why do you give it a 6? Because I think that's crazy.
Fair enough. I give it a 6 in terms of the story.
But in terms of the overall game.
Okay, in terms of the overall game, I think a 6 is too low and an 8 is too high. So I'm going to have to eat up what I just said about the 7, and I just have to settle with a 7.
So you give it a 7, okay.
Yeah, in terms of the story. But I also like to say, Lucas, because of the other callers. The symbiote Peter or symbiote Spider-Man was struggling with the lizard, and so I don't agree with the guy that he was saying that he could have, if he was only the red suit, he could have beaten him. So I agree with you that even Peter with the symbiote was struggling, and only with the symbiote he could manage to beat him.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't a fast fight. It was a pretty drawn out
Right.
fight. He could even catch up to him.
Right. Exactly. And yeah, but that's just nonsense. Hey, have you seen? I forget the guy's name, but he's a pretty popular YouTuber. He mentioned you in one of his videos. I think it starts with Griffin. His name. He made a review of Spider-Man. Said that it was if you type in Spider-Man 2 review, it says that it's like a movie type garbage or something like that was the title. But he used your clip about Mary Jane, which I thought it was cool that he used you, because there's a lot of
the
people.
problem with the using me is that a lot of these people use me, but they use it to shit on the game.
Right.
So it's kind of like it's a double-edged sword, it seems.
Yeah, you're right. But in this case, he used you in a positive way, because he was talking about Mary Jane and how they ruin her character in this game, and he clipped one of your videos about a portion of the video of you talking about Mary Jane. So I thought it was cool, because a lot of YouTubers are out here giving it a 10 out of 10, and so that's just, I don't see how you can give it a 10 out of 10 like you just said.
Yeah, it's because they want to be in good graces with Insomniac.
True. Yeah. Hey, what did you think about the anti-venom suit, how it looks?
I don't like the anti-venom suit, how it looks. But I seem to be the only one in that camp, which is fine. Yeah, I don't like it, but it's not a big enough gripe for me to like mention it. I just don't like. I don't like the lenses. But I think of course, they have the lenses so he can be, show some expression. I just don't like that.
Right.
You have this foreign alien with this mechanical eyes. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, the first thing in my mind I thought was like a Mr. Black Cat. Looks like some kind of cat superhero or something like that. Looks weird. So I don't know, man. It's just the symbiote was so underutilized. You could have used the power of the PlayStation 5, how they say constantly, and really knock it out of the park with the symbiote. But well, what can you do?
Nothing. We can hope in the
Nothing.
DLC, the DLC, or we have to wait another 5 years. Actually, to be fair, when was Miles Morales? Because I'm sure they're gonna have a follow up to this. Wasn't Miles Morales like 2 years after Spider-Man 1?
Yes, because the first one was 2018 and Miles Morales was 2020 around December.
Okay, yeah. So we have to wait 2 years, for a follow up. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, for a major expansion, if you want to call it that, but yeah.
Because they'll usually add some new things in the next one.
Correct. Hey, did you see about Kind of Funny?
Yes, I saw the interview. I haven't finished it, but I was kind of sickened by the interview.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
They're just freaking jerking him off, bro. And I'm just like, what is this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw the whole thing, and they even did a quick review, and they gave it a 5 out of 5, and praising it and saying they're so-called Spider-Man fans, but
yeah, but that's just how it is in any industry, right? If you want to be good in the industry, you're gonna have to make friends. Unfortunately, this is the way to make friends, where it's like buddy.
Yeah.
It's kind of like no one wants to go on a show which is actually going to hold your feet to the fire. No one wants to do that in any industry.
Correct.
But I'm like, this is the only industry where it's like, well, we can all see that this isn't the case. Or we can all experiencing it. Like, okay, this isn't fun. Even the most like layman person could be like, this is kind of repetitive, or this is boring, or yada yada yada.
Right. Man, I mean, I just don't see what's the downside of just saying, hey, listen, you did.
The
a lot
downside
good,
is that he doesn't go on your show again. So now you no
Right,
longer
right.
have access to Insomniac games and one of the biggest freaking games in PlayStation's history. So it's like, do you risk doing that in order to maintain, integrity of saying, hey, the game could have done this better, could have done that better? Or do you just simply say, hey, the game is great, the game is awesome? And if you're a
Right.
business, well, then at the end of the day, I mean, I would think you would want to do what's best for business. What's best for business to have Brian Intihar and creatives like him on your show. Because just like you're talking about it, because he's one of the only people who's gotten an interview with him thus far, post launch, from my understanding. So I'm sure that's
I think,
go for it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I think Caboose had a video with him, but I don't know the timeline of who was first. But I did see him talking to him, if I'm not mistaken.
Gotcha.
Caboose, yeah, but yeah, that's another gentleman that is well, I don't want to get into it, but yeah, you're right. It sucks that's how businesses and corporations, if you want to be buddies with them, that's how you gotta act. But at least I would hope when the cameras are off, you would say, hey man, some problems here and here.
Yeah, most definitely, probably.
One.
Yeah, I mean that would
Hopefully,
probably be the best way to handle it because you don't want to embarrass him.
Right. Right, and even if you're a fan and it bothers you, you can play in the eyes of the the consumer or in the eyes of the world. You can play you can play it safe and give him a good old pat in the back, but at least go behind the cameras and talk about the game really, because you care about it. That's what I would hope.
100%. Don't disagree.
And hey, also, it'd be cool if you had an agreement day or something like that, because I just, that was my only disagreement with you was the review, and it's not really a big thing.
Fair enough. We may have that maybe the day before Disagreement.
Yeah, just maybe not as long or whatever you like, but something like that was cool. And also, I was watching some Spider-Man 3, the video game clips. It's very similar, the lizard part, with Insomniac's take on it.
It's extremely similar, yeah.
Yeah.
Just like the
And
end of
it's
the
funny
game is
because-
extremely similar to Web of Shadows.
Right, exactly. I mean, I couldn't believe they went that way, but I wasn't that surprised.
Yeah, which is why I don't see how people can be like, oh, this is the greatest game ever. This is a masterpiece. I'm like, what? How?
Bro, man, I was watching some video about the upgrades on Web of Shadows. Bro, it doesn't hold a candle to it. Like the combat in Web of Shadows, forget it. The suit switching and the different moves you get, wall switching and stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah.
10 out of 10 to them. For that, I think they were a little game developers or something like that. They weren't a big studio. Shaba Games. or
Yeah,
something
and
like
they
that.
did it. I believe they did it within like a year or so or something like that. I can't remember. It was like a crazy crunch time they had to make that game.
Yes, it was in a short span of time. That's right. That's right. It's like, yeah, another YouTuber that makes videos about how modern gaming, takes a beautiful female and just, well, look at Mary Jane, to say the least. It's like they're purposefully making our female protagonists ugly on purpose. His name is Cyael. I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah. What do you think about that? Like modern?
Oh, him? Yeah, I know of him.
Western
Yeah,
gaming?
I don't really watch his stuff because apparently he's a woman beater.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay.
But I think a lot of
Fair
these
enough.
people just take it a little too much, a little too serious. Because I'm thinking about Because I do see the model, and I'm like, They're saying they did a new scan of her. I'm like, maybe she like ridiculously aged during that time period. So I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. It's just, man, I mean, read if you, bro, the comics and even I forget her name from the original Sam Raimi trilogy, the Goated trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
The Mary Jane, I think it was Kristen something.
Yeah, Kirsten Dunst.
Yeah, I mean, bro, in the first movie, I mean, beautiful, and that's how she's supposed to be in the comics.
Yeah, I think it's just this is their rendition of Mary Jane. So, and their rendition.
I guess Peter knew that secretly, and that's why he sent her to the hive mind of the symbiote to fend for herself.
As a plot.
I guess. Yeah.
Oh, you're back. Oh, I'm so happy, Mary Jane.
Yeah. Relief even.
That's freaking hilarious.
Yeah. But oh yeah, real quick, I was mentioning the Spider-Man 3 game because Toby, when he has the symbiote in that game, is a menace, man. I mean, so funny. I mean, I just wish we had imagined Toby as a voiceover in the Insomniac games, being like his true symbiote self.
I mean, that would be interesting if a game ever does something like that, right? Where instead of suits, where you can have like, obviously, I don't know if they'd be able to get Toby, but one of the maybe what's his name, Josh Keaton, like voice the game. Right. I think that would be cool. Or have Christopher Daniel Barnes voice the game and stuff like that. Kind of like they have different narrators on fighting games or Mortal Kombat. I think that would be interesting.
Oh man, that would be they might overshadow the like Yuri Lowenthal though. So I don't know. But,
I mean, that would just take forever to produce.
That's right also. Yeah. Yeah. Overall, cool. There was some cool stuff, but definitely not a 10 out of 10. Unfortunately, I'm playing it right now in ultimate mode just to for the fun of it, but it's just not fun, man. Like I don't know. It's like I wish it was the great game, that they Insomniac's capable of giving us, but I don't know, man. It's like mediocrity is the supreme ruler nowadays in the gaming industry, and even with the Marvel movies and Disney, just mediocre stuff.
Yeah, sometimes a lot of comfort food.
Yeah, like you said, it was a good McDonald's meal, but that's it.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, appreciate you, and just so you know, I'm a big fan from Puerto Rico. I'm 23. And
hey! Appreciate it, my guy. You take care and stay safe. Man.
Hey, you as well, bro.
Oh, I should have asked him what he thought about the Puerto Rican flag being butchered. That was hilarious. That was hilarious. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. 623, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Just wanted you to check out Brian and Har's other interview that he did with GameSpot.
He did another one with GameSpot? Okay.
Yeah, a lot of meat riding, dude. So.
All right, I'll check it out. We'll do.
Yes, sir. All right, later.
Later. What did GameSpot give the game? Hold on. What did GameSpot give the game? I don't even remember what GameSpot gave the game. Does anyone remember what GameSpot gave the game? GameSpot. Spider-Man 2 review. GameSpot. There's quite. What do they give the game? I want to see them go on. They gave it an 8. Okay, they gave it the same score that IGN gave it, right? IGN Spider-Man 2. IGN gave it an 8 as well, right? Conclusion. Yeah, they gave it an 8. Oh man, I want to see really. How are they gonna freaking dick ride if they gave the game an 8? I think the game's an 8. I wouldn't have an issue with someone giving it, a 7 given to the bugs and everything. I was overlooking the bugs, bro. And because those bugs, I can definitely give it a 7, bro. I wouldn't even be upset giving it a 7. The only reason I wouldn't give it a 7 is because I'm just a fan. I think that fan added like that extra point. Because those bugs and this story, absolute fucking shite. What was it? I don't know how anybody can justify the story, bro. Anyone who's justified the story. GameSpot, Brian Nahar. I just don't understand it, bro. And I give him credit for the improvements, but I'm just like 503, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
So are you just a raging sexist transphobe, or do you hate MJ because Peter got her and you can't?
No, I'm a racist, sexist, transphobe.
No, I said raging sexist transphobe.
Rage. I'm a raging sexist transphobe.
No, I know
yes.
you're not racist. You're just black keepstar. So.
Yeah. I'm a racist. I'm a raging sexist transphobe.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
That's all, pal.
All right. Take care. A raging sexist transphobe. So are you saying that Mary Jane actually is a man? Is that what you're saying? I don't even understand that. I honestly don't even understand that. I don't even understand. Like what did we gather from that? Okay, let's look at this interview. Because I could have sworn he said something that hasn't been done in the games or the comics before. When it came to Venom. Let me see. Because I'm pretty sure he said
this. Experience that you guys.
See it. God, dog.
I want to talk about the two main ones, but we have some new art to show of. We obviously create.
Man, I don't know why they're showing this art. This art was nothing more than a cock tease.
We got the reveal.
The anti-venom suit essentially was a modified version of the Future Foundation suit. That's why they didn't put it in the game. Oh, that's why they didn't put the Future Foundation suit in the game? No, that I don't really care for. I just think the anti-venom suit I don't like the eyes. I think the eyes are trash. Everything else is like whatever. I don't care for anti-venom that much, so I don't really care about the design. I just don't like the eyes. Do you have the audio ever cut out for you? I was doing the MJ mission. Yes, I've had the audio cut out. Where she got the stone thing and I died one time and the audio just cut out. Yes, I've had the audio cut out. 100%. Hold on, let me see what he says. Cause I'm pretty sure, doesn't he say Venom, Eddie Brock, we're gonna do a different thing
PlayStation events,
where we haven't
also
seen
about, him.
Okay, let's lower the fucking
So Kraven's very different from any character we've done. He's not, he's not powered by magic or, tech. He's just the best hunter in the world, and he's coming to New York.
He's just the best hunter in the world who doesn't fucking hunt. He gets his boys to hunt for him.
For his greatest.
They should just say he's the best killer in the world. There's a difference between hunting and killing. He's just a fucking serial killer. That's what they made Kraven. He's a serial killer. He's not like a hunter. There is no edge to him. He's just a serial killer. Let's call a spade a spade. He's a serial killer.
Hunt. And what's better than all of the Marvel characters that live in New York City? So Peter, Miles.
Do we ever see Kraven in the street? What is his concept art, bro? What is his concept art? Do we ever fight this man in the street in New York? What?
Miles and others. He's on the hunt.
And others. ...
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
But
let's see Venom.
Oh, there you go.
Look at that.
Good
Look at this false advertising, bro. Look at this, bro. Everybody was hyped like, yo, let's go. We fighting Venom in freaking New York in the street. You understand the destruction? They knew damn well. This man was smiling, knowing he was screwing us all.
Reaction to the art.
All right, now let's hear what he says
I'm
about
glad you're
Venom.
happy.
I don't know how much you're gonna
I'm
tell us
glad
about
you're
Venom. Is
happy.
this, can you tell? Is this an Osborn Venom? Can you tell what's the origin of Eddie Brock Venom? Or
It is not Eddie Brock.
Okay.
It is not Eddie Brock.
Okay.
Our goal was to tell an original story, something
Yes.
you haven't seen in the comics or the movies yet. Obviously,
Wow.
we love Venom for a reason.
Okay, in the comics and the movies yet. Isn't Harry Osborn Venom in the comics? In the Ultimate series? Or am I tripping? He said budget cuts. Isn't Harry Osborn Venom in the comics? 513, you're on the line. What's a disagreement and tell me why?
All right, I got a question. You ever felt the loving touch of a woman? Because I don't think you have. You keep calling him.
Okay, bro. If you get offended by what I said, then don't call in. Like, I don't understand. You're panting, right? Because I can see that this is the first time you call it in. Just chill. It's not that serious, bro. It's not that serious. This dude's been blowing up the phone lines to get in. I finally answer it. Have you ever have the warm touch of a woman? Bro, stop it, bro. You can't even finish a sentence. Go take some Adderall and then call back, bro. Like, chill. just wild shit. Hold on. So he lied to us because Harry was Venom in the Ultimate Comics, wasn't he? Or am I tripping? Because I remember that first Ultimate Comics, bro. I was like, ooh, that's clean. That's freaking clean. Y'all remember that? Like him and the big old eyes and everything. I was like, that's clean, boy. That's clean. I remember that. No, the show. He was only Venom in the cartoons, in the Ultimate. Okay. Who was Venom in the Ultimate Comics? Ultimate Spider. Wait.
Ultimate Spider-Man versus Ultimate Venom. Jane Watson. Now his life has belonged to things he refund from that. It's really got past rights to the very days. Any potential disadvantages.
It was
that
Eddie
may
Brock?
have,
That
and
was Eddie
not
Brock?
Any further than that. And in fact, what ended up going on is
I always thought that was fucking Harry. Why did they make Eddie Brock like
they
that?
found themselves grab this thing. So we really start to go.
Yeah, I didn't read all the way through. I stopped like I forgot where I stopped. I think it was Goblin or something. I saw the Goblin. I was like, because I didn't like how they drew. Was it Eddie Brock? Okay, so they made him. Okay, gotcha. Interesting. 386, you're on the line. What's a disagreement and tell me why?
Just a review. I think that the game is definitely a 4. I agree that it's
Wait, what?
bad.
What, a 4?
Yeah, the game, Spider-Man game.
How is it a 4?
It's just, the story was good, okay, but it just I don't think it.
The story was good.
Good, like mediocre. It wasn't as good as what I experienced in the first game or in the second one. I mean, I think you're right. It's not a 10.
Why is it a 4 though? I'm trying to understand why it's a 4.
Oh, okay. Well, I think everything you had said about how the game should have had more Venom. Like, I think have you ever played the Ultimate Spider-Man video game?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in that, when you beat it, you get to play Venom. Like, the fact that Venom was in here, I thought that was pretty cool, but it would have been nice if you got to actually play him. And you're right, Black Cat being in there, that was dumb. I think it would have been better if we got, because all the information we got from Black Cat in the first game, and then what we got in this one was just really weak. It didn't go anywhere. Would have been nice if we could have had the opportunity to play Black Cat after we beat the game. Kind of like how in Resident Evil 4, how you get to play the extra stuff at the end, like with Ada Wong and Mercenaries.
But what about I hear you, but what about it?
The structure.
What about it makes it a 4 though? That's what I don't understand.
Well, maybe I'm just harsher on it because I think we all expected more out of the game. The game is good, like visually it's amazing and it plays nice, but I just didn't feel like the experience after all of it, it didn't live up to.
If y'all don't know, they were really like whatever about the game, which is I find it hilarious that they're interviewing him.
I guess it kind of
I'm gonna
ran
show
the
you.
same course, but it didn't run as good as I wanted to. Like you have Craven in
I
there.
don't disagree with
but
anything you're saying. However, what I don't understand is why is it a 4?
why is it weaker than the first game?
No, that's significantly weak. What'd you give the first game?
Well, first one, I felt like, I guess maybe because the first game, it was like the first of it. Like you have a higher experience because you haven't seen a game like that in a while. So when the new one comes out, you want the story, the connections between the characters to be better. And I think that there's just too much for me. It was just a little, I guess I wanted more. Maybe I'm so used to having substance.
I don't disagree with you. I wanted more as well, but why did you give it a 4 though? Do you understand what a 4 is? A 4 is like trash.
Yeah. I don't think it's trash, but maybe I should say like a 5 because it's not a 10. It's just, I don't know. I'm not sure what it's missing, but I think to me, it's just the substance. And it's such a weird feeling because I think we overhyped it. I think we all kind of overhyped the game. Maybe that's what happened. But I don't know. It's just a weird, like, I know the games could have more, and we've seen better structuring in terms of how things unfold. And I think maybe
I don't disagree with it. What do you think about as far as the improvements that were made?
The improvements are made. Oh, I think visually, I think that's I think the improvements on that. I think the costume setups are good. I don't think all the costumes are trash. I'm kind of a hoodie person, so the revised ones with the hood were good, but those Assassin's Creed ones I don't really care for. I think the menu structure was good. I do like the designs of the characters.
What about gameplay-wise?
Gameplay-wise, I think I don't know. I think I did want more animation. More animation, I think, would have been great for Venom. Again, you don't get to play him. And I think more animation and a difference in animation, like you were talking about, I think that was what should have been there. But it did improve on just the overall feel of the characters. But I think just a little more, but not too much. Not too much. But I think it just needed to be longer in some ways, but better in story. Because in some ways it was. You were complaining about how Osborn felt about Peter, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think for me, I get that kind of attitude he has where he blames everybody for everybody else's failures except for his own, but it was kind of rushed. And I think in some ways, if the game had fleshed that out a little more, maybe the game needed another 9 months to get better dialogue in. I need to find out like if this is the same writing team as the first game, because the team's gotten bigger, so maybe something just kind of slipped here. It's just something slipped here. But I think the setup is nice, but I think it seems too fluff. Like normally when you have a lot of fluff, it's smoothed out well. I think some ways too much was shoved in, and it didn't give itself enough time to really fluctuate it out the way the first game did. So to me, it seems muddled somewhere, and I'm having difficulty figuring out the muddleness. But I can tell that when I looked at how Black Cat was put into this game, you're right, she's useless. But if you look at how Black Cat was put in the original game, there's a better story. Like, how did she get into the Doctor Strange's place? How did you steal from something from Doctor Strange? When did you hook up with this woman? And why can't we play Black Cat being chased by Miles and being chased by Peter, stealing stuff from criminals, leading up to getting to the Doctor Strange's place? Why couldn't that be like an extra part? Like there literally seems like this game is missing what it needs to be, in my opinion, close to a 10. But I think because of the need for a Spider-Man game and the MCU, whatever, even though it's trash, the MCU itself, is going to make this game a 10 for some people, right? I think it's going to be forcefully given the high grade, even though the lasting taste isn't going to be good. Like, I don't think it's going to be able to weigh in that well to Alan Wake 2. You know, I haven't played it yet, but Alan Wake 2 looks really good. It doesn't beat the experience I felt in the first 2 games, but that's probably because those are the first 2 games. Those are like the introduction. This is not a good follow-up, and hopefully the closing will be better. But I think it should have been a little longer to fix the bumps that we were experiencing in the game. So for me, because I'm annoyed by that, I say it's a 4 because I expected them to be to do better? Because you did 2 solid games. How did you stumble?
Well,
and
4 would
clutter
be
it up
that they
so
did
bad?
worse, though.
Yeah, they did. They did worse. They did
You
worse.
think they
They
did
should have been
worse?
able to, well, to me, I felt it should have been at least on par with Miles Morales and on par with Spider-Man, because I felt they stumbled somewhere in just not connecting, but flowing it out better. So that's why I guess I have it giving a 4 in my mind, because I just like, yo, this should have been I don't know, they should have failed so badly in terms of just getting it to where it needed to be and structure-wise. I think they missed things, but maybe because they got rushed by whoever oversees the game. I don't know. We'll probably find out later on what happened to it. It's just, I know the game could have been better because we've seen enough of what they can do and what other game companies can do. It's just somewhere in line, something happened where it just didn't, this didn't feel like it was the same team as the first 2. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I have to look it up though.
Okay. Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Sorry for ranting.
No, you're good. I just haven't come across anyone giving it a 4, because that's like a trash game essentially.
Yeah, I get it. It's just I'm kind of picky. Like if I like buying the same game, not the same game I should say, like the same idea over and over again, I expect it to be just something more to make me want to buy it. Like I don't own like every Mortal Kombat, right? I have to like because usually like the second or third one is going to be the more definitive version of what they're going for. Like Mortal Kombat 1 is good, but everybody's going in the route of verse games, which is fine. I love verse games because you get like, it's like 2 games in 1. But definitely Mortal Kombat 2 is going to be, I expect it to be the definitive version of where this franchise is heading to. You see what I'm saying?
Got you. Okay.
So that's why my expectations go like that. So it's like that. Now, again, I'm not trashing Mortal Kombat 1 in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying that it's a solid game. Definitely Mortal Kombat 2 will give people the understanding of what they're going to be doing next. And so when I saw Spider-Man 2, with what I saw with Spider-Man and what I experienced with Miles, that is like the introduction to where we're heading to. But what we got, somehow structurally, it fell below the experience of structuring of Miles and Spider-Man 1. So I was disappointed immensely in that. I was like, man, this doesn't make much sense. How'd you miss these? This game needed more time. There's something happened here. This game, something happened. I just don't know what happened, but something happened to the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
sorry for ranting.
You're good. Appreciate the call. That's wild to me, bro. To each his own, but that is fucking wild. A 4? Like, that's like, just skip it. Don't even play. That's not even a game. That's just like trash. It's not even worth your time. I don't know. 810, you're on the line. What's a disagreement and tell me why?
Oh, so I'm on the line? I mean, okay, look. Okay. I don't like how they did Peter Parker, man. I'm keeping it real.
What don't you like about it?
Okay, why? I can't be on my phone with you, but look. Why? I mean, I like empowering black characters, but they kind of cut Peter. Like then his girl bitching him. I'm like, bro, why your girl on a motorcycle? You about to get on bikes with your boy Harry, man. And it's like I understand, like, but I don't know Harry. And but look, this would have been way crazy. I think if Harry would have died at the end, then all that stuff, everything would have been okay. I'm telling you.
I don't disagree.
Homie should have died.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all. I definitely think he should have died.
This is a bit of a rant. I know I'm just babbling, but man, it's just a lot. I like Dan. I'm playing it. Okay, I pre-ordered, $70. I'm a fan of it. I pre-order. I'm playing it. I'm halfway through the game. I'm like, damn. 5 years I'm playing it and I'm halfway through this shit, and it's like, I'm sorry for cursing. I'm sorry, but it's kind of like, dang. What now? I mean, I'm not trying to say what now. I'm a grown. I'm 19. I'm in college and stuff. I got my stuff. You know what I'm saying? But dang, you know what I'm saying? Then I'm playing the side missions. the side missions ain't nothing. Like in the first one, the side missions you felt accomplished for beating them all, and this is like, oh, you won't know it's Spider-Man 3 in like 20 years. So I'm like, wow.
So you expected the length, the story length to be longer?
Yeah, like in San Andreas. I mean, I know there's two different games, you know, but it's like, you know, in San Andreas when CJ went to the South after his mom got, like, he found out who killed his mom and stuff, it didn't just end like, if Insomniac made it, it would end like, oh dang, oh yeah, he killed his mom, but you gonna have to be cool with Big Smoke, and you live in the country now, and you ain't got your house no more, and your girl keeps you like a hoe. Like, damn, okay, I gotta wait 5 years for the next part. Like, they should have made Venom part like at least like 8 more hours, like, or 6 more hours, like something.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all.
My fault. I kind of broke the purpose of the show. Is disagreement. I'm right here.
No, you good. I just don't disagree. Yeah, I agree with you.
Man, that's really. I mean, and then the symbiote. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's like flip flop. It's like, okay, you cool, but like, yo, you getting treated like a bitch in your house by your girl. So I'm like, damn. Then, okay. This is my last thing. I'm gonna get off here.
All right.
Me and my brother was watching. It was the scene where when he was talking to Harry and Mary Jane and Harry and Peter is at the table in Aunt May's house, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is Aunt May's house. Eddie, I mean, not Eddie. Wasn't it Harry and his bitch being disrespectful? He grabbed your, okay, first of all, he throw a swing at you, boom, hit you into a refrigerator. Then he grabbed your girl. From far as you can see, he getting her down low. You throw the refrigerator, okay, then you get in there. Then Venom lives dead ass staring at you for 5 seconds, like, the fuck you gonna do about it? Yeah, I got your girl, I'm about to turn her in one of my minions. And you about to sit there staring at it. Like, okay, I ain't gonna lie. If it was Toby Maguire, nigga would have jumped on him, start swinging on him. They jumping through the house, they fight to the house. Then wow, Mary, and you can still, like, I don't understand why they didn't do that. You can still have Mary Jane change, but just have Peter fight them. Like, you know, I ain't about to let no alien goop touch my girl like that, and I ain't got spider powers.
So it looked like he just got punked.
Yes. Like the hell, man. He went from you got 152 broken bones. He said, that means I got, well, I said it wrong, but that means I got 42 non-broken or something like that.
That
then
worked.
He fought the Sinister Six in the night, and in the night it was a couple days. No, this dude supposed to be, I don't know, bro. It's only been like 9 months. This nigga's already acting old. Like, he fights symbiote. I'm like, bro, why you so tired? And look, I feel bad because I was talking to my brother, like, yeah, man, the PlayStation one, he get wicked, you know what I'm saying? Then I'm showing him this. I'm like, damn, man, I'm kind of embarrassed. It's Miles' game now, for real. I mean, I love Miles, but like, I mean, I was hyped for him coming into the game, but man, it's his game. Like shit, I was supposed to. Shit. Thank you. I appreciate the time. I'm gonna get off here. I'll probably be a customer. Thank you for the time.
No problem, man. Appreciate the call. He said, "Why you acting hella old, bro?" That's fucking hilarious. He said, "It's Miles' game now, apparently." Yo, that's funny. That is funny. 3, 2, 1. You're on the line. What's the disagreement? And tell me why.
Yo. I just want to say, like, I've been watching your channel for like a long time, and like, you are, no pun intended, amazing, Lucas. Like, for real. Like, all the takes that you have on like Spider-Man and like all the shit, you know, with Will Smith, Jada, like all the political shit, not even just that, just the Spider-Man stuff. So I agree, like, with like the majority of the shit. It's like everyone on IG or everyone on social media is like fucking like random. Like they're just bots, you know, they just like with any game that comes out, it's like there's no criticism. Like, where is the criticism nowadays? It's like to me the game is like low key like a 6.5, like maybe a 7, because of that trash story. Like that shit was it was you know, like the whole Craven thing, like bro, Craven's not even like a hunter. Like this man is just killing one by one by one by one, and I'm just like, bro, we didn't even get to see that shit. So that shit got me like, it got me mad because I've been a fan of Craven like for a long time. There've been people telling me that who's Craven, you know, like they don't even know about Craven, like they've never seen Craven before.
Oh, that's
So I'm just
wild.
like, I know. It just like they've never watched the '90s cartoon. I talk about how the '90s cartoon is like superior when it comes to like a lot of iterations, especially the Venom one. That's the where was Harry like actually being a threat to 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 Peter? Like I did not see that. Like I definitely did not see that at all. There were more stakes in that '90s cartoon than in this goddamn game. And I beat the game. You know, I did spectacular and ultimate, and then after I did that, I just returned it. Like, like I,
Wow.
yeah, bro, because it was done. I went back to PS4 Spider-Man, not even the PS5 version, but the PS4, just because I prefer like the face, you know, the old actor. But bro, your channel, bro, like it's like you actually are a real person that actually has like genuine like real opinions and real thoughts and real ideas. Like I don't understand like how all these other people just yes 10 10 10 or just think the same. It's like no one can actually think about themselves. It's actually so weird that you're so like different from everybody else when everyone like was like this like fucking 10 years ago, fucking 15 years ago. You know, so I don't really understand. Like, man, I don't know. It's just you're like literally. I have your videos sometimes playing in the background, like at work, and I'm just like, you just make me laugh. You just when you start ranting, it's hilarious. But at the same time, it's facts though. It's fucking facts though. Like you're not spitting bullshit. You're actually spitting facts. So yeah.
Hey, I
And
appreciate
it
it,
is
my
what it
guy.
is. Yeah, for sure, bro. Like, just gotta call in and let you know, cause yeah,
Anytime, man. Appreciate it. You take care and stay safe.
yeah, for sure.
Appreciate it. Always appreciate the kind words. It's always a good balance. Always a good balance. But what I was saying before is that these guys were like completely with the game, bro. They were completely with it, which is why I find it so funny that they're the ones that are interviewing him. They're interviewing him. Well, just watch. This is not just watch this introduction. Watch.
Gamers, I am Timur, and I am joined by
Did you
Lucy
forget your name then?
James. I regretted saying "What's up, gamers" immediately.
Yeah.
It started off as a joke, but now I'm deadly serious about it. We have played Insomniac's Marvel's Spider-Man
So just like
2, the sequel to Insomniac's Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales. Technically,
Yes.
that was the last entry. But yeah, so we came to LA and we checked out a decent chunk of the game.
2 to 3
2 to
hours
3
hands-on?
hours. Yeah, we got to mess around in the open world and also do a few of the kind of key main story missions. And overall, I am unsurprised with what it is, but also kind of excited by some of the new things that they've done.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest takeaway is if you liked Marvel Spider-Man, if you liked Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales, you're gonna like this game. It's a lot more of the same. It's just...
It's surprising because, like, saying it's more of that is both... It sounds slightly down on it, but
It's not, because that game was so good.
You have to remember that what more of that is one of the best superhero experiences that you can have in a video game medium. And they have done a lot of interesting little tweaks that when you play them, the previous games and this one, like back to back, side by side, you realize how significant they are. But when you're actually playing them, you feel like there hasn't been that many big sweeping changes. I think the thing...
That was the start of their interview, of their review, right? Their preview, which is why it's so hilarious to have them interview Brian Intihar, bro. They were like struggling to like get through that. Yeah, it's just more of the same, but that's not bad because the first one was good. It's just, you know, if you didn't play them back to back, it would just feel like they didn't really do anything. So I'm so excited to like see this interview.
Joined by Brian Interhart of Insomniac Games, hot off the presses, I guess, from the release of Spider-Man.
We're gonna
2.
speed it
Very
up
excited to
to-
have you there. I'm joined by Lucy James, of course.
To
We are going to
1.5.
be talking about Spider-Man 2 in this spoiler cast.
Let's- That's what we're let's talking
That's
about.
what we're
Yeah.
doing. Do you know? Have you heard of that game?
Yes, well,
Spider-Man
I haven't
2?
played any other game this year, so that's probably good that we're talking about Spider-Man 2.
Yeah. So yeah, we're going to dive deep into the game and the story. So if you haven't played it, first of all, you should probably go play that, and then come back to check this out. But yeah, let's get straight into it. So Brian, obviously successful first game, and then a successful kind of spin-off game based on that.
Yep.
You're coming up to Spider-Man 2. What is it as a team that you go into it thinking that your objective is, and what do you want to achieve with a follow-up game?
Great question. One is, I think the first one was really about, hey, can we do it, right? We never worked on a licensed IP before. Obviously, something working on something as popular as Spider-Man, like probably the most popular Marvel character. You know, it's like, hey, can we prove we can do it? And now, and thank you for the compliment that the first one was successful. It's like, okay, can we do it again? And expectations are real, right? It's real. And I think, whereas before people were like, hey, can they just do it? Now it's like they have these expectations of like, oh, it's going to be everything and more. And that can be intimidating. It can be like very stressful. Very stressful. I think what we kind of said was, okay, let's think about things in 3 buckets. One is, don't screw it up. Like, here are the things that like don't make it worse. Like, people love swimming around the city. Don't make that worse. Like, just find the things that will make it better. So that's an example. And then there's like,
Good
okay,
job.
hey, we've played the game ourselves. We've seen what fans are saying. We've read the reviews. What are areas like boss fights or injecting more narrative and exploration in the side content? That's stuff that we can actually improve upon. Okay, let that stuff. And then the third thing was, hey, we knew very early on this was going to be a PS5 only game. Like, we were going to make it exclusive for the PS5. What can we do, whether it's the way we're leveraging the console, what we want to do from set pieces, hero switching, all different features, like how can we take advantage of the PlayStation 5? And that's kind of how the journey started. So like the pillars of the game kind of represent that journey. It's like, obviously we wanted to, tell a story of 2 Spider-Men, right? That was like something, and we want to say, okay, how can we make this more of a reactive city?
Bro,
so have more exploration, discovery, more narrative.
Anyone saying wokeness in the chat is a timeout, bro. I'm so sick and tired of people seeing just completely abusing that word. I'm so sick and tired of it. Like, seriously. Anyone saying wokeness in the chat is just timeout. I'm so sick and tired of it, bro. Well, it's just woke, bro. It's just woke. Everything. I'm so sick and tired of it, bro. Just use your words, okay? Just use your words. Just tell us what you don't like, all right? Instead of going to like this fucking dumbed down, bastardized version of the word woke. Stop doing that. Goodness gracious. Every 5 seconds, bro.
Be more cause and effect. So like seeing the aftermath of the Sandman fight, that early on in the mission where they're the boat, the overturned boat where Craven gets Lee and Scorpion. For several missions later, you can see the boat still in the water, right? And I think because like, in Spider-Man 1, we had that one mission where like, the helicopter where it's, and that's a cool sequence, right? But like in video game world, if you just turn your head after the mission's over, it's gone. And we want to have more of that cause and effect. And then it was like, hey, looking at combat and traversal, which I thought were relatively really good in the first game. What are things we can add to that, just up that more? And then the fourth thing was like really like taking those spectacle pieces and really upping, like making them bigger. It's one reason why we started with Sandman in the beginning, and then all the different ways we could leverage the console.
That's like
so
the
that was kind of the journey
biggest
that we went
scene
on.
in the game.
When it came to the narrative as well, I think let's just kind of jump right into it because now we can.
Let's do it.
When did the idea for Venom, Harry being Venom, kind of come about, and how important was it for you as a team to implement that in a way that feels like you're going on a journey with the characters and feels like an authentic turn?
Really,
I think what they should do is they should have someone who can counteract a lot of the praise. Just like, okay, well, here's something that I didn't like in the game, or here's something here's some feedback I had for, this segment. It's just like, what's the point of these interviews if they're just gonna like it was
really? I would say probably halfway through Spider-Man 1, like because we had that teaser scene that shows Norman in the tank and Harry with the symbiote, right? So we knew that. I mean, yes, we're kind of painting ourselves in the corner. Like, you better. I mean, we could have like said, oh, that's another thing, but we knew that's where we want to go, right? And I think that there was a reason why the black suit.
Bro, yeah, just have me there, bro.
I think I even said at one point after the game ship, I'm like, oh, that kind of story.
They would never dare in a million years.
But we did, and I think our kind of guiding light this whole 9 years of working on Spider-Man has been like, let's respect the DNA of the franchise, but let's not be afraid to mix things up. So, for example, I think Venom's a good example of that. Like, you look at Venom. If you're a fan of Venom, I hope when you see Venom, you're like, oh, I recognize that character. He has the traits, the personality, the characteristics of a great Venom. But the host is different. It's Harry, because we wanted to have a character who had more of an emotional attachment to our heroes, right? So that's one of our change-ups, right? And then we did little things like, in the comics, Venom has multiple weaknesses, like his fire is and high frequency. So we said, hey, can we just limit it to sound, because it'll just be. I don't want to sit there and go, okay, everybody, boys and girls, here's the lessons on symbiotes, and here's the 5 different ways it's weak. Let's just pick one and make it something unique and interesting. The number one thing that we talked about Venom was we want to make it our own story, and it was. And this is gonna sound. I hope this doesn't come across. She's like, how can we make this an emotional Venom story? And that was kind of the thing. Like, I'm really proud of is that, you know, even though Harry's motivation once he has a symbiote is, I mean, what he wants to do, healing the world, is right. The way he's going about it through the symbiote is wrong. So I think we always want to, that's kind of important to us, is like, there's something with every, whether it's, you know, Otto, whether it's Tinker, and now it's whether it's Venom, there's something.
But here's the thing: where does it stop being Harry's initiative and being
it must become
Venom's?
More tricky to kind of, obviously you're playing.
That's
with
where I found it to be difficult.
The first one you had the Otto story, which is something that has been done before, but you kind of subvert it in really interesting ways. And the expectation from a narrative point is like the more games you make, the harder that gets, right? Like so, and the way you did it with Venom was, I think, done really well, because up until then, like Venom is Eddie
These are
Brock,
infomercials,
kind of
not
like down on his luck, that kind of thing. But the fact that you went with Harry was very, very unexpected, and it also, unless I'm like reading it wrong, like it let you work in stuff like Agent Venom, like that
propaganda.
That kind of stuff.
I mean that Harry moment is very much inspired by Agent Venom.
Yeah, so like that remixing. How hard is it?
Yeah, I love those missions.
I know people always ask like, how hard is it to work with Marvel to do
those
that?
missions?
How hard
were
is it
awesome.
for you to kind of draw those connection points? Like most people wouldn't think of, oh, Agent Venom, perfect, Harry. You know,
I don't. It's funny. I'm trying to remember. I'm like, okay, when did we think of Agent Venom? I think what we started was what is the path of getting to Venom, right? Like what like we kind of started. What's the end, right? Okay, we want Harry to be Venom. All right, now at what point? And like it's going to sound really complicated, but it's not. It's like, okay, I look at the lore and I'm like, okay, what are the elements that people, if we don't do it, they're gonna be really mad. Like you, some point you need, no matter what we do, we need some point where Pete gets a symbiote, and we need some point where he doesn't have a symbiote anymore, right? Okay, so like we need those things to happen. Well, all right, but we know we've seen Harry in the tank with the symbiote. Now, how does it go from Harry in the tank to having a symbiote, but he's not Venom yet because he hasn't been bonded with Peter yet, and then how can it get to Peter? And so you start like, it's like a puzzle. Like, and what you have is you have all these pieces, but then what you realize is like the puzzle pieces actually don't fit. So you start cutting the pieces of the puzzle to fit the thing. And I think it kind of starts with that. And then you just geek out, man. You just like figure like, I read this comic book and I saw this thing, Agent Venom. What if all of a sudden we said Harry wants to not only be his partner in business, but also wants to be a superhero, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's the question. Like a follow-up. Like, how much of this is like fortuitous? Because the idea of, you know, reach the end and you realize, oh, part of this is Harry feels really powerless. And you don't really realize up until the very last moments that it's not just because he wants to feel healthy again. He wants to feel like he's got some ability to affect the world, and it's being perverted. Like, was that always the plan, or was it like, oh, that element allows us to connect to this element?
I wish I could tell you that I was so smart that I planned it all out, and we were so brilliant. It's one of those things that just comes through iteration.
Okay,
like, you know, as we start working on the story, you know, basically we sit in a room and we just take a bunch of note cards and we're just plotting out like, okay, this is gonna happen first, and then this and this, and then we're like, okay, this is the story we want. Now, what missions? What would you actually do? Like, because it's, you know, you gotta play the game, just not watching a movie, right?
Yeah.
The development process kind of shows you where to go. If that makes any sense. Like,
bro, that's,
for example, even though we want to make
that's what I'm experiencing right now, doing this little fucking demo, bro. But also at the same time, it's just me. Like, I don't have anyone else. I have you guys to, you know, bounce ideas off of, but I don't have like a team to like go to a board and be like, okay, how do we make this combat, bro? What are some ideas that would be cool? What are some new inventive ways? So I can only imagine like a story about Venom. But I just don't understand, if you're going through all of this hassle, how do you get it so wrong? Like, you wanted to do something new and you didn't do something new. Because the story is just Web of Shadows. So I'm just like, how do you have so much fervor, so much passion about the character and everything, and you just completely get it all wrong? That's just wild to me.
Story about Pete and Miles. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say it was totally from day one going to be about them 100%. It was going to be like, oh, they both have something happen in their past. The death of Aunt May. Martin Lee responsible for his father's death. They're going to go on a journey on, you know, let's just say January 1 of 2018. They're going to go on a journey where they have to learn to move beyond the past to move forward. That kind of
crazy piss poor execution. Like, good on paper, but poorly executed.
Came as we started putting things together, and we're like, because like, and we're just going, okay, what's a relatable thing? Okay, and then we're like, okay, so what if Peter's in the dealing with Aunt May, like what is Miles' obstacle? Like, and it was really important. Like, yes, they have this story of like Kraven coming to town and then eventually symbiote, but we want to have these own individual stories. And we're like, listen, we haven't really been with Pete since Aunt May passed away. So like, I mean, we all know we've lost significant others in our lives. Like, it impacts you in sometimes in obvious ways, not so obvious ways. You can see it obviously impacting Peter, and then it impacts him going, I lost Aunt May, I ain't losing Harry, no way, right? So that, and then you look at Miles and you're like, okay, what's a relatable story for a 17, 18-year-old? And we're like, well, I remember how stressful it was to apply to college. And then writing that college essay going like, oh, or university, I'm like, what the hell am I going to write?
Did we really feel that stress from Miles writing an essay? I think there are certain things that are better left in the real world, right? It's hard to really show someone's stress when writing an essay, right? Now, we know in the real world, writing an essay for college it can be painful. It can be very stressful, extremely. How that translates into gameplay or how that translates across a different medium is night and day. So I'm like, it's a good concept. I agree. It's stressful, writing an essay, but like in the scope of things that you have going on, this just seemed like, yo, stop bitching, bro. Get over it. Like, what are you doing? Like, I don't understand.
And him kind of distracting himself and seeing his friends and like making confident next steps. And we're like, and then you start to play around with those pieces and we're like, wow, like, well, we could bring Martin Lee back. And Martin Lee he kind of started doing like, and that's the really fun part. Like, it is thinking about those days is like kind of, you're like, oh my God, like we had like what we're going to do. But that's where that's the fun part of the job, right? Is to kind of put it all together and you see like, I mean, it's really like putting a puzzle when you find like, oh, I found it, and it goes in, right?
Yeah.
And then, but then there's like but then there's the thing where you have the story treatment, and it reads right on paper, and you start writing scripts, and you're like, well, that stinks.
Yeah.
That's not going to work. Or like, we start putting that mission together, that's not going to work, and then you're tinkering again, you're moving things around. So I've learned, and I think I feel like I'm crystallizing this thought as you ask that question. It's like, the game kind of tells you where to go. Like, you have an idea of where you want to go, but let the experience happen naturally. And I think sometimes when you're like, it has to be this, no matter what. Now, there are some things I can tell you, like, I was like,
they need to invent the entire game from scratch, not just copy and paste from the last game. The PS5 isn't up to par with graphics. Sometimes the game looks stunning and sometimes it doesn't. When doesn't it look stunning? I feel like it looks stunning all the time. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Like, we're gonna make it work, and maybe that's not a good thing. But I was like, we're gonna start with Sandman. But other things, you kind of like ride the wave. You know, okay, I see us heading in this direction. Let's go that. Like, I knew we were gonna start with Sandman. I knew at some point we were gonna play Venom. Like, I didn't want the internet to talk about not playing Venom, right?
Look at that. You see how people demanding things gets across? 917, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
Yo, Mr. Lucas, how are you, sir?
I'm still alive. I'm hanging in there.
You good to go. You did the damn thing with that Spider-Man 2. I kind of watched it because I'm a little technologically challenged, but you teaching me how to use social media to socialize, because I never did that before and I didn't understand it till I started watching you do the Spider-Man with the computer and your constituents and playing the game. You good at it, though. You good at it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. The graphics is also dope on the Spider-Man 2. I don't know how to do gaming, but I watched it through the week and I said, oh shit, he's on. And I understand it's almost like a movie.
Very true. Very, very true.
Yeah, I like it. It how do you say, it piques your creative curiosity. But I just wanted to reach out and show you love, peace, and blessings to you and your fam. And much love to you. All right, keep doing the damn thing.
Appreciate it, man. You as well. Take care and stay safe.
All right, take care, sir.
All right. I appreciate that.
So like, you put some, stakes in the ground, but these other things you got to learn to bend, because these games are too big, too complicated, and like, once you make something interactive, it just becomes that much more difficult. So you got to be willing to bend a little bit. And also, like, I work with really smart people. Yeah. I want them to tell me what we should do, not me tell them what to do. Like, I can tell you, we can go through every mission, every story point in the game, and I can point to 3 to 20 people who took that and made it 10 times better. Right. So I just, like, I don't want to, it's not, our games are made collaboratively, and we are always kind of, it's always, what is the best idea that we have, and that's what I want to go with. It doesn't come, it's not as I sit in a room and go, all right, I got all the answers. Yeah. I don't even want that responsibility. It's not, because I think everything what people bring to the table is just so much more interesting.
I want to talk to you a little bit about one of my favorite missions in the game was the Coney Island going on fair, because it definitely feels like in a game full of such huge bombastic moments, it was this really nice, just very human interaction between the 3 friends, and I really love the way that obviously it culminates in a very bombastic sequence.
Yes, it does,
but the way that those interactions were just felt so genuine.
Yeah.
And so where did the idea for that come from? How do you kind of craft a scene like that one?
So I can tell you, it started with the idea of like, hey, so we did the Halloween party in the first game. How can we drive everybody crazy with something even crazier in the second game? In Spider-Man 2, and we're like, well, we're going to build Brooklyn and Queens. There's Coney Island. We could just do that. So there was that. And I think
I didn't feel anything from Coney Island. I'm sorry. That's just me. I just like, this is dumb. That's just me. Like, I was going through the motion, but I was like, they could have done something better.
Oh, it would be really cool to go around to Coney Island, play all the mini games, and have this thing. But the real answer is, we talk about Spider-Verse, the Spider-Verse films, and they have their own identity, the way they do things, right? You look at the MCU Spider-Man, they handle it a certain way. They each have their own identity, and I feel like when you look at our Spider-Man franchises, something I'm really proud of, I'm not saying they didn't do this stuff, but I'm saying, like, for us, a big focus has been like a 360-degree view of the world. And I think that, it's why, yes, we have Pete and Miles in their suit and they're doing cool things, but it's just important to see their lives outside the suit. It's also why MJ's playable. Pete and Miles aren't the only people in the world, in this world, right? We have characters who are important to the story, to the world.
I agree. He said that before, where he wants to show different perspectives and stuff like that. I agree. Sure. By all means. I just... I don't know. They just made her OP. It just didn't. The thing is how they handled it. The execution was the problem. That's what the problem was. The execution.
And they don't have superpowers. What are they like? But the most, I always say, we want to deliver the fantasy of superheroes, but we want to deliver a very human story with believable characters.
They made her fun, but at the cost of Peter and Miles. That's the problem.
Just as much because you don't care about the stuff in the suit if you don't care about the stuff outside the suit. So I was like, we're gonna do moments like Coney Island where it's just three friends catching up and enjoying a good time in Coney Island, somewhere they grew up and probably enjoyed as kids. I think we can all find I think to me it was going to the arcade. Like I love going to the arcade with my friends. Or when I got a little bit older, drink a little bit more, I could
What do you think of David Jaffe saying this has the best pacing in any game he's played? The best pacing in any game he's played. I'm trying to think of the pacing. First time, I don't think I had an issue with the pacing. From what I recall, I think I liked how awesome how they started you off with Sandman. But I also didn't go straight to the story. I was doing side missions for the most part. So, I don't know. I don't think I have an issue with the pacing. As far as it being the best pacing, I don't know. 657, you're on the line. What's a disagreement and tell me why?
Hey, amigo.
What's up?
Hey, so I got like you know how it is with Homo sapiens, right?
What?
Homo sapiens.
Yeah, what about Homo sapiens?
Hey, so amigo, you know what? First of all, let me start off with a thank you. I tried calling you several times, you never answered. Thank you for finally answering. Like you're so important, bro, in my life.
Okay.
Yeah, but like, how are we gonna vote for a new president?
What do you mean? How are we gonna vote for a new president?
Well, don't you know how like they vote for president? It's either pixies, those little pieces of shit, little fairies, whatever they call them. It's either they vote or Homo sapiens vote, and then they elect the leader, which is usually a ape.
we could go bowling together. Like, I think about those moments. Like, you go down that trip of memory lane, and that was kind of the reason to get that human side of the story in there and to do it on an interactive level. For me, I love Coney Island, but I would say the Queen's Mission, where they went back to Midtown High, is very similar.
Yeah.
Like, riding the bikes together and then, like, doing the flashbacks in between and, like, running through the hallways and stuff. So I think it's just, I don't want to make these games if we don't do those missions. I'll never not do those.
Yeah.
Like, in a way. Like,
wait, he said he'll never not do those? Brian Pimpin, you gotta let these go, bro. You gotta figure out another way to convey some backstory with your characters. This isn't it. This feels so outdated. This feels like some shit you would do like in 2003. This is not it, bro. Okay? They were doing this like 10 years ago. Y'all gotta let this go, bro. With these backstories with the bicycle and the shit like that. Y'all gotta let this go, bro. You want to know what would have been cool to play as MJ? If you were playing on her motorcycle, right? And you had a chase segment where you had to navigate through New York, right? You had to navigate through New York to get to the Hive. That would have been better than... That would have been better, right? I would have rathered playing her as riding the motorcycle, trying to get to New York. I'm just saying, I don't know how much work they spent in trying to do this, but clearly I just came up with something off the top of my head, right? You have a vehicle, okay, let's use it. That way you don't detract from Spider-Man because she's riding a motorcycle. So it's a different aspect of gameplay. You could have gotten away, right? It's the same concept as the bike. It's just more engaging. And it's just this shit with the bicycle, bro. And him talking about I'll never not do those. I'm sorry, if the next game has anything, I'm telling you right now, if the next Spider-Man game is not God tier, I'm taking a shit on it. I don't care how much people hate. I don't care what people say. I'm taking a shit on it, bro. I got my reticles in sight, bro. I'm ready, bro. I'm ready. Cause I can't take any more bicycle rides, Brian. I can't do that. I'm sorry.
Town High is very similar. Yeah. Like riding the bikes together and then like doing the flashbacks in between and like running through the hallways and stuff. So I think it's just I don't want to make these games if we don't do those missions.
That's fucking crazy. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. I don't want to make these games if we don't do those missions. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What the fuck are you talking about? You don't want to make these games if you can't do flashback missions? What? Listen, the issue isn't even the flashback. The issue is that the flashbacks are boring as fuck. It's not fun gameplay. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what people are smoking when they say, I really loved the flashback. I'd have to speak to them, ask them why, though. What did you like about it? What did you like about riding a bicycle in a Spider-Man game? Huh? I mean, what did you like about, sneaking around your high school? I just don't know. It felt clunky. It just didn't flow well. It didn't add anything to the story. This isn't it, bro. This isn't it. This man's stuck in the past. Yo, update your firmware, my guy. Update your firmware. We ain't doing fucking flashback missions, in 2023. Certainly not like how you doing them.
I'll never not do those. Yeah. Like in a way, like especially even in like the most bombastic things, we should be able to still have a I was just watching Endgame the other day because it was like the anniversary of Tony Stark dying. I don't want to say Tony Hawk. Tony Stark dying.
Tony Hawk is very much alive.
Yeah. Yes, he is. Thank God. And I was thinking about Endgame. Right, it's this bombastic, crazy setting. Like some guy, purple, snap his finger, 50% of things go away. Right, but if you look at all of the motivations and the stories and arcs of all of those Avengers, completely relatable. Yeah. Tony doesn't want to lose what he's gained. Thor feels responsible for what he did. Natasha is just lonely. Yeah. Those are, yes, it's crazy circumstances, but their story is so like normal, right? Like it's just in a weird world. So I think that's something I always want us to do in our games, in our Spider-Man games. And I think that it's something from day one we want to do. We always just want to do it more and more and more as those games go on.
One of the things that I like about these games and your team's approach to it is that you apply that same kind of humanizing and relatability to the villains as well. And it feels like redemption is a big part of this story.
There is nothing wrong with humanizing the character. That's a great thing because they're fucking humans. The problem is how you do it. That's the problem. If you think doing a bicycle ride and a flashback of me in high school or whatever, trying to get wherever the hell he was trying to get, I don't even remember. If you think that's the best way to humanize a character in a video game, then you're just wrong. You're fundamentally wrong. It's as simple as that.
Like how, I guess the question is like, what came first?
The USB flash drive.
Did you know you wanted Anti-Venom in this game, and Martin Lee came because of that, and you knew you could also kind of like redeem him to a degree? Because that was like fascinating. And then the other part of it is like, in a very bold move, like you seemingly killed off a bunch of villains, and there's almost like a sympathetic quality. Like when I heard that Scorpion was dead, that and I seen Tombstone, that was quite weirdly emotional for me because it's like you have a history, and there's almost like as Spider-Man fans, you just expect them to be there to do that dance. But then you have this agent of chaos in Kraven who appears and just starts wiping the board off. What was the kind of thinking behind that?
So I do think we
what was the thinking
as much as we do the heroes because I think we've grown away from this everything's a mustache twirl, I want to blow up the world, I want revenge, right? That I think everybody is going to move beyond that, right?
I'm sorry, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't that essentially in a nutshell Kraven's motive? Wasn't that in a nutshell Kraven's motive? I just want someone to kill me. Because I don't want to die like a regular man. I want someone to kill me. Wasn't that literally Kraven's motive in a nutshell? Twirling, I just want to die? Am I missing something?
We always say we want the villains to be the heroes of their own story. I know I stole that from somebody. I'm not that smart. I know someone said that. That's really a lot smarter than me. But I remember it. It's something that's kind of ingrained in my head. And we've always said, like, Martin Lee, in many ways, is, he was basically experimented on, right? And he, and now he was a little bit obviously more on the revenge side, right? But he's a man who's really hurt. I mean, normally a lot of it was responsible for. But in terms of your question about Anti-Venom and Martin Lee, I can tell you I'm not sure what came first in terms of the chicken or the egg in there, but I can tell you that we knew the symbiote powers were going to be really popular. Like we knew once we put Pete in the black suit and the symbiote suit, and they're going to like go, this is awesome. Because it's a power fantasy, right? We also knew once we're going to take them away, people are going to be pissed. And we're like, okay, we got Venom. Miles is like, got all these cool powers. Now we got Pete with the arms, but like people are gonna miss those symbiote powers. And we're like, okay, what can we do? I'm like, well, we do have Anti-Venom. We could have Anti-Venom.
Let me consult the law.
Well, we can do that. And I was like, well, and then I think someone said like, well, we could also, in the lore, Anti-Venom is Mr. Negative and the symbiote come together, right? And we're like, well, if we do that, then Martin Lee's back in the game, and then we can have Miles have a story with him that ties to him. It's the puzzle piece thing again, right? So yeah, that was I don't know if it's happy circumstance or knowing the lore and those kind of things, and like having a lot of puzzle pieces to play with. But I do think
just to make sure, you said you didn't like Kraven in the game. No, I didn't like Kraven at all. 205, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
Hello?
Yeah.
My disagreement is that Kraven is the best Spider-Man. He's the best Spider-Man villain.
He's the best Spider-Man villain?
Yes,
You mean in the comics or in the game?
in the game.
Why do you believe that?
Because he has the best arc.
How does he have the best arc?
Well, he has this impending doom of death. He's able to kill all the villains easily. They all have a nice way out.
And that's his arc?
Yeah, and he finally gets what he actually wants. In the end, he really wins, you know?
Okay. Any other disagreement?
No.
All right. Appreciate the call. I wasn't even going to touch that with the 6-foot pole, bro. 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot, 9 foot pole. Just, you got it, fam. You got it. Kraven's the best villain. He has the best arc. You got it, bro. 813, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why. Eight 813. Five 7-1, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
Yo, it's Bonnet, bro. Look, I can't. I'm not trolling or anything, but that ass, I can't stand this Kraven, fucking slander, bro. Like, look, I believe that he had a pretty decent, better arc than Venom and everybody else because, like you said yourself, like, well, not really said yourself because I kind of disagree with you on this part because when you said that it's nothing like the comics, but in reality, it actually really is. Like, for example, like Kraven's Last Hunt, he essentially like thought he killed Spider-Man and put him in like a grave and took his black suit costume from him and then started parading around as Spider-Man, but in his own way. So he started brutalizing criminals and shit like that.
Yeah.
Just to prove a point and shit. So just like in the game, almost, instead of just, not stealing his costume, obviously, he is going around killing, like criminals and shit like that. So I do like how they kind of adopted that aspect a little bit. And what else was I gonna say?
Yeah, but it's not him killing criminals. It's the reason why he's killing criminals. And he's not and they don't even necessarily have to be criminals. As we can see, he's targeting Spider-Man.
Well, yeah. I mean, here in the comics, just like in the comic, he already targeted Spider-Man, and then he took his costume.
Well, this clearly isn't really following the comics, though.
Loosely. I should have said loosely.
I even think loosely.
Really? Why not? It's pretty much the same concept. Not like, this is just wordplay, but yeah, he's hunting down his like villains, but he's doing it for like a hunt though too.
But he's not hunting. We've never seen him gather any intel whatsoever.
Well, just because you didn't see it. I mean, we saw it through the MJ missions and shit like that, unfortunately.
What did we see during the MJ missions?
We saw like shockers, shit there.
Yeah, we saw their stuff there. We didn't see any information that he gathered in order to exploit Shocker or anything like that.
Okay, well, it happened off screen. Like, there was one confirmation.
This is a video game, though.
Yeah, I get that. I have complaints about that. Like, trust me, I do about that. Like, not at least showing us how he, captured Scorpion and all that shit. Well, I mean, technically we saw how he captured Scorpion because we were playing through that mission.
But he didn't even capture Scorpion. He just
You're
killed
right.
him.
Necessarily, it was his goons that captured him.
Yeah, he's just a murderer. He's not a hunter. He might as well be a, you know, Cletus Cassidy or something.
I mean, hunters kill. I mean,
yeah, but in order, the one thing that made Hunter
if you
special.
start killing people, that makes you a murderer. Doesn't
But
it?
one thing that separated him is that he studied his prey, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was a certain level of depth to the character where he took pride in that. We don't see any of this.
We don't see it, but we hear it in dialogue. Like when he was fighting Spider-Man, he literally said he's been watching like all his praise and all that stuff.
Yeah, I hear you, but once again, this is a video game. I think when you have certain elements like that beg to be shown, you just simply saying, "Yeah, I've been following you," I think that's bad writing. I think that's bad writing for a video game. That's just bad design.
Oh, yeah. I think they dropped the ball in the third act. I gave the game a 7 just for that and just for the minor tweaks that they're having. Not really the glitches,
But we never even see him out in the street with like his. It'd be different. We saw him fighting along his goons. We never even see him.
I mean, yeah, not on the streets and shit like that. It was just in like the base mission, whatever it was at, like in the woods by the bell.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as a hunter. He strikes me as like a CEO or something.
As a what?
A CEO.
CEO. CEO of Craven.
Yeah, and then his potions or whatever, he has all this time to do these potions to make him invisible, to make him stronger, and all of this. Why not?
He couldn't cure for cancer because he said that, and that shit tweaked me. I started itching.
That's what I'm saying. Why not? Why couldn't you come up with some type of cure or something to prolong your life at least until you find a cure?
Like Marvel is at least realistic to some degree.
I'm sorry. I think it would be pretty difficult to find something that would make you invisible, boost your strength and speed to where you can go toe-to-toe with Spider-Man and toe-to-toe with Venom, but you can't find something to prolong your life due to cancer?
But you and I both know that they use real-life events in the comics and in movies and every form of media.
That has nothing to do with this game, though. This game is entirely separate from that.
That's not really separate because you're saying he could have found like a cure.
Because according to the game logic that they've established, I don't see why that's not feasible. Because we have the reason why we're hiring Dr. Connors is for him to find a way to take the symbiote off of Peter.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, he's finding a way how to deal with an alien being, but I don't know. Craven can't find a way to deal with cancer.
I mean, you can't do that in real life. There's no cure for cancer. I mean, he tried, like when we went.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This isn't real life. This is a video game where people come up with solutions and potions and stuff like that. I just at least rather they said, hey, he tried to find something to prolong his life. It just didn't work.
Well, I mean, whenever you reference the comics, like, I mean, the man had mental health. Ended up getting mental health from not being able to defeat Spider-Man, but then once he ended up being able to, the nigga shot himself.
I understand. I remember that. But this isn't that Craven. This is Insomniac's Craven. So I just think his motivations were just 2D. He just wanted to find someone to kill him. I'm like, what?
Well, it was more than that. I mean,
That was literally it. He wanted someone to kill him because he didn't want to die to cancer like a regular man.
I mean, yeah, that's like whole Craven's persona, like his pride and the pride of the hunt and all that shit.
But we
Just
didn't
like
see any hunt. So he just seemed like a psychopath.
I mean, he hunted Miles. He was hunting Peter throughout the entire game.
How did he hunt Miles?
How did he hunt Miles?
Yeah.
When he gets captured.
I know he gets captured. It wasn't Craven that captured him.
His goons. Okay, we know. Okay, his goons, whatever. When
But you have to understand, if his whole persona is like, I'm the master hunter, and we never see him hunt, that takes away from his character. So it's like, I don't really respect him as some master hunter. He just seems like a psychopath with a death fetish. Because it's not like he was like in any type of pain, right? They didn't flesh his character out at all, I feel. And then even when we see him with his family, it's like, you're a fucking asshole father. Like, there's nothing redeeming about this guy. Nothing at all. But I'm supposed to feel some type of way because the symbiote's about to kill him?
I mean, that's always been Craven's story. Like, the man dies every single time in the comic.
I hear you, but this is their chance as far as to change that, right? Because now you get a chance to actually do your Craven. And upon them doing their Craven, like, the attributes that he's known for, they don't even display. And then they make him just a repulsive, repugnant individual. Where you're having your whole family kill each other to find who's the strongest? What? Like, what's wrong with you? We don't hear anything about, hey, he's having mental issues or anything like that. Like Sandman, he just seems to be just a wicked, irredeemable person. So it's just like, okay.
Yeah, that plot point with his whole family dying kind of confused me.
I just didn't like it. I didn't like him at all. I thought he served really no purpose in the game and was completely underutilized.
Interesting. So I can't get you to like Craven at all.
You're gonna have to give me a reason to like him. I don't have a problem liking characters, especially villains. There's just nothing to like about him. Like he's not like funny. He doesn't have any charisma.
Not supposed to.
I understand that, but I'm just saying you have to give me a reason to like him. Right? Like even with let's say with Ultron. You like Ultron because you like his his character. Even though what he's doing may be wicked, it's like, that's pretty clever. That was pretty funny. There's something redeemable about him, no matter how small it is. With him, there's nothing there. He's a horrible father. He's not even a hunter, from what we can tell. He's getting his goons to do all his dirty work. And he's killing beloved characters that we, even though they were villains, it's like, they just feel like they robbed me. Robbed me of a Shocker, of a Vulture, and all of them. We're like, we were playing these guys, or and to have this rando who's new to the storyline just kill all of them. I don't know. I wasn't really fond of Craven at all. He just seemed like just merely used for to progress the plot.
Yeah, I felt like the main focus was always like Venom.
Yeah, I'm like, you could have completely ignored him. And if you wanted to do that, just focus on Mr. Negative, if that's the case. Have Mr. Negative in Venom. Because we only fight Craven one time. And the one time we fight him, that's it. There's no reoccurring of Craven. And his only reason to fight him was to get, Peter to lose the suit.
I don't know.
I misspoke. We fight him again with Venom. That's right.
Yeah. I don't know. I like them.
Why though? I don't have a problem with you liking him. You gotta tell me why, because it doesn't make any sense to me.
Because like I'm a big like comic person. Like I read comics actively still, and it's like it's pretty like 1-to-1 to comics. Not exactly 1-to-1. Let me not say that, but like it's pretty close.
So what aspects of the comic were fairly accurate that were portrayed in the
Like,
game?
Like the Last Hunt. This was loosely like even Brian Tarter himself said that this is for Craven loosely based off of Last Hunt. He's about to die, but in comics, like I mean, he had mental health, and once he already accomplished everything, his goal was to blow himself off, shoot himself in the head. But in this game, instead of himself like dying to the cancer or himself, I guess, shooting himself, he wanted somebody else to do it, which makes sense for Craven, the type of character he is.
Okay. So you like it because it had some similarities to the comics?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And I guess they also didn't like try to, cause I'm pretty sure in the interview that you guys are watching right now, like they had other ideas to make him Venom, not Venom, but have him venomized, and like I didn't like that idea. I was afraid that before the game even came out that they were gonna make fucking Craven fucking Venom. And then yo ass over here saying that it's not Harry and shit, and I was like, damn. Like I know this nigga's wrong, but I feel like he's right. But yeah, that was my disagreement.
All right. Fair enough, my guy. I appreciate the call.
No problem. Make sure you get some lotion on the mashy ass ankles, Mr. Sand.
Will do. Will do. Lord.
One of my favorite moments in the game is that moment between Miles and Martin Lee.
Just about to bring that up. I love that line so much.
He can't forgive him, right?
Yeah.
He can't let this bother. And that's the moment where Miles can finally write the essay.
Yeah.
Like that's the moment. Like he needed to do that in order to write the essay, right? And again, that's one of our writing team getting together and going how we're going to map out Miles' story, and now we're going to have Martin Lee and then it coming through, and then obviously then you have two amazing actors who take your script and make it even better.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like and you talked about the deaths.
Yeah.
I know they do this in comics because there's, they're bringing them back, right? I get it. And not to say that's right or wrong or whatever. I think for us is like, I just think there has to be real consequences to things happening. And I think that, if we're going to do it, like if we're saying Craven's this brutal character who's like really like, he's a mysterious, brutal character who has like this weird fascination with like, I want to find the person who's going to be strong enough to defeat me and I'll be happy with my death, right? He wants a good death basically. Well, if I was and I said like, well, guess what? Scorpion and Vulture or whoever aren't really dead, it kind of weakens his story, right? And like, we're like, all of a sudden, like, we had this big emotional thing with Aunt May, and I'm like, oh, guess what? Some random character came back and resurrected her. Like, all that thing was for naught. So it's like, it's having like real stakes, real consequences.
It also plays into the idea that when Pete has the Venom suit, there's the idea of he could just kill him off.
Yeah.
And there's that dimension of it where I think Martin Lee actually talks about it. He's like, I think he's scared of what he could do as Venom. And like, you see that, oh, this is what it means is what Craven is actually doing. Like, and in certain respects, Craven, by killing them off, has actually helped the city in a more meaningful way than Spider-Man has putting them in the wrong.
We even talked about, I think at one point we even talked about how, like, do we even have Jameson talk about, like, well, this is a good thing and stuff like that. There's so many. We have so many characters in this game. It's like someone has to juggle all these storylines. Is insane. Thank God for a writing team. They follow along better than I do. But yeah, I think that
writing team is ass.
Like I think back to like just my favorite.
The crazy part is their team has like, little moments of gold, but then they just big chunks of poop.
I think Killmonger is probably one of the best villains in the MCU because like. Killmonger, you totally understand his motivation, why he wants to do it. He just goes about it the completely wrong way, right?
Does he?
I guess empathy would be the word for for these characters in a bit. And I think that's now Craven's a little bit of an X factor because he's just so like, but
then you learn that he's dying.
Yes,
and you're like, I can't relate to it, but I can see how it can
exactly. Yeah. So I do think that first of all, thank you for the compliment about the villains because it's really hard because you can screw them up really easily, and we work really hard to get it right because yeah, it's just, I mean, you have a guy wearing a line vest. You know, it's like sometimes I mean, as a comic book fan, I love the look of him. I think he looks super cool. But like, we got to make you understand him and be scared of him and believe him. You know, that's the most important thing. So same thing with Venom. You know, seeing like that giant thing, you got to understand there's a person in there.
Yeah, for me, I think like what I really appreciate as a longtime fan of Spider-Man is Insomniac's games specifically, I think have been the best iteration of those characters in a long time because. For better or for worse, Marvel has kind of turned a lot of the characters into kind of jokes right now. With like, you've got Venom through the Venom movies, like they have their value, but it's played for laughs in a lot of ways. And same with like Morbius and like Craven's now got his own movie coming out, I believe. But this was like a reminder of why Craven is fearsome, and I haven't had that in a long time since like the original animated series, where I was like, oh, this dude's scary.
Yeah, I think for us at the end of the day, it's just
we
focusing
don't
on,
see any of it.
For us, like we always talk about tone, and I think that. For us, it's just what we try to do is have a consistent tone for the world and the characters in the game. So I think it's not about one way is right, one way is wrong. It's just we felt like this is what we want to do. We want to have, I would say, larger than life characters that you believe. Yeah, I think that's kind of the way we look at it. Like I don't want to I never want us to be embarrassed of the lore and the costumes and stuff. Like no, we're gonna embrace it and we're gonna do it in a way that makes you like love it.
Yeah, I think a good example of embracing that is
480. You're on the line. What's a disagreement? Tell me why.
I want to say that I actually agree with all your points, and I don't think that enough people disagree with the way they did Kraven in this game to... What'd you say?
I didn't say anything.
I said... Oh, sorry. I said I don't like the way they did the Kraven character as well, and I think more people should be upset with the fact that he had the army of goons basically fight for him the whole time, and they could have done something more with Scorpion. And Vulture was just dead. Shocker was just dead. Mary Jane's running around zapping everybody with a gun. And it's like they completely killed those characters off without even exploring that part. And they could have expanded the game and made that longer.
Yeah, don't disagree.
I don't see why people are not asking Brian Intar why they couldn't have gone longer with that story, because obviously they're trying to tell like a cinematic story, but that's something where it's like, okay, you could have expanded the story longer and given the fans more of what they wanted instead of us running around with Mary Jane with a zapper gun, tasing everybody essentially.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so just want to say I appreciate your channel, my guy. I'm a fitness guy, personal trainer. I watch your Spider-Man content because that's the only video game I ever play or watch. So I like that you actually push back on Insomniac and all the stuff that they put out. So
fair enough, my guy. I appreciate it. You take care and stay safe.
Yep. See ya.
Later. Let's see.
I'm interested in how whether you found yourself being like, is this too far? The inclusion of Scream as a character, because obviously Scream is like one of a few symbiote characters, and it's not, as far as I remember, in any instance been Mary Jane before. So like that's where it starts to be like you're delving into symbiote mythology.
Yeah, so I can tell you that we were always going to have her turn into a symbiote. And actually, the first concept is actually of her, but she's more like black and white. It kind of looks more like a Venom kind of thing. And then, this is where you kind of go, all right, we're going to put the Marvel hat on for a second. And we're like, well, she has red hair already. We don't have any plans for Scream. Why can't Harry turn her into Scream? Like, and it's like, if you know, you know. Like, if you're a Marvel fan, you're like, that's cool, that's Scream, and she has all the abilities to Scream. If you don't, you're like, oh, Harry, just like he turned other people into symbiotes, he turned MJ into this type of symbiote.
Yeah.
So it's more like that.
Yeah. I was going to say, speaking of MJ, and you said like so many more characters. I really loved the impact felt on them way more. Like, I think particularly the Scream fight when MJ, obviously under the influence of the symbiote, but like the stuff she says, like, God, couples therapy.
Holy crap, she rips him in. She's basically like, here's everything that you're terrible at.
It's really effective because like I was distracted while playing it, listening to her being like, wow, this is awful, and like I'm getting my ass kicked at the same time.
Yeah.
But also like not just the fact that she's dealing with essentially being like left behind by Peter a lot. Like she is absolutely second to Spider-Man, but like everything with her job. Yeah. Like as soon as she's like, oh, I've got to hit these metrics, I've got to get on the front page. You're like, oh, this girl is going through it, and she is going to snap.
She's compromising herself.
But that's the thing. Like we talk about, like that's something somebody might actually have to go through, and like maybe are they going to make decisions for the right reasons, for the wrong reasons? She realized she eventually realized that she's going down a path that she doesn't believe in, and like completely does something else. I think that MJ is a really important character to me because I do think she provides a perspective, a viewpoint of the world that we need to see from like Pete and Miles obviously have this really. We've seen their perspective a lot in terms of like we see how they see the world. What is it like on the other side of that relationship? What is it like? And I think the other thing is when we talk about symbiote, in many ways we talk about addiction a lot, right? Yeah. And there's at certain points like you see Peter kind of loses himself to it, and he changes. His personality changes, and he says things like, I mean, could you ever imagine Peter saying to you're not the hero I am? Like he says that like he would never say.
I'm just like, that's not a big deal, because given the context of him saying that, He's right. He's fucking right. She wrote a hit piece on her boyfriend that she knew, I just that didn't even make any sense. You're blaming him for the destruction of the museum and the city while he's chasing a fucking 20-foot lizard. What did you want him to do? Hey, lizard, can you go this way? Like, what are you talking about? On what planet do you blame Peter for the destruction that Rhino causes? Never. I don't know, man. I'm just like, and she did this to get on the front page of the Bugle or whatever. Like and she did this without the symbiote. This is just normal MJ. Bro, she's horrible, bro. She's horrible. At her base, she's a horrible, horrible person. Just a horrible person, bro. Horrible person. You don't need the symbiote for her to be a horrible person.
Yeah, Harry, he wants to go pop some more pills, and or yelling at her for her headline and stuff like that. And I think, you talk about
why shouldn't he yell at her for the headline? Like what? And he didn't even really yell at her for the headline. And then as far as Harry's being passive aggressive. Like, yo, why don't you come out and say what you really feel? Instead of being jokey about, hey, you still have the suit on. Because here's the thing. Peter had righteous indignation, bro. He had every right to be upset. Because he's like, yo, I'm busting my ass off there trying to get this lizard or whatever. And you over here, acting like I'm just lollygagging. Like, I would have died. He died for fucking Harry, bro. He died for Harry. That's the crazy part. He died for Harry. I can't stand this writing, bro.
Some of the exchanges. Some of my favorite stuff is the fight between Miles and Peter.
Yeah.
And to me, that's like it's happening during combat, but it's actually really emotional. And like you can hear Peter like trying to justify himself, and Miles is like, "You gotta." And I think the thing is with both that fight with Peter and then with the one with Scream is like we talked about not only the impact on the person who's under the the symbiote, how does that impact the people around them? And I think that we realize is like your friend, what we talked about is your friends and family and everybody around you can only get you a certain way, but at the end of the day, it's you that has to take the final step. That's why Peter's the one at the end that rips it. It's why MJ kind of goes, I'm going over here for the sound to kind of rip it off. It's like that final step needs to be taken by you. And it's kind of the same thing happens with Harry. He's the one who goes, Pete, do it.
Yeah.
So I think,
yeah,
I'm not trying
and
to
he's
say,
still
we're turning
alive.
Levels of addiction and all that stuff, but we did, it's just kind of, again, like taking this big, crazy thing about an alien substance and trying to add some believability about what these characters are going through.
Yeah. I think one of the most interesting kind of takes that you guys have put into this game, and it feels like a pot bubbling and just about to flow over the entire time, is Norman Osborn.
Yeah.
Where like if you know the universe,
That's
you're waiting for it to
waiting.
happen. You're waiting for the bomb to like explode. And I really love the way that you guys played with it. Where he's more doting as a father than he ever has been before. Even though you can tell it's kind of like not all genuine. And then the way you play with colors, with green, and like the way.
Wait, how is it?
Then if you know like the Goblin story, the way he starts.
Bro, what is this? They completely changed their tone. What do you mean play with colors? They just have him wear a bunch of green shit. What are we talking? I love how you guys play with colors and stuff. Like, he wore a green jacket, bro. Like, calm down. What are you talking about? Play with colors. Goodness gracious. And how is it? I don't understand. This man is doing literally everything to save his only son, and he's still getting shit for it. Oh, he's doing this because there's an ulterior motive and stuff like that. Like, bro, can the man win? Can the man just have a W? I just don't understand. I don't understand. I just, goodness. How much money would you be willing to pay to have a full conversation with Brian about your ideas and criticism? Bro, as much as he needs, bro. As much as he needs. We'll donate it to charity.
To be more like fatherly towards Peter, you're like, oh no, we know where.
I think we can raise it, bro. Whatever it is.
Pete screams at Harry and MJ, and then he sees Norman yelling, and they have that like very solid father-son moment, and that's what Harry overhears a little bit, and he's like, oh, so I'm basically being replaced.
Yeah.
First of all, Mark Rolston is our actor.
It's no sense. How is he being replaced? The context of him praising Peter is because he's been such a good friend to Harry. Like, what? That makes no sense. Brian, How does that make? Oh my god! And they're all just going, yeah, absolutely, yeah, that's great, yeah. You want to know why? Because they don't give two fucks about the game. That's why. Tweedledee and Tweedledum don't give two fucks about the game. They didn't give a damn when they had the preview of the game. They're like, yeah, it's just more of the same. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. This is unbelievable hearing this. This is like the Emperor has no clothes on. This is like the Emperor has no clothes on, and everyone's just going, yeah, 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 no, totally, yeah. Like, what? It'd be different if he was like, I don't know. What they're trying to do, they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. They're trying to make it seem like he's Norman Osborn of Spider-Man from Tobey, but also he's an amazing father who actually cares about his son. You can't have, like, bro, you gotta give me one, bro. Which one is it? Does he really love Peter like he wishes Peter was his son? Or does he really wish like Harry was his son? Because everything that you've shown me about Norman Osborn, he's done in attempts to keep his son alive. Even when he's like, yo, your son is pretty much a potato. I don't care. Just keep him alive. How do you call him like a dick? Like, how do you criticize that man? I don't. That's where it's like I'm lost here. Even when he's talking to Peter, like I said, if you watch the scene, he's praising him and thanking him for being a true friend to Harry. And he has a 5 o'clock shadow because he's trying to find a solution to Harry. Do we completely forgo context in order to try and paint this guy as some bad guy, evil, wicked Norman Osborn? You've made him like an ultimate father. We've never in the history of this game, bro, of the universe, ever seen Norman Osborn with a 5 o'clock shadow. He is always clean shaven. Always. The one time in the history of this world we see him with a 5 o'clock shadow is that he is stressing up late at night trying to find a cure for his son. And you want me to believe that upon Harry hearing how much he appreciates Peter being there for him, he somehow feels that he's being replaced? This is shit fucking writing, Brian. This is shit writing, Brian, and you know it is. This is shit fucking writing. It makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. And it's irritating because I feel like I'm being gaslit. They're gaslighting me. That's what they're doing. They're gaslighting me. And if you notice it, well, there's something wrong with you. 845, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Oh, well, I don't really have a disagreement with you. I kind of believe everything that you say. But I just got to the point in the game where you have to play with Miles' love interest.
Uh-huh.
Why didn't you tell us about that, bro? Not only do I have to play with Mary Jane, but you mean to tell me I have to play with another side character?
Well, that's because it's a side mission and not really part of the main story.
Yeah, I know, but it kind of cut in out of nowhere, and I was like, damn, it's pretty boring now. But I have disagreement. Just wanted to call in to see your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it's a very short segment. I think it could have been done better. I like what they were going for. I just think it was poorly executed. Like a few things in this game.
Very much so, man. But hey, yeah, appreciate everything. Keep it up.
No problem, man. Take care and stay safe.
Actor who plays Norman Osborn, and like that's just like, yeah, Mark, you just do what you want to do, and we're gonna record it, right? When we think of Norman and where we're going, I think I'm glad you said sympathetic because I think there's a or I don't know if I said it, maybe I don't know, but I think we want to get away from like the very like the expected storyline with Norman. Like I think if we can the way we're going.
Well, I wish I could have been in this
to him,
on the set.
It might be more understandable.
Yeah, I think the setup is definitely there because like it's easy.
No, it wouldn't be understandable. He doesn't have a motive to turn into the Green Goblin. He has no motive to turn into the Green Goblin. None. He just randomly blames Spider-Man for his son being alive. He knew his son was in pretty bad condition. That's why he freaking was looking up a potion for him. I'm just like, bro. They really just screwed it up, man. They really screwed up this game. They really screwed it up. And it's so triggering. So triggering.
Because you play the game for 30 hours, but like he's the one that put the symbiote into play. So like, and then at the end where he's like, you know, what have you done to my boy, to them? He's really trying to deflect from the fact that he started all of this. And then the ending, obviously, where he's trying to get the names of who they are out of Doc Ock, you can tell like, oh, he's fixating his like kind of obsession on them being the problem. And it's a really fantastic setup that I hope like you guys explore further.
Well, I will tell you, that scene I've had in my head between Otto and Norman since the beginning. I said I don't do a lot of things right, but I said if we can get this, if we can go down the path I go, I want that last scene to be between Otto and Norman having that conversation. So if we ever continue doing these things, we can.
If we ever.
To see because they're so adversarial in that first game.
Yeah.
That relationship changes, you know, and I think it could be fun to explore.
Yeah, I like how menacing it is when.
How does that relationship change based off of that dialogue? How does that relationship change based on that dialogue? Otto basically told him to go fuck himself. Obviously, the relationship can change later on in Spider-Man 3 or whatnot, but there's nothing in that dialogue that suggests that they're going to be buddies and they're going to team up. He says, you know the identity of the Spider-Man, right? Like, what is it? Spill. They ruined my boy. Otto turns around and was like, go fuck yourself. Good. I'm glad. To which Norman responds with, what are you writing? What? These people are fucking delusional, bro. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. This is the craziest thing I've heard in my life, bro. This is the craziest thing I've heard in my life. Now, if you have a plan on them becoming friends, sure, by all means. But it's going to have to be one crazy-ass fucking plan. Because Otto despises this man. He despises this man. So in order for him to like buddy with Norman Osborn, the reason he's locked up in the first place, this shit is going to have to be some Civil War Endgame Avengers type shit, bro. And I don't know if Insomniac has the balls to pull that off. I just don't know. Because that is going to have to be one crazy incentive for him to be like, I'll work with you. Like, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe Norman wants a way to cure his son, and he ends up turning Norman into the Green Goblin as revenge, which causes Norman to go insane. Maybe that's because there's no listen. Let me tell you something. Was it the Art of War or whatever? Once a villain, they will always be a villain, bro. You do not turn your back on an animal you wounded. Otto is a wounded animal. If you think he's just gonna magically return, yeah, absolutely, I'll help you out. Nah, bro, that's not happening. That's not happening. If Otto's the reason that Norman turns into the Green Goblin, that would be freaking awesome. Because not only would it be you have this duality of Norman having the benefit of the Goblin powers, but also would help. It would benefit Otto because he's going insane. But it would backfire as well because it's like, well, he also has these amazing, freaking incredible and strength and stuff like that, and this intellect. So I just.
And Otto is like, when he tells him like he tells him like they hurt my son, he's like good.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, this is about to be a really awful like partnership.
Yeah.
One of the others.
Oh, you got me excited.
Yeah. One of the other smaller stories that I really like appreciated was Tombstone. Like that idea of rehabilitation.
Yeah.
And I was waiting for the moment where he's like, actually I'm evil, and it just never happens. And I was like, I really respect that they showed that in this world people can turn.
Yeah.
And the same with Mysterio as well to a degree. Like, it's really
Yeah, it's funny. You're not the first person to mention that. And I don't know if that was. I wish I could say complete plan. I'll say the writers planned it and they did a great job executing it. But I mean, that's reality, right? I mean, people can change. I mean, I know people, friends I have, close friends where I'm like, in the beginning, I'm like, I don't like you. I don't like you. And then I hope some people, feel that way about me, that like, hey, like, you're not the person I thought you were in a good way. So I do think that's important to show. Like, again, it's more of that, show the world, yes, it's a world that has superheroes and supervillains, but it doesn't mean like it's not reality. There's not a reality to it. It's not a believability to it. So I think that's really important that we continue to explore across it. It's not just that. It's showing Miles connect to his community Harlem. It's
I like that. I thought that was great, really nicely done.
Interacting with students in his at Brooklyn Visions and helping them out. It's Peter.
What do you mean interacting with students? What do you mean interacting with students? We literally have a high buy with him being a teacher. This man is triggering me. He's triggering me, bro. He's triggering me. I don't get easily triggered. He's triggering me. I think how they handled Miles and his community was excellently done. Excellently done. Besides a few missions where I was like, okay, him, what was it with the two boys where you have to help them out with the prom or homecoming or whatever. I was like, all right. And then the Haley mission. I was just like, okay, this isn't fun gameplay. I get what you're trying to do. It was a nice idea of like seeing the world behind the eyes of Haley. That was cool. But I was just like, okay. The first time I did the little spray paint, I was like, whatever. But then you make me do some parkour or whatever to get up to a building to do the second. I was like, nah, bro, this ain't it. And I like the whole art thing, right? Because here's the thing. If you're not an artist, you don't understand, right? But being an artist, I got that dialogue. I absolutely got that dialogue because you're always second guessing your art, whether it's good enough, especially if you're applying to art college because you have to do a portfolio and it's really stressful. Or whether or not you're going for a job and you have to show your artwork. It's like, oh, is this really good, compared to everyone else's? So there's a lot of insecurity that goes with artwork or being an artist. I get that. I just don't like how it was done. I like the message. I think the execution is extremely flawed. Extremely flawed.
On a bench with an older gentleman listening to stories about his wife. It's showing all of those. It doesn't. I just like to say I've been talking a little bit.
I don't know. I don't want Green Goblin in the Ultimate Comics, bro. That design. I don't like that design. I don't. I don't like that design at all. Give me classic Green Goblin. We hadn't had classic Green Goblin since, because Green Goblin wasn't in Ultimate. He wasn't in Web of Shadows. He wasn't in the first one. Give me the classic Green Goblin. I don't want some hulkish fucking Green Goblin that can throw, fireballs at me. It's just they've already detoured so much, right? With Venom, Harry being Venom. Just give me one classic villain, bro. I mean, you gave us Otto Octavius, right? You did give us Otto Octavius, classic villain. I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe I just one thing that I always wanted to do was to swing from the glider, right? Was to web the glider and swing with the glider. That was one thing that I always wanted to do. That I thought you could do in Spider-Man, what was it? Spider-Man 1, I think. Yeah, Spider-Man 1 on what was it, the PS2? I always that was always so cool. But they probably won't do that. They'll probably go the ultimate route, to be honest with you. They'll probably go the ultimate route because we've already had Goblin twice. We had it in Spider-Man 1, and then we had him in TASM 2? So they'll more than likely go your route. Because, but we had him in the Ultimate game, didn't we? Ultimate Spider-Man. Didn't we fight him? Yeah. We fought him in the Ultimate Spider-Man.
Great.
I don't know. I don't know,
This
man.
needs to stop right.
Beast Goblin is tough. That's fair. I just like the glider, bro. I just think that's so dynamic, the glider, right? Having him fly around the city and stuff I feel like gameplay-wise, that would be awesome. Unless they, I don't know, make this just an incredible boss fight. I feel like it's just gonna be the same thing. Just punch, 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 That's it. Or at least we get some verticality with the, Goblin and his glider. But we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. What if we get both? The first stage, he is on the glider, and the second stage of his transformation, it could be the ultimate Goblin. I think that would be cool. You please both fan bases. That would be cool.
About like Pete and Miles' job isn't just to deal with Sandman. It doesn't. It's to deal with it's to help out with everything. That's what a true hero is. You don't have to. And you also don't need to be a superpowered person to be a hero.
No.
And I hope MJ and Haley show that.
Yeah, definitely. One of my favorite missions is actually
Haley is not a hero. She doesn't do any superhero tasks. Well, I guess he didn't say superhero. He said hero. Sure, I think Haley spray painting the mural for the guy was awesome. I think that was a very nice gesture. Yes. Goodness.
How, they can solve problems in a way that you don't expect, and it's a random side mission. It's the monster one where it's like that a blind lady who's like, something is digging up my backyard.
That's a great one.
It's such a nice one. By the end of it, you
the
realize,
Fido mission.
you realize that it's one of those robot wolves, and you like reprogram it to be a nice dog, and she's like, I'm allergic to dogs, and she's like, here's a metal dog.
It's great, right?
It's just so
and then
sweet.
Genki's like hacks into it and like does it all. It's so
like I've uploaded thousands of guide dog videos into it. It's such a clever
so
way
funny.
to do it.
Yeah, that's like
I like
we
those.
didn't have, like we said, hey, we want some. We call them friendly neighborhood Spider-Man quests.
Yeah.
And the team just goes and creates stuff like
those were
for
awesome.
example, the Howard mission, the one where you're helping Howard. That was created by one of our designers, Brian Matheson, who did it during a game jam. Actually, we had like we have like this kind of sometimes we have like this week or two between Thanksgiving and the holiday break. We sometimes like, you know what, let's not schedule anything. Let's just let people have fun and create stuff. And he designed this thing, and we're like, well, that's going in the game. Yeah. So I think that's a good example of just Insomniac being Insomniac, and I think that's one of the reasons why, it's like if I said, oh, it's going to be this and this and this, we would never get those kind of moments. We'd never get those kind of creative missions. So, it's just, it's funny when we sent out the review code, I wrote a little letter. Who knows if anybody read it? But I was like, I so want to go, just please play the side content. And I think I added like a comment like, this is some of my favorite stuff, because I was like, I really want people just to understand, like, we put a lot of time and effort to improve the storytelling and the creativity that went into that stuff, because we knew like that was something we definitely wanted to level up this time. And I'm glad from talking to a lot of people, it's definitely resonating with people, so it's good to hear. The team did a great job.
A couple of loose ends to tie up. First one, returning to the idea of expectation and kind of like the scale of it. So you've now got, you moved into 2 Spider-Men, which was a big task.
Yep.
And by the end of this game, the thing I'm like, oh my god, I do not envy them, is the amount of things that are now on the table.
Yeah.
Because obviously there is the Doc Ock stuff where he's like, I'm writing the final chapter. There's Norman Osborn. There's the stuff with,
Cletus Cassidy.
We'll come to that later. But like if you collect all the Spider Bots, it's like, if Miguel comes around, do this. But then there's also Cletus Cassidy and Carnage. Like,
you're making me sweat. You're making me sweat.
It is hot in here.
Yeah, exactly.
What does that kind of mean for like the next entry? Obviously, you can't talk in length for it.
Yeah, also like the reference from Wong. Like,
exactly.
Like,
there's a lot of that stuff, and at some point, I guess the question is this something that you expect to come to a head in a meaningful way, or is this like, right now, we just want to make something that's memorable and interesting, so we will do this Carnage story, not necessarily with payoff in mind, or is it a case of, no, we're building to something, like this is going to be a big thing that it all comes together in?
Can I answer yes and no at the same time?
Yeah,
like,
sure.
it's kind of like, listen, we have a lot of pieces to play with if we want to, right? And I think that's exciting. It can be daunting, but I said this to somebody, and by the way, internet, please don't quote me if I could have sworn I remember, like, I'm a MCU junkie, like I read everything, like I'm reading the new book about them, and like I'm just obsessed. I'm obsessed with that, how like to me, like, movies like Infinity War and Endgame should never work. And I'm like, how did they even make it work? I just don't want to believe it, right? And I remember hearing something like Marvel, they're not like, oh, we're gonna hold this back because like, oh, it might be too something later. It's like, we're gonna put everything into the best game possible, the best movie possible now. We'll deal with it later. I'll deal with it later. Like, it's about doing the best thing. Now, am I gonna sit here and say like I don't think about the future if we have those possibilities? Well, sure. And I think I don't think we've painted ourselves into a corner. Will it be challenging for some? Sure. But guess what? Game development's challenging in other ways. So, but I would rather have that challenge. I'd rather have that challenge than you tell me I don't like Spider-Man 2. I don't want to see any more of these characters. These characters stink. We're done. So I'll take that. I'll take that over the other. But
that's fair.
Listen, I'm 46 years old and I get to play with Marvel characters. Like I got a pretty good life. We'll figure it out some way or another if we get the ability to.
Yeah. I guess one thing returning to what Lisa mentioned earlier was Silk. Was that always in the plan?
No.
Was it?
Can I just say how much I loved that storyline about
the dual
about the
thing?
date?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
I rolled credits and I was like, oh wait, we never got to see the date.
That's a great.
I forgot that the Rio's had a date.
Oh, with the date with. Okay, gotcha.
Planned, and then when Miles asked about the date, I was like, oh.
So I wish I could tell you like, 9 years ago, I knew Cindy and Albert Moon would be at that door. I didn't.
Yeah.
I think we talk about expectations, and I think we talk about I think some of the hardest things we do is like, because there's Marvel fans are so passionate. They're like they're expecting this, they want this, or they has to do this, and you're like, oh my god, they're guessing everything. Like, how do you surprise them? And there's a limit of that, right? But I do think that we have an opportunity, if possible, to explore a character that hasn't been fully explored yet, and I'm excited about that.
Nice. Very excited to see it.
And I'm sure people are asking, well, do you think of another character who could have been there? The answer is yes. But we want to do something maybe unexpected.
Ben Riley.
Yeah. I get asked by him a lot.
His outfit is cool, and I think like every time it's weird because his outfit is in the game, but it feels wrong to put Peter in that outfit.
Yeah.
So I never.
I
do
can say
it.
right now, if I didn't have that suit in the game, that would be
It would be
upset.
upset. People would be very upset.
It'd be a problem.
But yeah, I think like the.
Wait, what? They have Ben Riley's outfit in the game? Wait, am I missing? Do they have Ben Riley's outfit in the game? Oh, I'm tripping. Yes, they do. Yes, I do. I'm tripping. I'm thinking of the other suit. I'm thinking of the other Ben Riley costume. Yeah, I'm tripping. But I'm thinking of the other one. I'm tripping. Yeah. I was like, wait, they don't have that one. I was like, yeah, go on.
I think the big takeaway for me is like before the game came out, I think I guess.
Did anyone really want Ben Riley's costume like that? I mean, I think it's all right. I mean, their rendition of it, I think it's all right. It's whatever, bro, to me. It just seems too it seems too streamlined. It seems too Marvel. That's what it seems like. It seems too Marvel. I wanted more of a raw take on the Ben Riley costume. But it's whatever. I don't know anybody who's like, what? Why isn't the Ben Riley costume in it? I know there's one Ben Riley costume that everyone wants, including myself, that hasn't been added yet. But it is what it is. Sleep with one eye open. You think that costume is that dope? Huh? Are we really? Do we really like this costume? I'm just curious. Hold on. Let's cut over. Really? This is it for y'all? I don't know. This doesn't do anything for me, bro. This doesn't do not a damn thing for me, bro. Nothing at all. But teach his own. Teach his own. Teach his own. I mean, kudos to them for fixing this suit actually looks really nice now. It's really nice now. If they had done like the 3D webbing, would have been solid. Absolutely solid. I think the blue's a little too bright, but that's just a nitpick. But the suit is actually solid. And the reason why it's solid is because it goes after the Raimi suit. It follows the Raimi suit, just to let you know. Like, it's crazy how they got that suit so well, and they just hold us with the Raimi suit. But, it is what it is. It is what it is. Let's continue back.
Most of the pieces to be like, oh, Venom, Anti-Venom, this is who it's.
Oh, you guessed Anti-Venom?
Nice. I figured there needs to be like, obviously because of Miles and
Yeah.
this negative, I thought, like, cool, that's likely.
I didn't get shit.
Yeah.
So.
But like every guess that I made, the way you guys got there wasn't exactly how I predicted. It was completely different route. So it was like, okay, you took the things that I know and you turned them upside down. So even me, as someone who's been reading and experienced Spider-Man since a kid, didn't see it coming.
Good.
So I think that's a kind of fantastic.
Well, you all know Greg Miller. He's a big Marvel fan. Exactly.
With or without his shirt.
Both. And I remember when we were doing the first one, he was like, well, I was like, there's no surprises. And I was like, oh, so you thought we were in Kill MA? And he's like, well, no, I mean, not that one. And I'm like, and I think, something we talk a lot about, just in terms of like PR. Hi, Jen. And how much you show before even the game comes out.
Yeah.
Like, like I didn't want to show anything. Like I didn't want to show a thing. Like I was having meetings. Like I don't want to show anything.
Yeah.
For that very reason, like I don't want you to go into the game thinking. But the fact that also I have to be an adult and know we have to actually market the game. But the fact that there are, like I said, there are some things I feel like we need to do as being Marvel fans. But if we can do it in a way that still surprises you, that's the best of both worlds.
Well, I think you definitely did that.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us on this.
You guys are great. I forget we're even recording. So yeah, we want to talk. No, but I appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm just happy. It's just fun at this point. Like it's been a long time just being able to talk. And I mean, I even say the Harry's Venom. Like I've been calling that forever.
Honestly, the one thing that I did get wrong is I thought Kraven was going to get the symbiote because I only did that because of the physical stature of them. Like I was like, it matches up for Big Venom.
We talked. Just I think briefly, though I will tell you, we at one point had a Venom Sandman.
Oh wow!
Wait, what?
It was a concept.
Yeah, Sandman.
We at one point had a Venomized Sandman.
Oh,
a Venomized Sandman? That would have been dope. A Venomized Sandman. Okay.
Oh wow!
It's just a concept. It was just a concept. He was gonna be Venomized. And then I realized, Sandman's just gonna be hard on its own. But there's a concept image. I'm probably gonna get in trouble for even saying it. But it looked really, in concept form, it was really cool. Like, this is really great. Whatever you describe it. Like, this great top-down shot of Miles charging up like his evolved Venom, and he's looking down, and you see this giant Sandman who's like a Venom face.
Oh, that's amazing.
Bruh.
At least the game's good, right? Hey,
Yeah,
it's been fun while it
yeah,
lasted.
yeah.
But yeah, we talked about venomizing more people and stuff like that, for sure.
The bit where the stone is shown, my first thought was, oh, are they going to do the King in Black? And then that was like, that seems way too crazy. Like, you cannot have no knocking
Did you
around.
expect the wings?
I did not expect the
Okay,
wings. That was very cool.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of Donny Cates and Ryan Stegman, who've written
Yes.
the Venom comic for a long time, and that was my tip of the hat to them.
Yeah, it was very cool, especially when like he's quickly trying to get back to the collider.
Yeah.
And it just like pops out and he's
Oh,
gone.
yeah.
You're like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
this is deadly.
Yeah.
Now we can fly.
Yeah.
They
That
fly
was-
now.
Yeah. I'm like, but you did nothing with the wings. How awesome would it have been to have, I don't know, Venom chase you around the city, or you chase Venom, or Venom captures MJ and you have to chase Venom with the wings around the city? I'm just like, there's so much wasted fucking potential, bro. It's so much wasted potential. They were so busy caught up in what looks cool instead of gameplay. Like, you could have both. We could have had both, bro. We could have had both. Could have had both, bruh. I'm just saying. Anyways.
It was cool. But yeah, Brian, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Congrats on
Thank you very much.
the many years of effort paying
So
off.
essentially,
And,
Web
it's
of
great to
Shadows
see the
budget
face
for-
of
yes,
Spider-Man.
that's what it is.
Also, the other guy that you're working on.
Oh,
is
yeah,
in
yeah,
reference
yeah,
to
yeah,
War
yeah,
for some
yeah,
reason.
yeah. I can tell you it's gonna do very good.
We're very excited to see it. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Yeah, Web of Shadows. That's what it is. Web of Shadows. 678, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? And tell me why.
Are you playing Coward tonight, sir?
What? No, I'm not playing Coward tonight.
Before I get in my disagreement, have you checked out Killers of the Flower Moon yet?
Pillars of the what moon?
Flower Moon.
Flower Moon. No, I haven't checked it out yet.
Don't wait for streaming. It's a must see in theaters. Do not wait for streaming to see it. Also,
Okay.
Insomnia. No, I'm gonna cut you some slack on them because I'm still building my case against Spider-Man 2. But as a studio, yeah, they kind of dead right now.
Insomniac is kind of dead as a studio. Okay.
Yeah, it's game over for them. But I want to make a prediction for Wolverine. What's the metal arms that Peter Parker uses in the game? What is that called? The iron? What is that called?
Iron Arms?
Yeah, the iron arms. You know how he does that? Those multiple slashes in a row against his enemies.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be the combat for Wolverine.
What do you mean that's gonna be the combat for Wolverine?
That's gonna be the combat. It's gonna be downgraded. It's not gonna have no blood or no flesh peeling off. It's gonna be just like that. Because Insomniac does not have that dog in him anymore.
What are you talking about?
Hey, I'm telling y'all. See,
You're telling me
y'all
that
think
that Wolverine is gonna be bad? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, I'm telling you, it's not gonna be like no Logan or no Weapon X comic. It's gonna be PG. Because if they hold Peter Parker,
Bro, you're
Wait,
talking
they hold
crazy.
hold on. They
You
hold
think
Peter Parker.
they already said it? Isn't it gonna be rated R?
That don't mean anything.
Or not rated R. It's gonna be it's teen. Well, I don't know what it's gonna be. Hopefully it's M for mature, but I doubt they're gonna do that because they definitely want the kiddies' money.
Then you got Brian talking about I'm getting into my Spider-Man too. I don't want to go too much into it. And you got this man talking about he can't create a Spider-Man game without bike sections. Man, yeah, it's game over for
I think what he meant by that was like injecting humanity into the character, because I know he doesn't mean bite sections.
I can tell y'all. Okay, I'm gonna have to get into my Spider-Man 2 a little bit. You remember you saying where these walkie-talkie games came from, right?
What?
You said where did all this walkie-talkie stuff come from?
Mm-hmm.
Once The Last of Us 2 was successful, that was 2013. That was the end of the PS3 era, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's when Sony started copying that template, and you could see it in God of War. You had the same complaint with that game. God of War, Spider-Man does.
Oh, my complaint with
They're
God of
all-
War was definitely story.
That's what they do in these games. There's a walkie-talkie. The gameplay is set on a back burner, and you know why this lines up, because even I think one of the high ranking executives said we want to focus more on the cinematic experience. He said nothing about gameplay. He said cinematic. So that's when I know, yeah, it's time to find some more hobbies. Sir, Phil Spencer needs to step down.
Yes. I know a lot of people didn't like that video. I don't know why. Because it made complete sense.
Are you a comedian in your off time?
What are you talking about? I think people are like upset that they're not making it exclusive. I'm not saying you have to make Call of Duty exclusive, but I think there should be some exclusive content for Xbox players. I guess you guys have been hoed so much that y'all don't know that you could get exclusive content. Y'all are freaking Stockholm syndrome, bro. That's crazy.
Hold on. You talk about Xbox players getting hold, but you waited 5 years to blow through Spider-Man 2 in a weekend, and you got nothing else to look forward to. Make that make sense.
What are you talking about? I'm about to play Alan Wake. Wait, is Alan Wake on Game Pass?
Sir.
Wait, sir, is Alan Wake on Game Pass, or am I missing something? Is Alan Wake on Game Pass?
Hey,
I could be wrong. Is it even on Xbox?
Hey, I'm gonna say this: Sony owns 19 studios, and they dropped one game
Okay.
this year.
Okay.
And y'all.
What? I'm just curious.
Once
What
the
is
stream
Xbox
over-
playing right now? That's why I'm lost.
Once the stream is over, go ahead and get you a bed in Arkham Asylum, because you lost your mind.
Bro, I'm about to play what do you call it? Alan Wake 2. That's what I'm about to play.
What other first party Sony Studios games dropping this year?
I'm not sure. We're at the end of the year.
I rest my case.
I don't know a lot of games that are dropping on December.
Oh, okay. And
Or
this is
even
my
November.
point. You just like these nosy white people. You worried about what Xbox doing, and you don't know what PlayStation.
What do you
Make that
mean?
make sense.
What do you mean?
You got the audacity to say Phil Spencer needs to step down, but not Ryan Jim Ryan, sir.
Jim Ryan's already stepped down. What are you talking about?
No, No, I'm gonna be on his ass until he leave in March. He leaving in March.
Yeah, he's done.
No, he's still there. So I'm gonna still be on his ass until he goes.
Okay, I think you should be on Xbox's ass for creating some games, bro. That's what I don't understand.
Okay, you checkmated yourself with this video. You don't even know.
You're right. I don't.
You don't even know what PlayStation doing. Okay, I'm gonna read you something.
What is Xbox doing?
See.
Oh shit.
No. I'm gonna read you something, and I'm gonna see if you serious about this PlayStation thing. This is from the 23rd of April, 2021. We have been quietly but steadily investing in high-quality games for PlayStation, and we will make sure that the PS5 generation will have more dedicated software than ever before. Ryan then goes on to explain how the company has boasted its exclusive lineup in the past as mergers, acquisitions with Insomniac Games, provided as one example. We will not roll out the option in the future. You know, that's pretty ambitious of Jim Ryan for saying that. Also, he said, we have always said that we believe in generations. Telling the line, many other Sony execs will repeat that. Skip that. Yeah, he says we believe in generations, right? And games that should only be enjoyed on the PS5. Okay. That sounds great. Lastly, he said this is from May of this year. He stressed the importance of the PC games market, saying that it is indispensable for allowing more people to enjoy games in a variety of ways. I think the more, the better, Ryan noted. Sir, please explain that to me.
Explain what to you?
Sir, you was talking about we don't need all this kumbaya, and Jim Ryan said the more the better for PC, for games going on PC.
PC isn't Xbox. Valve isn't Xbox.
Hold on,
I don't
hold on.
understand.
Ladies and gentlemen, got him. Hey, go ahead and pack your PS5 up and get you a Switch or a Steam Deck, because you're not serious about this PlayStation.
I already have a PC.
No, the Switch or Steam Deck. Get your little handheld.
Why on God's green earth would I get a Switch?
Because you're not serious about this. Man, Jim Ryan said the PC market is indispensable for allowing more people to enjoy games. Wait, but didn't you just say PlayStation not worried about nobody else? But then he said the more the better. I'm gonna need you to riddle me this back, man. Please explain this to me. I need a logical explanation for this. But you got this heat for Phil Spencer and Jim Ryan talking about the more games on PC, the better.
That's because Xbox is in competition with PlayStation. PC is in competition with no one because no one really goes to PC for gaming.
You know Microsoft won a console war, right?
Sir, Microsoft has admitted they lost the console war. Like, I don't even actually. What are PC players even playing right now? That's the crazy part.
You know what Steam is, right?
Yes.
That's on Windows, and Windows is Microsoft. Game over.
Okay. So you're admitting that they lost the console war is what you're saying.
I can get PlayStation games. Oh, okay. No, we'll do it like this.
So you're admitting that's what you admitted, right? That they have a hold on the PC. They have a hold on PC gaming, and they lost the console war.
Oh.
Is that what we're gonna admit?
Glad you brought this up.
That's what we're admitting.
Right?
That's what it sounds like we're admitting.
Let's go to exclusives. You had a PS1, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just go through all the exclusives. So these are the only games you can play on PlayStation consoles. The PS1 had 451 exclusives. The PS2 had 513. PS3 had 182. PS4 had 62. PS5 has Astro's Playroom, Destruction All-Stars, and Demon Souls. Sir, you out here bussy popping PlayStation, and I can count my exclusives on one hand. And you want Phil Spencer to go.
One thing I think is confusing to some is it's not about necessarily the exclusives. It's about the quality of the exclusives, right?
Every time
one PlayStation exclusive beats out all of Xbox's exclusives.
Have you played Astro's Playroom?
Yes, I played Astro's Playroom.
You enjoyed that?
It was fun.
Destruction All Stars.
Destruction All Stars. I think I played that.
You think you played it? No. So you so on that. Demon Souls, a remake of a PS3 game. So you really got in 3 years? You got 2 games. This man Jim Ryan gave y'all 2 games and a remake.
Now you know damn well we don't have only 3 games.
No.
You are wilding.
I did my research.
Okay.
3 games. So Jim Ryan, no, Phil Spencer needs to go, but Jim Ryan needs to stay. You don't have no heat for Jim Ryan.
Yeah, I think Jim Ryan can do more. But Jim Ryan's not an issue right now.
Sir, how is Jim Ryan? Okay, we'll get. Did you buy?
Because he's already done. We're looking on to the next one.
Nah, he's still in office until March of next year.
Oh wait, what is he gonna do in that meantime? I don't understand.
I don't know, but hey, he's still working, so we still could be on his ass until then.
Okay.
Did you happen to buy the Last of Us remake?
No, I didn't, because I thought that was a complete ripoff.
So that the remake came out September 2nd of 2022 on the PS5, $70.
Mm-hmm.
It released on Steam March 28, 2023. That's 6 months later, $60. So we went from exclusives being 2 years to 6 months, and they charging you less within 6 months. But Jim Ryan,
wait, it's a remake.
Need to go. Okay, why is the game still $70 on the PSN store after 6 months?
As opposed
so
to
you telling me? So we went from 2 years of games being dropped on PC to 6 months, and the price is cheaper on Steam. Sir, I'm gonna need some explanation for this.
price is $10 cheaper. Am I missing something?
So they hold you for 6 months, and they knew this was coming. It wasn't like it was a full 2 years. This was half a year. So you telling me, oh, we didn't know it was gonna be dropping in half a year.
I have no idea. I can't speak for that. I think the remake situation is crazy.
No, you can't speak for that, sir. You a PlayStation fan. You bussy pop for these people. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna need some
PlayStation
answers.
fan doesn't mean as far as you agree with every decision that they make. That would be a fanboy. There's a difference.
No, you are, because you don't make no videos on what Sony doing. You worried about.
I 100% have made issues as far as what Sony's doing.
Oh, okay, okay. I didn't see none of these videos then. I must have missed that.
Yeah, you must have missed them then. That's the reason why I want Xbox to be so successful, because PlayStation is wilding out.
See, that's another false narrative you keep spreading online.
False narrative. Oh man, you are wild,
why?
bro.
You know why? It's just simple, right? You remember that Xbox One announcement?
No, I don't.
What did Don? What's the Yakubian name? Don Matrix. Didn't he say something about don't you got a 360? Something like that.
Yes, I remember that. Gold.
It
I
was
thought that
game
was
over.
hilarious.
Yeah, that was 2000. That was what 2013, 14. So yeah, but so so no, it was Xbox only had what Halo and Gears, but Sony was coming out with new IP after new IP.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, you keep saying, "Oh, we need competition." No, we don't. Even Nintendo said they're not competing, and they still don't. And they exclusive is still on the Switch.
Okay. What am I missing?
So you keep saying they need to compete. They haven't been competing for damn near a decade. And while they were,
So that means that they should.
They shouldn't, because we was getting great. Well, that's debatable. We was getting great exclusives during the PS4 era.
What am I missing?
What you're missing is Sony had no competition during that time frame, sir.
You mean with Gears and Halo, they didn't have any competition?
So you competing with the same games you had on the Xbox, the original.
Yeah, it's
And
not my fault.
PS4
I didn't tell them not to create new IPs.
No, the PS4 had what? God of War, Spider-Man, Gravity Rush, Bloodborne, Infamous, Drive Club, The Order. All these new games coming out, and Xbox still stuck on Gears, Halo, Forza. Xbox 360, Gears, Forza, Halo. Xbox One X, Xbox XS, Gears, Forza, Halo. Same thing since the original console. So they really haven't been competing.
They had some games.
Okay. And they don't have those games right now. Then you said people will miss out on Spider-Man 2. How is that even accurate?
What do you mean? How is that even accurate?
Explain to me how you said people would not with a PS5 will miss out on Spider-Man 2. That's factually false.
People without a PS5 will miss out on Spider-Man 2 is factually false?
Yes.
How, Sway?
You're a smart person. Use your logic.
I don't.
Let you use logic. Why would I say this?
I don't know, because you can't play Spider-Man 2 right now on an Xbox or PC.
Who developed Spider-Man? Who developed Spider-Man 2?
Insomnia.
Any other Insomniac games on PC?
Yeah.
I rest my case. So we'll move on from that.
But Spider-Man 2 isn't on PC right now.
Will Spider-Man 2 drop on PC?
I'm sure eventually in a few years.
Okay, then they will not miss out then. So what you said is false.
So
nah.
Okay. So because it'll be coming out in a few years, they won't miss out.
Your words.
You don't think that's a
PS5.
pretty huge caveat?
Okay. Do you remember where you were in 2015?
No.
When Bloodborne, I'm sure you're familiar with Bloodborne, right?
Mm-hmm.
When Bloodborne came out, who would be able to play that game?
Now?
No, now and when it came out. Who can play that game right now and when it came out?
Who couldn't or could?
No, I said who could play that game when it came out.
Oh, PlayStation users.
I rest my case. Until this day, it's still on the PS4.
Okay, you think that's a good thing?
So what do you mean if that's a good thing?
Do you think that's a good thing?
If I'm buying, if I'm investing, like you said, right? We get these consoles for exclusives, right? And the benefits in the future, and the features of it. What Jim Ryan said, right? Yeah, that's why I invest in the console to play these exclusive games.
Yeah, when I mean console, I mean on the PlayStation. I wouldn't want them limited to a single PlayStation.
Sir, when PS4 came out, they wasn't talking about no PC release every 2 years, or it wasn't cross-gen. So that's why those consoles hold so much value. But now when we fast forward to the PS5, they talking about this gonna drop in 2 years, or you can get it on the previous console. I'm like, okay.
I don't know. It just seems like a lot to wait for a game.
No, that's not the point. You said they're not gonna miss out. They just gotta wait. They just gotta be patient.
All right.
Then you said Phil Spencer is damaging Xbox legacy. How, Sway?
Because they don't have any games.
You said, where's Gears and where's Halo? Sir, where's Resistance? Where's SOCOM? Where is MotorStorm? Where's Killzone? Where's Infamous? Where's Sly Cooper? And guess what we playing? The same walkie-talkie games, action adventure.
Yeah, but
where's all these games PlayStation used to have? Where are they?
PlayStation isn't behind right now.
No. If you asking where's Gears and Halo, where's all these previous PlayStation games that have actual variety? Where's the first-person shooters? Where's the arcade races? Where's the horror games? Nowhere.
PlayStation isn't behind right now. That's why.
No. I'm talking about where's all these franchises? You still talking? Y'all out here talking about Insomniac, sir. PlayStation owns other studios besides these people. And y'all talking about, and y'all excited to play another superhero game.
We don't have enough superhero games.
Y'all about to be out here bussy popping with Wolverine.
Am I missing something? Are people not excited for Wolverine?
Sony owns other studios. Then you got Jim Ryan say you can only experience things on the PS5. Do you remember the PS3 6-axis controller?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas it only motion control, right? With only PS3 games, you could do that with PS3 exclusives, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why in the hell can I use a PS5 haptic feedback on the PC?
Because it's compatible with the PC.
Sir, okay.
I don't understand.
I think I'm gonna have to do like Dr. Umar and repeat myself again. This is what Jim Ryan said. We believe that when you go to all the trouble of creating a next-gen console, that it should include features and benefits that the previous generation does not include. And that, in our view, people should make games that can make the most of these features.
Mm-hmm.
It is time to give the PlayStation community something new, something different that could really only be enjoyed on a PS5. I'm gonna need you to make a video and call him for Jim Ryan. I'm gonna need you to be on his head for his live, sir.
Okay. I'll be on his head. Even though it
Okay.
benefits the PS5, though.
Let me read this again. That can only really be enjoyed on the PS5, but I can use haptics on the PC. But y'all will cope with that for whatever reason. Oh, I think it's probably my final point. You said what Jim Ryan did with his acquisitions was brain dead.
Yes.
And he should use that to leverage the sales of his console.
Yes, Phil Spencer, yes.
So if he's brain dead, wouldn't it be brain dead for Sony buying Bungie for $3.6 million and their next game will be on multiple platforms, sir? I'm gonna need an explanation for that.
No, why would it
And
be
they
brain
also
dead for
took-
them? Sony can do
But you
anything they
said-
want right now. It's
No,
ahead of the market.
No. You said he acquired these studios and he needs to use that to leverage the sale of his console.
Mhm.
So you telling me why does Sony waste money?
Well, they're not wasting money.
Okay.
Because
They
people
bought
are already
Bungie.
buying the console.
Have you heard of Bungie's next game called Marathon?
What about it?
Wait. Hold on. You supposed to know what Sony going on. Well, no, you supposed to know what Sony doing. What you mean? What about? You supposed to know this, sir?
As long as they keep making games, I don't care what they do.
No. You got one game that's a damn near movie simulator, but you acting like you happy with that. But you know, I'm saving that for my rant for another day.
Okay.
They paid $3.6 million for Bungie. Their next game gonna be dropping on PC, and they also put Naughty Dog's The Last of Us 2 multiplayer on ice. Please make
It is
this
not
make
on
sense.
ice.
It is on ice.
It
sir.
is not on ice.
Okay, what is it doing then?
It's in development.
You must be on some hellified copium right now.
So I don't even know where that rumor came from, where it was on ice. I don't know where that came from.
It was actually confirmed.
When was it recently?
Yes, I think it was a month ago, something like that.
It wasn't no any freaking month ago. Stop it. You're just talking out of your butt.
It had to be a few months ago.
It was no any few months ago.
Well, yeah, I think it's something like that. I don't know. I got to make sure, but I remember seeing it was something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm gonna need you to get on Sony for wasting that money on Bungie, and their games coming to PC.
I can't because Sony's killing the game right now.
Sir, what?
If Sony wasn't killing the game right now, I would have a problem. What was that? What game am I playing?
I'm confused because
what game are Xbox people playing? That's what I'm confused at. Y'all haven't had a game since Halo Infinite, right?
You gonna make me go into my Spider-Man 2 rant?
No, don't go with that. I'm just saying they haven't had a game since Halo Infinite. What was the last game? Redfall. I forgot Redfall. That's right.
Hey, why you ran
Critically
through,
acclaimed
Spider-Man?
game of the year, Redfall. Oh, that's right. Starfield too. Buggy.
Yeah.
Bethesda Starfield. Excuse me. Starfield. I forgot about Starfield. Yeah.
While you ran through Spider-Man in the weekend, they probably still traveling to different planets.
I'm sure they are. They're looking for life. That's why. Because they're barren wastelands.
And then guess what? They probably playing Forza right now.
I mean, that's cool. I'm sure people are playing Gran Turismo, so.
And God, then you okay? How you? do you like? Sir, do you? My brain is breaking from that Brian Interheart. Y'all make me sick. Why you?
Goodness.
I can't. If I work in a video game and I'd probably be like Joker from The Dark Knight. Man, all this gotta go. This you you let this man talking. Wait, the concept art. No, hold on. My brain. Hold on. You remember that time I said why I don't like CGI? No, I asked you, did you like that CG trailer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I told you, I said, no, I don't. I think CG trailers are trash.
Yes.
You know why I think that? Because most of the times you don't do that in the game. This man holds you with concept art, with Venom, with Craven, and a CG trailer, and you didn't even do that in the game. And you talking about this game is an 8. If it wasn't for the technical things of these games, I would give it a 5.
Wow, a 5? I don't think it's a 5. I don't know how it could be a 5 when it's definitely an improvement over the first one.
Imagine playing a Spider-Man game and you flying around the map like Superman.
Bro,
Please,
Superman flies. Spider-Man is gliding.
You
Fundraiser says Microsoft spending $70 billion on Blizzard is dumb, knowing Call of Duty is going to be on PlayStation day one.
Sir, we just talked about what Sony did with Bungie, but okay, you'll get that a pass. Again, you playing a third-person shooter in a Spider-Man game, and you said it's an 8?
Third-person shooter? Stop it! You're wild. You're wild.
No, see,
you be the little Mary Jane missions?
I can't. Y'all make you. I don't know who's worse, these developers or you gamers, because both of y'all make me sick. I'm just saying. How you imagine saying back? Because back in the day, you would get flamed for this. Imagine saying back in the day and imagining what a Spider-Man game would be, and people would be like, man, I can't wait to play a third-person shooter as MJ against symbiotes. Would it take Peter and Miles damn near 10 punches to knock them out? I beg your pardon, sir.
I don't disagree with you.
And y'all give this. You got some of these people saying a masterpiece. See.
Yeah, I think they're delusional. I think they're delusional.
Anything above a 6 is delusional.
What do you mean anything above a 6? That's crazy.
Then you got Miles. Why is this man a DJ? Huh?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I got nothing to say to that one.
Then you got this man Peter on a bike. I swear to God, if I would have bought Spider-Man 2, I would have been at GameStop the next day getting trading credit for this game.
It wasn't that bad, bro.
And Lord have mercy. Venom. Instead of making America great again, they need to make Eddie Brock great again. You understand? We haven't seen this man. He hasn't been portrayed. They've been holding this man since the Raimi films. They've been holding this man since Tom Hardy, them trash Venom movies. They've been holding this man since Spider-Man 2. And he only had, have you seen the 90s cartoon?
Yes, of course, I've seen the 90s cartoon.
You telling me we haven't seen a comic accurate Eddie Brock since the 90s?
In game format?
In any format.
No, they had the Ultimate Series in the comics.
You know what? I might as well just go to my Spider-Man 2 rant. Oh, then I told you the game length, sir. See, I complained about the game length being the same, and y'all acting like, oh no, that's fine. And then come to find out that the game's rushed. You can't free roam as Venom. You know people gonna look at Ultimate Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
You can't change suits. You know people gonna look at Web of Shadows. Sir, do you like Bussy?
No.
So why do you accept being held by Brian and Thor?
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
So you wait. You gonna stand on this game being an 8?
I think with the improvements they made, I think it's a pretty solid. I think I give it an 8 or a 7.
No, what's your final score? I need to know.
If I don't overlook as far as the bugs and the horrendous story, I give it a 7.
That's still too high for me.
If I overlook it, I give it an 8.
Yo, you let this man Brian say he doesn't give a shit if MJ is overpowered. If I catch this man on the street, how? So she's able to one-shot these enemies, but Peter and Miles struggling. He doesn't give a shit. And y'all got hope for Wolverine.
That's a different team, and yes, I have hope for Wolverine.
Sir, this is Insomniac. Nothing's gonna change.
I think the game's gonna be very, very nice. Mark my words on that one. Mark my words on that one. The game's gonna be very nice.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh. Okay. I got two. Why are you so fine with? Wait. Okay. You going off of Mary Jane looking like a man, but you okay with them hoeing a Venom for a third time?
What do you mean?
Where is Eddie? Oh, did you read the Lethal Protector comic run?
Lethal Protector with Venom?
Yes.
That was a while back.
This is where like his Venom children appear. This is where Scream come from.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, you should be the main one that should be pissed around this, because Lethal Protector. You know what Lethal Protector took place in? That comic took place in San Francisco.
Okay.
And you know what they did for innovation? Like what was it? San Andreas, right? San Andreas had you travel to like Liberty City, but it's a little area. They could have had a whole map of San Francisco in this game, but you wanted to condense his story to just one game. And they didn't even go to the anti-hero. Wait, they didn't even go to the anti-hero side of Venom. And this man is gone in one game. You killed Venom. You got rid of Craven. I don't even know what he was doing in that game. Scorpion. Shocker gone. Vulture. Where's Rhino at?
I'm not sure where Rhino is. The Rhino is. I think he's dead.
Oh, okay, my another point. See, you've called this game Spider-Man and Friends, right?
Yes.
And I told y'all. See, so nobody would listen to me. I told y'all you supported these No Way Home movies. You supported these Into the Spider-Verse movies. And this is the outcome. And now they talking about another Spider-Woman. What is her name? Silk. So how about this? Make Spider-Man great again. This man hasn't been on his 20. He hasn't been on his own since 2018, and now everybody has to be in with what he does. They got Mary Jane in his business. And you okay with this?
I think that's the choice that Insomniac has made.
So we playing a Spider-Man game. I'm here to play as Peter Parker and Spider-Man, and Miles too. You said Mary Jane needs to go. Tell him, please. Just let him go also.
Miles?
Yes, I don't like this. I don't like all these Spider-Men running around. Kill Miles. Get rid of them trash Into the Spider-Verse movies. I don't like these multiverses need to go. Everything needs to burn.
Trash Into the Spider-Verse movies. You're wildin'.
No, you said Spider-Man and Friends. That's what the movies were. Every time you look around, you got damn near 100 Spider-Men on the screen. Oh, here's Peter Parker. Oh, There go another Spider-Man. Okay. Why am I watching this? Then, also, why you said you playing? This is another red flag. You said you playing this Spider-Man game for the story.
Mm-hmm.
So, if we heard you saying that back in the day, you probably be stuffed in a locker. You know that, right?
Wait, why?
Imagine saying, "Man, I can't wait to play a Spider-Man game for a story." Have you lost your mind, sir?
That just shows you how good the story is.
Am I playing a video game or am I watching a movie? But okay, you excited for the story, but you mad at Brian Intihar for doing these bike sections. I'm gonna need you to make your mind up.
Because how they tell the story is just important as the story.
This is the second game from Sony. Oh, you said Sony killing it. This is the second game from Sony that you said you didn't like. You said you didn't like what they did with Kratos in the story. Now you saying it's a Spider-Man. What's gonna be the third one? What's gonna be the strikeout?
What do you mean? What's gonna be the strikeout?
They bussy pop Kratos, they bussy pop Spider-Man, and they about to bussy pop Wolverine.
No, they're not. They're not doing that to Wolverine.
And that's why we get the walkie-talkie games, because y'all support them, and you wonder why what happened to gaming. You happened to gaming. This is what we get.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're gonna do anything to what's his name to Wolverine. That's not gonna happen.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy how you still have hope, man. That must be that PlayStation copium, because I've been off of that a while ago.
You don't think the game's gonna be good? I'm lost.
After what they did to Craven, Venom, and Spider-Man, sir, come on. I'm gonna need you to take that PlayStation cape off, sir. Just loosen it up a little bit, because I know if you take it off, you're probably gonna melt. But yeah, you can loosen it up.
That's wild. So when the Craven not Craven, when the Wolverine game does numbers, what are you gonna say?
Sir,
because you know it's gonna do numbers, right?
I go by one word, and this is king with video games. Gameplay. Nothing else matters.
Mm-hmm.
If the game could be trash and it still could sell.
Isn't that very unlikely that a game is trash and still sells?
Didn't Starfield do great?
No, it didn't. I think I don't know what the sales were.
Hey, you love Metacritic. Oh, we go by Metacritic. You love Metacritic. That game got like an 85 on Metacritic.
Yeah, Spider-Man has a 91.
So we saying an 85 is bad now? That's what we saying.
I mean, for the game of the generation, yes, 85 is bad. It's star failed, bro. Star failed.
But you in Spider. Oh, another thing with Spider-Man 2. This man Brian Intihar got you in an amusement park playing games, sir.
Yes.
You playing mini games in a Spider-Man game.
I don't agree with that.
Oh, I think my score might have to go down to a 4.
You're delusional if you think the game's a 4. That's crazy.
This is my last point. Wait, let me check. Yeah, this is my last point. Wait. Hold on. Before I get to that, did you say MJ missions were fun?
Yeah. I had some decent fun with them.
Go ahead and pack that PS5 up and get you a handheld, sir. I don't think you belong in the PlayStation gaming world.
What are you talking about?
Sir, we're not buying a Spider-Man game to play a cover shooter.
I don't disagree with you, but I still think that they're pretty fun.
No, I'm not here to do that in the Spider-Man game. So I'm here to web sling and do acrobats. Oh, that wingsuit, that's trash. That needs to go off. So
The wingsuit?
yeah, imagine being Spider-Man and covering half the map without web slinging. That couldn't be me. Everything this game doing is taken away from Spider-Man, but for some reason I'm the only one that sees this. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's just
Oh
you.
yeah. And why the game will be a 4 out of 10. This will be my grade. This man.
What is this based off of?
I'm gonna tell you. He had Peter walk in the house, and he's in the bottom of the screen said, "Tidy up the house."
It's his house, yeah. Why wouldn't he tidy up his own house? Am I missing something?
If you could ask me that, it's game over for PlayStation. It's just go ahead and get you some new hobbies or something. Enjoy nature, whatever you want to do, because it's over with. Am I here to? They did the same thing with Nathan Drake in Uncharted 4. I'm not here to clean up no damn house.
Oh, the mission. Oh, yeah. I don't disagree.
So all this. Oh, in the cutscenes, man, that's 8 hours of cutscenes. That's crazy. But all this, and you give the game an 8.
Yeah, outside of those issues, 100%.
That's the game has too many issues. Oh, then they hold you with the new game plus, and they talking about game development is hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that.
And they also removed the perfect count. The perfect dodge knockout. They removed that. They made the enemies more spongy. I mean, then they have you in the game. Why did they have you in the game shooting bees? What was the point of that?
I think they're the hairy missions.
Imagine so what that tells me is you out here watching 8-hour cutscenes, you playing mini games, you cleaning out a house like you a maid, you riding a bike. What else were you doing? Oh, you shooting symbiotes as MJ, and this game is an 8. I'm gonna wish you and the PlayStation players good luck to the future, but I think it's time for me to get some other hobbies, sir.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's all I got tonight. So
all right,
y'all have a good day.
You as well. Appreciate the call. Lordy. Goodness gracious. I will say I do like how they did the movement in TASM 2. Like his spider or whatever it's called. I don't know what it's called. How he moves around. I do like that. If they can incorporate this into Spider-Man 3, the game would be god tier. Because all you have to do is point to an area and Spider-Man figures out a way to do it. The only thing is I wish just we could do that ourselves. Instead of having the computer automate it for us. That would be dope. Anyways, we'll take a couple more calls. Now I gotta go to bed. I'm tired. 734, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? Tell me why.
Oh, yo, Lucas, how you doing, man?
I'm hanging in there.
I'm
hanging in there. What's the disagreement?
Oh, disagreement. All right. Mary Jane. So, you know how you said you wanted her yeeted?
Mm-hmm.
Like Dunzo? All right, so let's say they do eat her, which they probably won't do. Instead of doing that, Insomniac's gonna give her the spider bite. She's gonna get bit by the spider.
No, she's
And
not.
she's gonna.
No, she's not, bro.
No, it's gonna happen, and then we're gonna have Spider-Man friends.
That's not gonna happen, bro.
All right, why ain't gonna happen?
Why isn't it gonna happen? There'd be no reason for her to get bit when they just introduced a female Spider Girl.
Silk. All right, yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. You're not wrong, but do you see them improving her gameplay, or is this gonna stay stagnant, just basic shooting?
I think they're heavily invested in Mary Jane for some reason, so they're gonna try and perfect the gameplay.
So they're doubling down on it. I ain't mad at Brian Enterhard, but
Yeah. They're gonna
it's
triple
whatever.
down on it, more than likely.
Well, shit, if you gonna they better do something with Silk. Like, give her, I don't know too much about Silk, but I like to see some improvement, some innovation. I'm a big fan of your content. Thank you for your time, by the way. True.
No problem, bro.
And as for Miles, it's not like I don't want to see more of Miles, but I think he's definitely stealing the spotlight from Peter.
Okay, I didn't feel that way, but okay.
But that's all I got, man. I mean, thank you for your time.
No problem.
I just want to.
Oh, my fault. I hung up too soon. I appreciate the call. Maybe I might have to go through the cutscenes because I just don't get that Miles was stealing spotlight from Peter. I just didn't. I didn't get that. I didn't get that. I did not get that. I didn't like how they portrayed Peter, but I just didn't get that Miles was like OP or something like that. Maybe if you're crazy anal about the game or something, I don't know. But even still, I didn't feel that. Anyways, 847, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Yo, Lucas. What's up, man? Hey, I spoke to you earlier today, so I'm happy that you took my call again. So, but yeah, we kind of ended on bad terms, man. I mean, I have a couple of disagreements. I don't want it to be like a argument or anything. You know, we can agree to disagree, or we could just disagree about certain things. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is. I still enjoy your content though. But yeah, just I had one more disagreement with you. It was about how you said, what's his name? How you said Black Suit Spider-Man didn't do nothing wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree with that, man. Cause you seem to be on the fence that, well, not be on the fence. You got a stance. You seem to think that him wanting to kill Craven wasn't the wrong thing to do. And even it doesn't really matter that Craven wanted to die. It's still wrong to kill somebody. Period. Like even
Why?
if they're asking you to kill them, because for one, that's against Peter's morals. You know, Spider-Man don't kill. So whether or not somebody
Spider-Man
think about it,
doesn't kill, but that's different when somebody wants to be killed.
okay, I'm gonna ask you this then. I'm gonna ask you this: if it was just regular red suit Spider-Man and somebody wanted him to kill, would regular red suit do that? He wouldn't, because that's against his moral. So the fact that he was about to break his moral, whether somebody wants him to kill them or not, is still wrong on his part. Like Spider-Man doesn't do that. So whether he's black suit or not, him wanting to do that just because somebody wants him to do that is still wrong.
Sure, I guess if you want to
And
say that, I don't have an issue with that. I'm just saying that wasn't that big of a deal.
yeah, I mean, you see, like, and I wouldn't say that either. Like personally, like somebody wants you to kill, like I'm the kind of person I like the Punisher, because if you look at it, people that you save their lives, you know what I'm saying, like especially criminals, you out here putting criminals in jail, and what do? They end up getting out of jail, killing more people. So I don't mind if people, you know, get killed. But just because I don't mind doesn't mean it's not wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what Batman says. He's like, dude, if we do that, then guess what? We just like the criminals that we putting away, right? So,
But you're not, though.
regardless of
Batman's
whether,
stupid for saying that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, but still, I'm just saying, like at the end of the day, like if you have a moral compass and you set some boundaries for yourself, you know what I'm saying? You can't just break those boundaries just because the person that you breaking them against, he's okay with it. Because it's not even about that person. Now, at that point, it's on you. It's the moral compass
Sure,
that you set
I
for
don't
yourself.
disagree with you. Sure, it would break his moral compass. I'm just saying that's not enough for me to feel some type of way for the symbiote suit.
I feel you, but also I also disagreed with the fact that like he also did something wrong in fighting Miles. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing that Peter would never do. I mean, outside of maybe like them sparring
Sure, but
for
I
him
don't
to
think
make
that was
Miles.
Peter. I think that was very much the symbiote suit, which the
Right,
symbiote
right,
suit
okay,
did in response to Miles attacking it.
right, right. So that those okay. So you don't put that on Peter.
Yeah,
You
no.
put that on the symbiote.
I don't. I
Okay.
think the symbiote suit was very tame while on Peter.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Oh, most definitely. I agree on that case. Like symbiote Peter, because we agreed on that, right? Like as far as like before the whole Mary Jane submitting the article, yeah, we agreed that basically Black Suit Peter was cool. You know, really, the problem stemmed from the evolved symbiote. You know what I'm saying? That's where the problem started stemming from. So that's, I mean, even though the evolved symbiote was, I would say, more in control than like Black Suit, the only time the evolved symbiote was yeah, fully in control was when Peter was asleep that night. But like the next day, you know, Peter still had the evolved symbiote on, and like some of that was still him. You know what I'm saying? The evolved symbiote definitely had a bigger influence, but Peter didn't have the excuse that he was asleep. You feel what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like he was very much awake for that part of, you know, of what was going on. So that's why I was looking at it like, oh, you know, I kind of think that he was wrong in those situations. But if you're in agreement that well that was more so the evolved symbiote, then I guess then we don't have a real disagreement then, because I thought you were just thinking Peter while he had the black suit on, period. But uh, from what it sounds like, you're kind of giving Peter more of a pass as far as when the symbiote evolved. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, yeah, okay. Well, yeah, then I guess, yeah, I guess that was, then there's really no disagreement then, I guess. Yeah, yeah. You know, um, I'm trying to think though. Also, uh, yeah, no, I mean, I guess that was it. That was it. I think we had a misunderstanding when I had told you that the symbiote like kind of evolved Peter in every way, right? Because you were making it like an issue of like it really just evolved his strength. But like if you think about it, if you look at it like for real, let's look at it from this standpoint. Like when you're playing as Black Suit Spider-Man, and even as like evolved symbiote Spider-Man, you don't really get a damage boost, even though technically the symbiote does make Peter stronger. Gameplay wise, you didn't get that damage boost unless, of course, you were in symbiote Surge, right? And symbiote Surge, then you kind of get the damage boost, you get the quick finishers and everything, but it's not only a strength boost. You can also argue that he also got a durability boost too, because he doesn't take damage when he's in the surge mode. You know what I'm saying? So that was what I was trying to say to you when I was telling you that the symbiote augments him in every way. Like gameplay wise, you're not gonna get any of those augments because for all intents and purposes, the symbiote suit is basically just like a reskin, right? But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, of course, story wise it did make him stronger. We see that in the cut scene where he uses the tendrils to like pin the sorry, to pin the lizard down, right? He pins the lizard down like he probably never could have done that as just regular Peter. But yeah, that was the point that I was trying to make earlier. was that basically, even though the symbiote's augmenting everything for Peter, we don't really see those from a gameplay standpoint. He's basically just Peter in a black suit with what's it called, symbiote moves instead of spider arm moves.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Okay. Oh well, that's cool, man. Hey, I appreciate you taking my call for the second time, man. And yeah, I love your channel, man. Keep doing what you do, bro.
No problem, man. Appreciate the call. You take care and stay safe. Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. I think that's it. I am pooped. I don't know why, man. I just feel like, man, maybe I have a symbiote that's freaking using my body at night or something. Just tired, bruh. Tired, bruh. What I'd like to do is we need to have a stream for like brainstorming for the combat arena. That's what I'd like to do. I still can't believe they don't have a combat arena. Like what are you doing, bro? What are y'all doing? No gaming stream? I don't think I can do Alan Wake, bro. That shit was. We may have to do. We'll start the Disagreement Day stream early. But goodness gracious, we've been streaming. I've been streaming for about 5 hours. Yeah, and Alan Wake is not like you got to be focused to play Alan Wake because they got clues and stuff. And you gotta, bruh. I'll catch y'all mañana. Anyways, everyone, take care, stay safe, be amazing, y'all.